Action will commence now, and the first event up is a combined 5,000 metre race walk to have 8 starters. In the under-17 men's 5,000 metre race walk, we have Riley Coughlin from Knox in Station 1. In Station 2, we have the under-18s, and it is Ballarat YCW's Scott Peart in 2. In 3, from Box Hill, Zachary Matters. Station 4, from Collingwood, the Australian representative, Marcus Wakim. And in 5, from Diamond Valley, Joel Imbriano. In Station 6, we move to the female contingent, and it is the under-17, Ariana Pashutina from Knox. She's in Station 6. Station 7, it's the under-18, Madison Nash from Knox, and also from Knox, it is Emily Smith in Station 8. So they're the combined field in the men's under-17 and under-18, and also the women's under-17 and under-18 combined 5,000 metre race walk. So Marcus Wakim off to a nice start there. Today I'll be joined in commentary, Mitch Dyer, fresh from Bathurst in the World Cross Country. So big welcome, Mitch, to the commentary station.
Oh, sorry. Which one is white? Mic 1. Go.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tim. Very good to be back down here in Victoria to watching some elite juniors get around the track now. Obviously, they had the pleasure of doing it in Bathurst, but there's nothing better than doing it at Lakeside.
Certainly is. We're talking elite juniors. Marcus Joachim, as we said, been to the Race World Walking Cup in Muscat, so he's worn the green and gold, and good to have Marcus. But gee, Riley Coughlin in different age groups. So Marcus in the under-18s and Riley going strong at the moment, Mitch, in this under-17 comp.
Yeah, certainly just wants to tuck onto the back of the heels of the elite athlete in the field, but also looks really smooth and comfortable behind him there. So they've got perfect conditions this morning. They're going to beat the heat. The clouds are probably doing them a little bit of a favour in this race walk, but he's looking really smooth right behind him there, Coughlin, and a little bit of a gap opening up early, but I think these two will have themselves a really good duel at the front.
So we've got Marcus walked a 21.18 in November down at Duncan McKinnon. That's a PB for him over the 5,000 metres on the track. I'll try and get a little bit of intel on Riley, so I'll get Mitch Dyer doing some Googling to try and get a bit of a fix on where Riley's at this season. He's not coming up much on Results Hub, but certainly looking like he's getting out there nice and strong at the moment. Scott Peart, he's in next position. 23.16 is his best this season over the 5,000 metres. Saw Scott down at the Victorian Country Champs in Geelong, walking very, very well. The Knox girls once again here in good numbers. So Pashatina, she's in the under-17s, and also Madison Nash and Emily Smith, all three of them from the Knox club. So 21.54 is Coughlin's best, so hence why he's out there. Not quite as quick over Marcus, but gee, he's giving it a red-hot go today. As we see the first of our females coming through, and that's Madison Nash. She's got a 27-minute time to her name. Pashatina back by about 35 metres at the moment, then a little bit of a gap back to Emily Smith.
So Coughlin with that 21.54, obviously 21.18 is Marcus Joachim. So if he's able to stay on the heels here, he might be able to drag himself through for quite a quick time. And that's probably his plan quite early on, and they're not messing about with their paces. That'll be about 3:17 now going through that first 800 of this 5,000 metre event. We'll see how they space themselves out over this opening kilometre. So as they come down to this start-finish line now, this will be the first kilometre of the 5K. And it's nicely strung out here, so not too many getting the benefit of sitting off the man or woman in front of them. But this leading to, keep your eyes closely fixated on that Collingwood white and that Knox blue, because this will be a very, very solid duel for this morning.
So, gee, we're going quick here, Mitch. It's just going to be over the 4-minute K mark, which is quicker than you're running at the moment. So, 4:04. So, these boys are both on a really good schedule here. So, 2020 pace at the moment. So, huge PB pace for both Marcus and Riley. Victorian state record is 20.08, and that's Nathan Brill. It goes back to 2013. That's both in the under-17s and the under-18s. So Scott Peart coming through. One of interest to him, Jared Tallant's 21.17, as Scott goes through just on the 4:30 mark. So probably a little shade over Jared's country record, his teammate from Ballarat YCW.
Yeah, he's only sitting just outside that mark at the moment, so looking really smooth and comfortable. It's now Madison Nash, who's going to be our first woman through the first kilometre. So she's going to tick just under the 5-minute mark as well. So Nash certainly on pace at the moment.
Well, yet again on PB pace there, I'd say, Mitch. So Madison looking good. So conditions, it looks pretty windy out there, but I think cooler conditions than last night. As we see Imbriano and also Zach Matters coming through. Pashatina, sort of brother Daniel last night in action over the 3,000. So Ariana here today in the 5K. And Emily Smith coming through now. So Pashatina's got a 28.27 this season. So I think also we're looking, and she's going to be tacking onto those boys nicely, Mitch, so this is going to be good. As you see the two leaders coming through. Joaquim, just a little gap back to Coughlin, not much in it though.
No, not much in it at all. And I think Coughlin, as I said, I keep saying this, he's got the benefit of sitting on the heels, but doesn't have to think too much, doesn't have to do too much work early here, and just gets to watch the cadence and watch the rhythm of Marcus Joaquim in front of him. And you're right, Tim, on that back straight, you can see this cluster of athletes. They're all going to try and work almost for that front position, that rail position. And I'm going to see one go wide at the moment. So not messing about at all, trying to get herself into there is Pashatina. She might just roll around the shoulder, but as I say, that up this back straight as well. There's our two race leaders in Marcus Joaquim and Riley Coughlin. We're going to go for big PBs if they can maintain this sort of pace this morning.
They are moving beautifully, and isn't it great to see race walking in Victoria going so well? We're looking forward also next week. We're going to see Declan Tingay, and Perseus Karlstrom, I think, is here as well for the Open Champs. So such good movement patterns at the moment. And you picked it there with Pashatina. She just had that momentum. She's gone past both Imbriano and Matters. As we see our lead female now coming through, Madison Nash. So a little bit of traffic now for Marcus to contend with. Just edges wide there. Riley goes with him. And we can see that clutch of the other walkers. So Pashatina just easing it back a little bit there to allow the other boys through. And now her and Matters going sort of stride for stride. Imbriano just sitting there in that clutch position on the rails as Marcus Joaquim comes through, 8 laps to go.
And a good show of respect there to let the front of the pack make their way through. It's almost the old bull and the young calf. There's only 1 year that separate them, but that experience, obviously, at the World Racewalking Cup last year is going to put him in a great position. So just letting out Coughlin nicely, this cluster of 3 behind them there. They are just 1 lap behind, but working really well with each other. I think Pashatina maybe off this curve might try and pick back up on that momentum that she had coming into this home straight. So it'll be interesting to watch that. Coming through the tape now is also Emily Smith of Knox. So Knox, a powerhouse in race walking for a long time. Good to see those blue colours out here once again. As down this home straight, it is Scott Pert, who you mentioned is outside of that Jared Talent Vic Country record, but walking really smoothly and having plenty of space to be able to stride out. He's got that long, elongated leg strike. He's making the most of it now as Joaquim just still cannot quite shake Riley Coughlin.
Yeah, and interesting, I just got the split on 2K. 4:04 for the first K, 4:01 the second K. So they are flying. They are maintaining it through towards the midpoint of this race. Joaquim and Coughlin, maybe a little bit of a gap forming here, but 8:05 through the 2K. That is definitely faster than my park run.
Yeah, well, unless it had a 5 in front of it, it was always going to be faster, Tim. But, I mean, Joaquim now, he's starting to really flex at the moment, isn't he? He's gone through that 2K. As though it wasn't fast enough to go through 4:01, he might even try and go through a little bit faster in this 3-kilometre event. So just keep your eyes peeled on this white singlet. This is a class junior athlete coming through the ranks. And as Tim said, we've been class in the race walking for a long time, and those stocks certainly aren't dwindling. Coughlin now maybe starting to feel the pinch. The invisible elastic band, they call it in distance running, does not want that to snap. So he's going to try his best to stay on the heels of him out in front there, Joaquim, as this group of 3. Pashatina on the outside of there, and those Knox colours still looking good. And on the inside of there, it is Zachary Matters and also Joel Imbriano. But on this back straight, Tim, this is the biggest gap he's had at the moment, Joaquim. It's stretched out to, we'll call it 15 metres. Will we see it extend?
Yeah, but bearing in mind, Riley Coughlin's best time is 21:54, so he's still putting up such a great show out there. Good to see this group of 3 coming through together. And I think I did capture Madison Nash going through at 8:54, I believe, at the 2K. So she's also on PB pace.
So these conditions, almost, you took a little bit of the wind out of it, but couldn't be more perfect for a 5,000-metre race walk. Is Marcus Joaquim, well, he's also on PB pace. So he's
well
just stretching away around this home bend.
Well, actually, let's get context here. That 20:08, if Marcus can maintain this, that 20:08 state record is under threat here this morning.
So Nathan Brill been holding on to that one since 2013. It would mark a decade that Brill has held that record, and maybe, just maybe, he will go tumbling down this morning here. And Marcus Joaquim looking like he's in no rush to put the brakes on. It's all gas, no brakes at the moment as he gets through 6 laps to go. Coughlin not far behind him, as we mentioned, both well under PB pace, as is much of this field. And Madison Nash leading it out for the women's under-18 event. And Ariana Pushatina leading out the women's under-17 event. Still working in that nice pack of 3 there. But at the front of it on the back straight, it is still Marcus Joaquim. Just looking so smooth and in control at the moment.
So 10:48 was the 2K split for our group of 3 there. So definitely PB pace there for Pushatina. As Madison Nash comes through, and that's 6 laps to go for her, I believe. Yet she has not been lapped by the leaders. About 200 metres, or just shy of 200 metres behind at this stage. So Piet rounding the bend now as well. Unfortunately, I missed Scott's 2K split, but he looks to be moving quite nicely. As out front, yeah, that gap really forming now, but let's just hope that Riley Coughlin can just keep hanging on and go for that PB. 21:54, I think he's got a 21:40 something on the road as well, but his official 5K track, 21:54, is his personal best.
Well, this 3K split is going to be very interesting to see whether this pace has been maintained. It certainly looks like it's fast and that he hasn't taken his foot off the gas, Marcus Joaquim, and I have a feeling it's going to be confirmed in a matter of 20 metres. So we watch the clock, and Marcus Joaquim, this is an absolute clinic at the moment. That is a 12:08 as he makes his way through. So that was around about 4:03 for Marcus Joaquim, and Riley Coughlin still well and truly under that 21:54 PB. So with 2 kilometres to go, or just a tickle under now, it is Marcus Joaquim and Riley Coughlin in the under-17 and under-18 men's 5,000 metre race walk, putting on a clinic as he makes his way around this group of 3. Again, the respect shown out on the track to just let these front athletes through is fantastic. And Marcus Joaquim, well, this is race walking at its best.
Certainly is. We are being treated once again. So probably the 20:08. He's got to return a couple of 4-minute Ks, Mitch, to try and get that state record. I wouldn't say it's out of realms of possibility because he's looking so strong. That wind's still swirling around a little bit at Lakeside Stadium, but it also means he's getting the benefit of a lovely tailwind, I think, down that back straight. So we'll try and watch the splits. That all-important 4th K. We'll find out how he's going there as we see our race leader for the women's, Madison Nash. She's coming through now and she'll be at the 3K mark. I'll try and get a fix on how she's travelling.
So she'll come through just 13:20 for Madison Nash.
So still going along at under the 4:30 pace, which is fantastic for Madison. So she's maintaining beautifully here as Marcus now streams past the commentary box once again and looks absolutely superb as he comes through to get 4 laps to go, the metric mile.
So this is absolute textbook race walking out there from Marcus Joaquim. He's making this look easy. I need to stress just how hard it is to keep your form in an event like this, but right now he is floating on clouds. Coming through behind him now, through the start-finish line, is Riley Coughlin, who's leading this men's under-17 event, just over 14 minutes. This group of 3, Pushatina on the shoulder there, still working really well together, and inside of her is Imbriano and also Zachary Matters of Box Hill. So that group of 3 has not been separated for well on 2 kilometres at the moment. But Marcus Joaquim up this back straight. It started with 5 metres, it's grown into about 70. And he's in no rush to slow down. I know you said he needs to return some 4-minute Ks. Certainly well within his capabilities, if anything, this morning is anything to judge by. And Marcus Joaquim looking good.
But Coughlin also maintaining nicely. That gap's stretching a little bit, but you're seeing Riley maintaining good form down the back straight there as he goes just past Scott Piet. As we see Emily Smith just going through the finish line. And Joaquim coming through. He'll be getting 3 laps to go.
So he makes his way around. Madison Nash, the leader of our women's under-18 5,000, who, as you mentioned, is still under that 4-minute 30K mark, which is absolutely moving. And Marcus Joaquim, 1,200 metres to go here in this men's 5,000 metre race walk. It's still showing no signs of slowing down at the moment. Joaquin, maybe a slight grimace on the face there, but with 3 laps to go, time to dig deep. As you mentioned, Coghlan still beautiful technique, beautiful form, and hasn't really dropped off the pace all that much, Tim.
No, and form's still really good as he comes through, and he'll be getting 3 laps to go as well. So we're approaching the 4-kilometre mark, so Marcus will hit that as he hits that 200 metres. So we'll get a split there and just see how he's travelling in that all-important 3 to 4. Then he's got 4 to 5, Mitch, to bring it home.
So just watching the clock now. It's almost a battle of time for Marcus Joaquin, making his way up this back straight. He's just over 16 minutes now, so 16:10, 16:11-ish for that 4-kilometre mark. So another 4:03 for Marcus Joaquin. You'd have to dip under the 4-minute mark now to be able to break the decade-old record held by Nathan Brill. But Marcus Joaquin just out here doing it by himself. Have a look at what Riley Coghlan goes through as well, this 4-kilometre mark. As we mentioned, a 21:50 to his name for the personal best, and he's going to hit 1 kilometre to go at 16:38 on the clock, so well and truly still under that PB. But Marcus Joaquin, for the second last time, makes his way down this home straight and just rounds another one of our competitors, the man from Collingwood, the biggest sunglasses in the field and the biggest jets as well. So Marcus Joaquin, 800 metres to go, just over 17 minutes, Tim.
Yeah, looks just building to be a great effort. We don't think he's probably going to claim that record, but it augurs well, doesn't it, Mitch, as he leads forwards towards nationals and the rest of this domestic season. So we're seeing a great talent here in Victorian and Australian race walking. But not to be outdone, he's one near back. It's Riley Coghlan, and this man also has a big, big future. Just going past Madison Nash, and I'm going to be really interested to see her finish time here too today, Mitch. I think she is really on target for a big performance.
Been solo for the majority of the race as well, Madison Nash, which is really hard to do over a 12.5 lap event. But looking so smooth, and haven't seen a lot of technique breakdowns out here. This is why they're some of the best in the state, but all looking really comfortable. And up this back straight with 600 metres to go, it is Marcus Joaquin.
Our group of 3 still together, so working nicely there. The Matters, Pachatina, also Imbriano. Piet just coming through. That's 2 laps to go there for Scott. So 500 metres out now. Marcus Joaquin, what a great performance we're seeing here. Great way to start day 2 of the action here, Mitch. We'll be moving on to the 100 metres, and we'll be joined in commentary by Noah Oliver. He's going to be in his expert commentary to the 100s.
So at the moment, Marcus Joaquin, smooth like butter. 400 metres to go. Look at this clock. He's got 18:38 on it there.
So he needs an 80-second last lap to break that record. Don't think that will happen, but once again, it has been a stellar walking performance here, Marcus Joaquin. So Riley Coghlan will hear that great sound of the bell. 19:15 for him as he goes through. He is going to be well and truly in new territory here, PB territory for Riley Coghlan. It's great to see them coming out and putting the big performances down at the state champs, Mitch.
Certainly has, with 200 metres to go as well. It's 19:28, hit the clock for Marcus Joaquin, so he will probably just be outside of that record, but I can't remember the last time it was under threat really over these last 10 years. So Marcus Joaquin in the white singlet is going around the bend here, and he will be your state champion for the men's under 18 5,000 metres. It's 19:50 on the clock, and Joaquin will make his way out into lane 2 or 3 and salute as your state champion. Riley Coghlan also making his way around to the final bend, but it is Marcus Joaquin on the track who will come down and crash the tape just outside of that record. But Marcus Joaquin with a shiny new PB and a state championship.
Subject to the judges. But awesome performance. We saw him coming through there. I'd say that was 20 metres off the record. That's all that separates Joaquim now from that state 2008 Nathan Brill record, 20 metres. And so Coughlin coming through now. Another big performance from him, 21.54. He's going to be, I'd say, a minute ahead of that. What a big, big walk here from Riley Coughlin. Let's get behind the young man from Knox. What a great program they've got out at the Knox Club in their walks. And now I think he's going to be right on that minute PB. Under 20.53 unofficial, Riley Coughlin. Once again, subject to the judges, but big, big walk. And it's great to see the sportsmanship there. Riley going out with Marcus early. Just fading a little bit towards the end, but he's been rewarded with a shiny new personal best.
So phenomenal race walking to kick off things here this Saturday morning is, I believe, 3 laps to go for this group of 3. So still 6 competitors on the track in the 5,000 metre walk.
So Pete coming through. Is Scott on the last lap? I think he might be. I'm about to get the bell. Yep, so 1 to go for Pete as well. And that means a 1 lap also, I'd say, there for Madison Nash. So Pete's got a 23.16 best to his name this season. According to our stats, 27.03 for Nash, so she's well and truly on the way to a big PB as well. And also still great to see that group of 3 still working together. Zach Meadows has led the way. Pashatina's been taking the wide line for many, many laps now, but with Imbriano just tucked in on the rails behind her.
Yeah, just a couple of extra metres there for Pashatina. But amazing that group has not broken up for the majority of this race. So that trio will continue to work together. So I think they'll come down to 2 laps to go once they come to this start-finish line. But on the back straight, it is Piet on his final lap. And always strong walking stocks out of that Ballarat region. So 200 metres to go for Scott Piet. And the men's under 18 5,000 metres. And leading out for our women, here's Madison Nash of Knox. But at the moment, all eyes on Scott Piet. With 150 metres to go in his state championships, this group of 3 now, for the first time, just starting to change a little bit. Leading it out is Zachary Matters, Imbriano right behind him there, and Pashatina just trailing off the back. But it is Scott Piet who are around the bend for the final time here in the men's 5,000 metre walk under 18 event. So Scott Piet in these red colours will come down and complete his journey in this 5,000 metres. And await the judges for Scott Piet. So well done. Unofficially second there in the men's under 18 5,000 metres as our leading woman, Madison Nash of Knox, will come down and hear the sweet sound of the bell. So there it is for Madison Nash, 400 metres to go, 24.07 on the clock. And behind her there is Knox compatriot and fellow under 18 5,000 metre walker, Emily Smith. And on the back straight, our trio has become a duo. And a duo that will battle it out is Zachary Matters of Box Hill and Joel Imbriano of Diamond Valley, both in this men's under 18 5,000 metre event. So the benefit of that inside line for Zachary Matters. Imbriano right on his shoulder, Pashatina behind them there. And up this back straight on her final lap, as I mentioned, is Madison Nash of Knox. So 200 metres to go for Madison Nash. on this home straight is the jewel of the men's under 18 5,000 metres between Imbriano and Zachary Matters of Box Hill on the inside there. They will hear the bell. So 400 metres to go for this jewel. Behind them there is Emily Smith of Knox. But coming into the straight now for the final time is Madison Nash in this women's under 18 5,000 metre event.
So she'll be a shade over the 26-minute mark, but with her best this season, 27.03. This is very impressive walking here, Madison Nash. So we're going to see quite a few PBs or season's best walked here this morning. Subject once again to the judges. And Nash coming through low 26s. She'll be happy with that. So Madison Nash provisionally taking out the under 18 5,000 metre walk. As we look down the back straight, and Imbriano just starting to edge ahead now of Zach Matters. And this will be provisionally for that bronze medal in that competition. As you see the bell now ringing for Emily Smith.
So 150 metres to go for the provisional bronze medal in this men's under 18 5,000 metre walk. These two have barely been separated for the duration of the 5,000. And with 100 metres to go, they find themselves as far apart as they have been. So entering this home straight now is Zachary Matters and Joel Imbriano. Imbriano in the Diamond Valley green. And Matters in the Box Hill Silks behind him. Certainly not done with yet, Zachary Matters. So Imbriano will put his head down. Zachary Matters behind him there. And these two will come down to the line and finish it off in the 5,000. Imbriano, Matters. Imbriano crosses the line there. Matters behind him. 27.5 minutes on the clock. We now see the third leg of that early trio. Ariana Pashatina coming down under the 28-minute mark, 27.45, around the mark there, wait to be confirmed.
So that's about a 45-second improvement for Ariana, so big walk for her as well. As we look down the track, and Emily Smith rounding the bend. Once again, great to see the Knox contingent out here with Coughlin, also Nash, Pashatina, Smith. As Emily eases her way out to lane 3 here to complete the 5,000 metre journey. Been a very entertaining race, this one. We'll just wait for the judges to confer at the end of the race, but we've seen some big performances, and congratulations to all our competitors here from this 12.5 lap race. And Emily Smith crosses the line, 28.41 thereabouts, and that concludes what was a very interesting 5,000 metre race walk. So let's turn our attention to the infield for the first of our presentations for day 2 here of the Victorian Junior Track and Field Championships. And this is for the women's under 14 discus throw. Our bronze medalist with a best distance of 26.18 metres from Doncaster, Emily McKinley. Our silver medalist with a best distance of 26.35 metres representing Albury Athletics, it's Isla Geddes. And our Victorian Junior Champion with a best distance of 33.10 metres, representing Ringwood, Ruby Ladd. So congratulations to Emily, Isla and Ruby, the medalists in the women's under 14 discus throw.
So we are just 10 minutes away from our next event on the track, which will be the 100 metres. Blink and you will miss them. These are some of the fastest juniors in athletics, and I'm joined by one of the most colourful men in athletics as well. I'm hearing Noah Oliver, still obviously a competitor in the decathlon, but joining me up here in the box while Tim is down there doing Tim things, which we absolutely love. If you have just arrived at the track, please do make sure you check in. I don't want to hear any stories of kids just missing out on being able to compete this weekend, so if you have arrived at the track, make sure you do check in well and truly before your event begins. But only 10 minutes away are the heats of the 100 metres.
Competition already started now in the women's under 18 discus. Eva Wilson from Box Hill stepping into the ring for her first attempt. So let's turn our attention back to the infield for our presentations. And this was for that very exciting walks competition. Let's look at the under-17 men first. And our gold medalist for time of 20:53.21, representing the Knox Athletic Club, Riley Coughlin. Next up in our walks presentations, I think a new personal best of 27:44.94. Let's congratulate our new Victorian champion in the under-17s, representing Knox, Ariana Pashatina. And time now for the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under-18 5,000 metre walk. Receiving the bronze medal with a time of 27:28.07, representing Diamond Valley, Joel Imbriano. The silver medalist with a time of 23:52.59, representing Ballarat YCW, Scott Peart. Our new Victorian champion in time of 20:13.51, just 5 seconds off that Victorian state record. Representing Collingwood Harriers, Marcus Wakim. A big congratulations to Joel, Scott and Marcus, our medalists in the men's under-18 5,000 metre race walk. Madison, is it Madison Nash? It's Madison. Madison. Now let's go to the final walk presentation. It is for the women's under-18 5,000 metre race walk. Our silver medalist with a time of 28:41.11 from Knox Athletic Club, Emily Smith. And our new Victorian champion in time of 26:08.58, also from Knox, Madison Nash. So congratulations to Emily and Madison, the medalists in the women's under-18 5,000 metre race walk. As we see the 100-metre runners starting to make their way out, we will go back to Noah and also Mitch in the main commentary position. But bear in mind, there's lots of action out on the field. The pole vault competition about to get underway. And also that women's under-18 discus throw. Zylevine Bill, you can see, just doing a bit of a warm-up throw over there. So we'll try and keep track of that one as they proceed through the round. So only round 1 at the moment. I think just starting round 2 in the women's under-18 discus throw. So great to see our walks contingent doing the teamwork out there. Group photo for all of our walkers here this morning at Lakeside Stadium. Great competition, that one. And some big, big personal bests being walked. Conditions out here not too bad. Bit of a breeze blowing, but air temperature really nice for competition.
So on the track now is the first of our 100-metre heats, and it will begin with the women's under 14 100 metres. The top three will go through automatically in the next two fastest times spread across the two heats. In lane number 2, representing Nunawading, Alexa Schultz. In lane number 3 from Mentone, Lexi Brown. In lane number 4 from Shepparton, Cassandra Main. In lane number 5 from Frankston, Simone Adelaja. And in lane number 6, rounding out heat 1 of this women's under 14 100 metres from Gippsland, Zaria Dalton. These are all your competitors in the women's under 14 100 metres. And in lane number 7 as well, representing Windaree, Shakira Lual.
On your marks. Stand up. Stand up. On your marks.
So away and racing cleanly, the first time of asking on the outside is Adelaja, and once more is going to be Dalton. So Dalton leaning it out on the inside of her is going to be Lexi Brown. Brown now starts to go to the arms. Oh, it will be Lexi Brown who salutes first. So Lexi Brown takes it out on the outside of there was also Zaria Dalton and Alexa Schultz, the third one to go through automatically there here in heat number 1 of 2 in the women's under 14 100 metres.
ladies and gentlemen, introducing you your second heat of the women's 100 metres for the under-14s. As from this, the top 3 of each heat plus the next 2 fastest times will progress to the final. In lane 2, joining us from Ballarat Harriers, it's Kiana Jenkins. In lane 3 from Collingwood, Penelope Triandos. In lane 4 from Box Hill, the favourite in this heat, Dina Georges. In lane 5 from Geelong Guild, Jemima Hood. In lane 6, joining her friend there from Geelong Guild as well, Tilly McBain. And in lane 7 from Western A's, Charlie Brown. Underway in the second heat, Georges the fastest to get going there, but it seems to be very, very level across the middle there. The Geelong Guild athlete of McBain running very, very well. So is Jemima Hood. It'll be Georges at this stage. There's a little bit of Georges, a little bit of Hood, a little bit of McBain. 13.11 there, so the fastest time came out of that heat there. So athletes will wait patiently to see who makes it through to the finals later tonight.
is our next event, the men's under 15 100 metres. Heat 1 of 2. The top 3 fastest will go through, and the next 2 are responsible on times. Coming out of lane number 2 from Casey Cardinia is Israel Olanian. In lane number 3, representing Frankston, Harrison Brewster. In lane number 4, representing Box Hill, Cooper Brown Castellano. In lane number 5, from Chilwell, Oscar Rose. In lane number 6, from Keilor St Bernard's, Lucas Tran. And in lane number 7, representing Box Hill, Chilean Kathasamy. These are all of your competitors here in heat number 1 of 2 in the men's under 15 100 metres.
On your mark. Stand up, please.
3, 2, 2, 4.
On your mark. Set.
So like a bullet out of a gun, we are away and racing. It's Brown Catasano in the middle of the track, just pumping the arms. 50 metres to go. On the outside of him is Tran, so it's Brown Catasano and Tran. Brown Catasano will crash the tap first. Coming through in the middle there was Rose. Tran on the outside of him. And unofficially, those are your 3 automatic qualifiers. Our next man will have to wait for time, and that is heat number 1 of 2 with the men's under 15 100 metres.
Three rounds into the under-18 women's discus. Quite a good competition going at the moment. Our top 5 are in 5th position at the moment with a best of 30.53. Tara Smith, Diamond Valley in 4th, 32.26. Alejandro Ortega Aguilar from Wyndham. Top 3 are in 34.33. Isabel Faulkner Bogue from Box Hill. In 2nd, currently 34.82. Mariah Pizos from Box Hill. But leading the way, with a best of 47.60. Her PB is 48.07. Xylovine Bill leading the way, getting close to that personal best. 48.07 is what we're watching for.
Ladies and gentlemen, draw your attention back to the track for heat 2 of the men's under 15 100 metres. In lane 1, representing Mentone, Argy Melaminis. In lane 2, from Casey Cardinia, Theodore Eliadis. In lane 3, from Box Hill, Harrison Dolman. In lane 4, sharing the namesake of a Pakistani cricket keeper, Zulkarnain Haider from Keilor St Bernard's. From Eaglehawk, Cooper Richardson. From Box Hill, Levi Anderson. And from Mornington, Darcy Still.
On your mark.
Hayter best to get going there, going off like a Friday night in Melbourne. It should be even Thursday night. Hayter running very, very well here. Looks to be the one here. He'll run between the wickets, the track, and here he goes. Zook Hayter, 11.71 there. Very decent run there. The other boys around him will wait for their times to see who will join Zook and the other boys from the other heat in the final later tonight.
Back to the top of the straight now for the first of two heats in the women's under 15 100 metres. Following suit from the events before, the top three will go through automatically with the next two fastest times joining them in the final. In lane number 2, representing Essendon, Armani Mariohuhu. In lane number 3, representing Collingwood, Ruby Ozugwu. In lane number 4, representing Casey Cardinia, Ariella Sprague. In lane number 5, representing Box Hill, Ishara Ross. In lane number 6, from Ballarat Harriers, Hannah McNeil. And rounding it out in lane number 7, also representing Box Hill, Pia Knight. These are all of your competitors here in the women's under 15 100 metres, Heat 1.
On your mark.
So we are away and racing. The one to watch will be Ariella Sprague, who is the first one to jump. So she slicks her hair back midway up the straight, and she will extend away. On the inside of her will also be Ozugwu, but it is going to be Sprague just over the 12.50 mark. Unofficially on the outside of her was Ishara Ross, and Ozugwu on her inside will unofficially be the three automatically through to the final. And slicks the hair back and hits the jets. Ariella Sprague, the winner of the first heat here in the women's under 15 100 metres.
So currently in second position, Mariah Pizos from Box Hill in the ring in the under 18 discus throw. So 34.82 remains Pizos's best as Zolovine Bill preps herself ready for attempt number 4. 47.60 her best so far, 48.07 her personal best in the discus.
Bring your attention back to the top of the straight for Heat 2 of the 100 metres for women's under 15. As mentioned before, the top 3 from each heat plus the next 2 best times will progress to the final. In lane 2 from Kilo St Bernard's, Layla Stikhuis. In lane 3 from Deakin, Leah Berry. In lane 4 from Diamond Valley, Rebecca Havalika. In lane 5 from Glen Huntly, Laura Wong. In lane 6, from Glen Huntly, Adele Roche. In lane 7, from Box Hill, Jasmine Duray. Ladies and gentlemen, your starters for the Heat 2 of the under 15 100 metres.
On your mark.
Abigail, followed by Eva, with Tara to get ready.
Away cleaning for the first time of asking. Seems to be a very, very broad straight across there. But looks to be the Glen Huntly athlete of Laura Wong working very well next to Rebecca Havalika. Havalika breaking away from the pack here a little bit. It'll be the first 3 to progress here. So it'll be Diamond Valley, Glen Huntly, and looks to be Deakin who will progress through there. And then these ladies again will be waiting to find out.
Eva, followed by Tara, with Alejandra to get ready.
With a throw of 35.08, Abigail McMaster from Sandringham throws herself into second position in this discus competition. Isabel Falconer-Bogue into the ring now in the discus, currently in 4th position. So could we please have the men's under 14 and 15 shot putters through to the presentation area, and also men's under 16 at a long jump through to presentations.
We'll turn our attention back to the top of the home straight for the men's under 16 100 metres. This is heat 1 of number 2, so you guessed it, the top 3 will be automatic, and the next 2 fastest times will join them in the final. In lane number 2, representing St Kevin's, it's Jack Lynch. In lane number 3, representing Keilor St Bernard's, it's Mitchell Yano. In lane number 4, representing Essendon, it is William Hurt. In lane number 5, representing Nuttawading, Cooper Bertram. In lane number 6, representing Eaglehawk, Lewis McIntosh. And in lane number 7, representing Old Scotch, it's Ned Gretton Watson. These are all your competitors here in men's under 16 100, heat 1 of 2.
On your marks.
So away and racing, the cleanest to get out there was Hurt. On the outside of him too will be Bertram. So it's Hurt starting to extend away through the middle of this track. Takes a look on his right shoulder and says, I've done enough. So Hurt now goes through automatically. On the outside of him was Bertram, and Yanello on the inside again. And unofficially, those will be the 3 automatically going through to the final, obviously awaiting confirmation. And the next 2 will have to wait on times. That is heat number 1 of 2 in the men's under 16 100 metres.
Thanks, Mitch. Lots of excitement down here at the discus. 49.37 there for Xylovine Build. New personal best, and drawing in on that Victorian country record for the under 18s. So over the 49 metre mark, drawing in on the 50 here, Xylovine Bill really in great shape. McMaster into the ring now in the discus, currently in 2nd position with best of 35 metres. .33.44 there for McMaster, so 35 remains her best.
Behind their blocks is the heat 2 of the men's under 16 100 metres. In lane 1, joining us from Old Melburnians, it's Oliver Rissu. In lane 2, from Mentone, Yanni Melaminas. In lane 3, from Chilwell, Tobias Servan. Lane 4 is empty. In lane 5, from Richmond, Finn Quinn. In lane 6 from Sandringham, Archie O'Rourke. And in lane 7 from Frankston, Orlando Fanavong.
On your marks. Stand up. On your marks.
Quinn away faster than the general population after the COVID pandemic ended there. Quinn running very, very well. It'll be Quinn's race here, just cruising on through. A little bit Fred Curley-esque there. Joining us on Thursday night, of course. Mighty Fred. 11.76 there, so Finn Quinn will take himself to the final tonight.
Back on the infield, and we're going to do our presentation for the men's under 14 shot put competition. And with the best distance of 5.07, representing Wendouree, our bronze medalist is Dermot Orchard. Our silver medalist with the best distance of 7.23 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, Mason Hambling. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion with the best of 8.59 metres, representing Eureka, Lee Benbow. So well done Dermot, Mason and Lee, the medalists in the men's under 14 shot put championship. And let's go straight to the men's under 15 shot put presentations as the rain starts to fall at Lakeside. With a best of 12.49 metres, representing South Bendigo, our bronze medalist, Connor Wilson. $13.78, that was the silver medal performance, and that was by Casey Cadinius, Theodore Aliadis. And with only 3 centimetres separating second from first, our gold medalist and Victorian champion with a best of 13.81. Also from South Bendigo, Kai Norton. And from the shot put, we'll move to the long jump presentations. This will be for the men's under 16 long jump championship of Victoria. For best distance of 5.71 metres, receiving the bronze medal from Athletics Chilwell, Guy Williams. In second position, receiving the silver medal, also from Athletics Chilwell, with a best of 5.91 metres, Tobias Servin. Victorian champion with a best of 5.92. Only 1 centimetre separating first and second. Representing Collingwood Harriers, Jasper Louis. So great performances there from Guy, Tobias and Jasper. Our medalists in the men's under 16 long jump. That's all right. In the combined under 15, under 16 pole vault, the bar currently at 2 metres 50. So 250 in the combined men's under 15, under 16 pole vault.
Back to the top straight. It is the first heat of 2 in our women's under 16 100 metres. Top 3 automatically. Next 2 fastest times, we'll wait to see if they join the final. In lane number 1, representing Western Athletics, Holly Gardner. In lane number 2, representing Frankston, Cecilia Agostino. In lane number 3, from Essendon, Sasha Jerson. In lane number 4, representing Diamond Valley, Maddie Ma. In lane number 5 from Ballarat Harriers, Grace Crow. In lane number 6, representing Sandringham, Valentina Lutic. In lane number 7, representing Geelong Guild, Amelia Patano. And rounding it out in lane number 8, representing Ballarat Harriers, Chloe Valentine. These are your competitors here in the first heat of the women's under 16 100 metres.
On your mark.
So they will be sent back behind the blocks here in heat number 1 of 2 in the women's under 16 100 metres and leave it in the hands of our officials.
Lane 2, unsteady. On your mark.
So we are away of the second time asking, and it is Grace Crow who gets the best jump. Inside of her was Ma, who edged her out at the All Schools. So it's Crow, Ma, a battle as old as time itself. Oh, but it's going to be Crow who takes it out. Ma on the inside of her. And Agostino possibly there will take that third spot unofficially, of course. But sensational racing here in the first heat of our women's under 16 100 metres. Keep a close eye on that Grace Crow, I should say, Maddie Ma battle.
So we're just finalising competition here in the under 14 long jump. Dina Giges from Box Hill has taken it out. So 491, the best distance there for Dina. Second position in the last round, Summer Moran from John Guild, 450, and taking the bronze medal. For the best of 435, it is Alexi Brown from Mentone. So they're our medalists in the under 14 women's long jump.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing your attention back to the top of the straight here for the Heat 2 of the under 16 women's 100 metres. Joining us from Maccabi in lane 1, it is Kira Donner. In lane 2 from Eaglehawk, Isabella Noonan. In lane 3 from Mornington, Lucy Quinn. In lane 4 from Sandringham, and the favourite for this heat, Charlie Sullivan. In lane 5 from Glen Huntley, Julia Zaitseva. In lane 6 from St Kevin's, Paloma Gattino. In lane 7 from Sandringham, Hayley Auden. In lane 8 from Albury, Panya Taylor.
On your mark.
Sullivan away rapidly, so is Zaitseva and Quinn. Looks to be standing out of Sullivan. Sullivan making a very easy run here, but it looks like it'll be the closer battle between the Glen Huntley athlete of... Yeah, so it'll be Sullivan, Zaitseva and Quinn who will take the first 3 fastest. The next 2 fastest will wait very, very eagerly and patiently for this evening's finals.
Let's switch our attention back to the infield, and we're going to do the presentations for a very exciting women's under-18 discus throw competition. Collecting the bronze medal for new personal best of 35.08, representing Sandringham, Abigail McMaster. And with a great clutch throw on the final rounds, getting back into the silver medal position with a best of 35.90 from Box Hill, Mariah Pizos. But our Victorian champion with also a new personal best of 49.37, representing Albury Athletics, Xylene Beale, with the best cheer squad in Lakeside. So congratulations, Abigail, Mariah and Xylene, what was a very entertaining women's under-18 discus competition. And fresh out of the sandpit, it is the women's under-14 long jump victory ceremony and medal presentation. Our bronze medalists with a best distance of 4.35 metres, representing Mentone, Lexi Brown. And with a new personal best of 4.50 metres, propelled her into the silver medal position from Geelong Guild, Summer Morange. The gold medalist today with a best of 4.91 metres from Box Hill, Dina Gerges. So congratulations to Lexi, Summer and Dina, our medalists in the women's under-14 long jump competition. So a reminder for athletes looking for a bit of information about the National Championships, which will be taking place later in April. Tom Gamble is up in the President's Room at the top of the main grandstand. So if you've got any questions, particularly from athletes, parents or coaches about the National Championships, just check in with Tom. Tom will also be wandering around the venue. Most people are getting to know Tom now. He's been managing our Vic teams for a little while now. So Tom Gamble's your man if you've got any questions at all about what it requires to get to Nationals, all the details about those National Championships coming up later this year. So the bar's now at 280 in the combined under 15 and under 16 pole vault competition for men. Still a few competitors to come into this competition.
Back to the track now. We have the first of 3 heats in our men's under 17 100 metres. It will be only the fastest in each heat will be automatic, and then the next 5 best times will join them in the final. In lane number 2, representing Box Hill, Martin Ling. In lane number 3, representing Frankston, Jack Brewster. Now in lane number 4, representing Ringwood, Corey Mason. In lane number 5, representing Casey Cardinia, Zion Great Alanian. In lane number 6, representing Williamstown, Matt Severa. In lane number 7, representing Glen Huntley, Xavier Cirello. In lane number 8, rounding it out, also representing Nunawading, William Zeng. These are all of your competitors here in the men's under 17 100 metres. The top one will be the first 2, and then the next 2 fastest times to join them from there in the final.
On your mark.
So away and racing here in the men's under 17 100. Corey Mason, the best to jump on the outside of him of Zion Great Alanian, but it is all Corey Mason at the moment as he extends away from Alanian and does so with ease. It's Corey Mason in front of Zion Great Alanian and Jack Brewster third from there. So only the top 2 will be automatic. We'll wait for the official times. But at the moment, it will be Corey Mason and Zion Great Alanian potentially going straight through to that final. The next 2 fastest times across the 3 heats will join the first 2 across the line automatically here in the men's under 17 100 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention back to the top of the straight for heat 2 of 3 in the under 17 men's on 100 metres. In lane 2 from Williamstown, we have Aidan Meaton. In lane 3 from Box Hill, Darcy Nixon. In lane 4 from Ballarat Harriers, Aubrey Watson. In lane 5 from Corio, Lucas Pearce. In lane 6 from Essendon, Ravine Olwys. In lane 7 from Old Scotch, Oliver Moore. And in lane 8 from Essendon, Imani Olakali. Your starters for heat 2 of 3.
On your mark.
So heat number 3 of 3 in our men's under 17 100 metres are behind the blocks and ready to go. In lane number 2, representing Knox, Jackson Ryan. In lane number 3, from Old Melburnians, Elias Oldfield. In lane number 4, from Williamstown, Dashiel Muir. In lane number 5, from Geelong Guild, Caleb Kilpatrick. In lane number 6, from Frankston, Jack McKernan. In lane number 7, from Coburg, Patrick Dixon Game. And rounding it out in lane number 8 from Knox, Thomas Day. These are all your competitors here in heat 3 of 3 in the men's under 17 100 metres.
On your mark.
So we are away and racing, and one of the best to jump was Dixon Game on the outside. Now starting to extend away beautifully is Kilpatrick Oldfield on the inside of him. So Kilpatrick and Oldfield will be the first 2 to cross the tape. On the outside of there was Jack McKernan of Frankston as well. But Caleb Kilpatrick and Elias Oldfield, unofficially the first 1 and 2 across the line automatically. And we will wait and see who the 2 fastest times are to be joining our other competitors here in the men's under 17 100 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing your attention back to the top of the straight for the, once again, for the start of the heats of the women's under 17 100 metres. Joining us from Frankston, we have Gabrielle Bianame from Frankston. In lane 3, from Athletics Southwest, Ruby Darcy. In lane 4, from Geelong Guild, Isabella Tarr. In lane 5, from Essendon, Lilybella Hilly. In lane 6, from Knox, Morgan Huey. And in lane 7, from Western A's, Chloe Portelli. Ladies and gentlemen, your starters for heat 1 of 3. Out of the box for the first time of asking. Tarr making a great case for herself here, running very, very well with the athlete on the inside. Athletic Southwest, Ruby Darcy as well going with her. Hilly from Essendon also running very well, but it'll be Tarr's race here. It'll look like Tarr, Hilly, the Knox athlete of Hui. 12.81 there, so that's quite a fast run there for their age. So the other ladies will be standing behind their blocks, getting a little bit nervous seeing what time they've got to put down to get themselves through to tonight's final.
Now is heat number 2 of 3 in our women's under 17 100 metres. Top 2 automatically in the next 2 fastest times will be joining them in the final. In lane number 2, representing Geelong Guild, Macy Knight. In lane number 3, representing Knox, Hayley Buckley. In lane number 4, from the City of Churches, South Australia, Holly Sweeney. In lane number 5, from Box Hill, Sienna McDonald. In lane number 6, from Chilwell, Lily Corp. And rounding it out in lane number 7, from Diamond Valley, Alexia Moxon. These are all your competitors here in heat number 2 of 3 of the women's under 17 100 metres.
On your mark.
So we'll come back for the second time of asking here in the women's under 17 100 metres, heat number 2.
False start. Lane 4. Qualified.
So we're away cleanly here. The best to do it was Hayley Buckley on the outside of her, Sienna McDonald. So Buckley, McDonald, dueling it out over the final 50. One out there was Corp, but I believe it will be Sienna McDonald just on the nose there. Inside Hayley Buckley, on the outside Lily Corp, Knight, and then Moxon. So the race went off without Holly Sweeney, our South Australian Invitational, but the first two to go through, Sienna McDonald and Hayley Buckley, just to wait confirmation here in heat number 2 of 3 in the women's under 17, 100 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing your attention to the top of the straight once again. Heat 3 of 3 in the women's under 17 100 metres. In lane 2 from Mentone, we have Sophie Cheap. In lane 3 from Glen Huntly, Alice Hollingsworth. In lane 4, the favourite for this event, Armani Anderson. In lane 5 from Glen Huntly, Isabel Zhang. And in lane 6 from Sandringham, Charlie Siegler. Your starters for heat 3 of 3.
On your mark.
Anderson away rapidly as expected, making it her race here very clearly, but Hollingsworth as well going with her. Be close one here, but seems to be Anderson who's going to make a great run for it. The two Glen Huntly athletes battling it out here. 4, 3 and 5. Ladies again will wait patiently.
It will be heat number 1 of 3 in the men's under 18 100 metres. The top 2 will be automatic, and the next 2 fastest times will join them in the final. In lane number 2 from Mornington, Ollie Featherston. In lane number 3 from Chilwell, Kikiola Lowenson. In lane number 4 from Casey Cardinia, Jeremy Kariuki. In lane number 5 from Glen Huntley, William Wong. In lane number 6, representing Essendon, Mackenzie Leith. And in lane number 7, rounding it out here in heat number 1 of 3 in the men's under 18 100 metres from Williamstown, Ryan Dawson.
On your mark.
So away in racing, it was Leith who had the best of them all, but Kariuki now starting to make his presence felt. Wong on the middle of both of them, so it's Kariuki. Oh, he just turns it off and says, I'll go right on through. It's Kariuki on the outside, was Wong, and Leith not too far away from the shoulder. So the top 2 will be automatic. The next 2 fastest times will join in the final. But Jeremy Kariuki, how do you do here in the men's heat number 1 of 3 in the under 18 100 metres?
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you heat 2 of 3 in the men's under 18 100 metres. From the inside to the outside, from Eureka, Bradley Carter in lane 2. In lane 3 from Western A's, Chilo Idris. In lane 4 from Ringwood, Bruce Dumez. In lane 5 from Western A's, Pascal Bassioni. In lane 6 from Athletic Southwest, Jesse Suter. In lane 7 from Melbourne Uni, Samarveer Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, your starters for heat 2 of 3.
On your mark.
Dumais away very quickly. Idris on the inside, sticking with him. Looks to be Suter as well, running very, very well. But Dumais will take this one on the inside. The Western A's athlete of Bassioni as well. Very, very hotly contested heat there. 11.28, so that elusive sub-11 barrier is very close. We shall see it break most definitely tonight if the conditions stay as they are. A very, very light minus 0.4 on the wind gauge.
Attention back to the infield, and we've got the presentation for the men's under-16 shot put competition. Our bronze medalist with the best distance of 12.75 metres, representing Glen Huntly, Cooper Acklom. The silver medalist with the best of 13.35 metres, representing Athletics Waverley, Will Amiatu. And our new Victorian champion with the best distance of 16.27 metres, representing Diamond Valley, Payora Akirua. So congratulations, Cooper, Will and Para, our medalists in the men's under-16 shot put. And let's go back to the 100-metre action.
So on the track now is heat 3 of 3 in our men's under 18 100 metres. In lane number 2, representing Glen Huntly, Tom Templeton. In lane number 3 from Williamstown, Kai Hunak. In lane number 4 from Western Athletics, Jaden Nee. In lane number 5 from Wyndon, Alexandru Hanu. And in lane number 6, rounding it out here in heat number 3 of 3 in the men's under 18 100 metres from Corio, Benjamin Day.
On your mark.
So we're away in racing. It's Jeremy Nee with the best start and starts to extend away. 50 metres to go. Jeremy Nee on the outside. Alexandru Hanu takes a look over his right shoulder and does enough. So Jeremy Nee on the outside of him. Alexandru Hanu, Templeton and Hunak close there for third place. So the top two will automatically go through to that final. We will await confirmation. The next two fastest will join in the men's under 18 100 metres. Right now is our women's under 18 100 metres, which will have 3 heats as well. So top 2 automatic, the next 2 fastest times joining in the final. Out of lane number 2, representing Ballarat YCW, Imke Brewer. In lane number 3, representing Ringwood, Marinda Carter. In lane number 4, representing Diamond Valley, Katie Oliver. In lane number 5, from Box Hill, Jennifer Lim. And in lane number 6, representing Keilor St Bernard's, Jasmine Galang. These are all your competitors here in heat number 1 of 3 of the women's under 18 100 metres.
On your mark.
So Oliver, the first one to straighten up. On the outside of her is Jennifer Lim. It's Oliver and Lim now starting to push their way down this home straight, and extending away the best of it will be Katie Oliver. So she will crush the tape first. On the outside, Jennifer Lim. Inside, Miranda Carter. We'll have to wait on time, so unofficially it will be Katie Oliver and Jennifer Lim, the first 2 across the line here at heat number 1 of 3 in the women's under 18 100 metres.
So the end of round 3 of the under-16 women's long jump, and it's Amy Fitzgerald leading the way on 5.61. Next up with a best of 5.49, Carla Boris, and currently sitting in 3rd. Looks like it would be Cecilia Agostino on 5.26. So they're the top 3 in the women's under-16 long jump at the end of round 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the start of the 100 metres. For heat 2 of the under 18. In lane 2 from Nunawading, Cheyenne Van Ravenstein. In lane 3 from Diamond Valley, Olivia Sheens. In lane 4 from Mentone, Alamide Araba. In lane 5 from Keilor St Bernard's, Lily Ground. In lane 6 from Diamond Valley, Annalise Jones. And in lane 7 from Western A's, Summer Harris.
On your mark.
Ground's taking a claim there, but Araba's run very, very well there. Can Ground make up the ground? But it seems to be Araba who's going to take this one very easily. Those max flies just touching down very, very repeatedly, very well. This will be Araba, Ground.
Competition well underway here in the under-17 discus throw. Melissa Benbow leading the way, 40-13 on attempt 3 is her best. Fishana C. Denthailen in the ring at the moment, currently in second with a best of 31.90. Amber Fox from South Bendigo currently sitting in third position with a best of 30.87.
So for the final time in this women's under-18 100 metres, we do have the third of 3 heats. In lane number 2 from St Kevin's, Charlie Matthews. In lane number 3 from Glen Huntly, Isabella Hollins. In lane number 4 from Eaglehawk, Georgia Morrison. In lane number 5 from Albury, Ashley Cardy. And in lane number 6 from Bellarine, Michaeli Werner. Rounding it out in lane number 7 in heat 3 of 3 in the women's under-18 100 metres from Essendon, Anne-Marie Petrovic.
On your mark.
So the best to jump on the outside there was Ashley Cardy. Right on her shoulder is Michaela Warner. Now starting to extend away is Georgia Morrison. Straight through the middle of the track. It's all Georgia Morrison in this heat number 3. Morrison takes it out. On the outside of there, the early starter, Ashley Cardy, will be in second position. And the rest will have to wait on time to see if they are one of the two to join them in the finals in the women's under-18 100 metres.
On the runway now, Cooper Bertram. Bars at 360. And it's good. The white flag will go up on that one. 375 is the PB for Bertram. So as the bar advances up, we'll be getting into that area soon. So time to lock it down, get your eyes on to the pole vault action.
So soon on the track will be some of our 400-metre hurdle finals. But if you're an athlete or a family that has just come into the athletics track, please do make sure you check in up here on the top deck, on the grandstand side, an hour before your race, minimum, just to make sure nobody goes without a race here this afternoon, or a jump or a throw. So again, if you have just made your way to the track, please check in at least an hour before your race, as our men's under 18 and 17 400-metre hurdle competitors are on the track, nearing ready to go.
Bertram just asking the officials to adjust the stands. With pole vault, you can adjust the offset of the bar to the edge of the box. So the box is where the pole gets planted into. It's a pretty technical event, and as you can see here, you can dial it in to make it to suit your vaulting. There at 370, so he moves to 380, which will be definite PB territory for him. Very nice, easy clearance there.
So let's draw our eyes back into the infield. Our next presentation, the women's under 14 shot put competition. With a best distance of 9.97 metres, receiving the bronze medal representing Doncaster, Emily McKinley. In the silver medal position with a best of 10.28 metres, representing Ringwood, Ruby Ladd. Once again, atop the podium with a best of 11.56 metres, representing Box Hill, Dina Gurgis. So congratulations to Emily, Ruby and Dina, the medalists in the women's under 14 shot put. And before we go to the hurdles, the boys patiently waiting behind their blocks, let's do the next of our presentations, which is the Women's Under 16 Long Jump Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with the best distance of 5.26 metres, representing Frankston, Cecilia Agostino. With the best of 5.49 metres and representing Athletics Chilwell in the silver medal position, Carla Boris. Let's introduce our new Victorian champion with the best of 5.61 metres, representing Sandringham, Amy Fitzgerald. Congratulations to Cecilia, Carla and Amy in the Women's Under 16 Long Jump Championship of Victoria. And we'll now go back to the action on the track with Mitch and Noah.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing your starters for the final of the men's under 18 400 metre hurdles. The Victorian state record for this event, set in 1999 by Sean Avery, could possibly fall in this race, but we'll have to see what these athletes can produce. In lane 2 from Glen Huntly, it's Naduka Ranasingh Arachig. In lane 3 from Ringwood, Noah Thorpe. In lane 4, the favourite for this one from Geelong Guild, Max Franklin. In lane 5 from Ringwood, Fraser Parker. In lane 6 from Chilwell, Seth McLeish. And in lane 7, rounding out this final from Box Hill, Hamish Davidson. Ladies and gentlemen, your starters for the final of the men's under 18 400 metre hurdles.
On your marks.
Away very cleanly and approaching the first set of the hurdles here. Very, as they break this stagger, it looks to be Max Franklin from Geelong Guild moving very well down there, picking up most of the field as they round the back straight. Franklin in great form there, clearing the hurdles with ease. He's taking very clean heels through this race. Once again, Franklin coming through there in 25-ish. He seems to be pushing very well. Takes a hit to the hurdle there, but running very, strongly around the bend. The Geelong Guild athlete definitely taking this race here, but it's the Ringwood athlete from, in Parker that also seems to be running very well there. Two Ringwood athletes as well in this race, Noah Thorpe and Fraser Parker, dueling out here. A bit of bragging rights back at the training track, but it looks to be Max Franklin here from Geelong Guild. Seems to be taking this one here. Appreciate it, mate. That's a state championship for you. And a bit of a tight race there, but Ringwood athlete of Noah Thorpe in second, then third will be Fraser Parker. 54.75 unofficially, so that looks like it could be a PB by my records here for Max Franklin. Well done, mate.
Time now for our next presentation. It's the Women's Under-17 Discus Throw Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with the best distance of 32.07 metres, representing South Bendigo, Amber Fox. With a best of 32.97 metres, receiving our silver medal and representing Albury Athletics, Emma Wally. Our Victorian champion with the best distance of 40.13 metres from the Eureka Club, Alyssa Benbow. Congratulations to Amber, Emma and Alyssa, our medalists in the women's under-17 discus throw.
So friends, families, athletes and coaches, we turn your attention to the track for the final of our men's under-17 400 metre hurdles. The Vic record of 53.35, set in 2001 by Ned McLeod of Box Hill, could very well be under threat. In lane number 3, representing Box Hill, Darcy Nixon. In lane number 4, from Keilor St Bernard's, Ethan Stegerhoyce. In lane number 5, from the Bendigo Harrogers, it's Reeve Evans. And in lane number 6, rounding it out from Nunawading, it is William Zeng. These are all your competitors here in the men's under-17 400 metre hurdle final.
On your marks.
So away cleanly here in the men's under-17 400 metre hurdles. One of the best to jump was Reeves. On the inside of him is Stegerhoyce. As they make their way around this initial bend, it's Stegerhoyce who will greet the first hurdle, or the second first. Nixon on the inside of him and Evans on the outside. So Stegerhoyce just gliding along the back straight at the moment. Clears the third hurdle on the inside of him. is also going to be Reeves. So on the outside there, it's Evans, Stegelhuis. Inside of them is Nixon. It's a battle in two at the moment. Stegelhuis and Evans clearing the hurdles at the same time as they make their way around the bend. A little bit of a fumble there from Reeve Evans. Stegelhuis on the inside, comes into the final straight, puts his head down and tries to accelerate away. So it's Ethan Stegelhuis who starts to clear out here in the men's under 17 400-metre hurdles. There was only one that could separate him. He goes to the arms. Watch the clock here, just under the 60-second barrier. And it's Ethan Stegelhuis. Reeve Evans there for second. Coming through for third is Darcy Nixon. And rounding it out here will be William Zeng of Nunawading. But the under 17 men's 400-metre hurdles will belong to Ethan Stegelhuis.
Our next presentation, the men's under 15 pole vault championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with a best clearance of 2.80 metres, which is a personal best from Athletics Nunawading, Cyrus Ong. The silver medalist with best clearance of 3.00 metres, also a personal best from Old Scotch, Lachlan Gumley. Our new Victorian champion with a best of 3.30 metres, also a personal best, representing Williamstown, Zach Sanderson. Congratulations to Cyrus, Lachlan and Zach, all PBing here this afternoon, the Victorian Championships in the men's under 15 pole vault competition. So next presentation will be for the final of the men's under 18 400-metre hurdle championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with a time of 57.02, representing Ringwood, Fraser Parker. Second position receiving the silver medal with a time of 56.56, also from Ringwood, Noah Thorpe. from the Geelong Guild Athletic Club, and with a time of 54.72 seconds, our new Victorian champion, Max Franklin. So great running from Fraser, Noah and Max, the medalists in the men's under 18 400 metre hurdle championship of Victoria.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing your starters for the final of the women's under 18 400 metre hurdles.
Are we good to keep introducing, Richard?
Ladies and gentlemen, for the second time, I'll introduce you the starters of the women's under 18 400 metre hurdles final. In lane 2 from Diamond Valley, Annalise Jones. In lane 3 from Diamond Valley, Charlie Dixon. In lane 4, the favourite for this one from Chilwell, Amali Butcher. In lane 5 from Ballerine, Erin Foley. In lane 6 from Casey Cardinia, Grace Clemens. And in lane 7 from Yarra Rangers, Sasha Carroll. Your starters for the final of the women's under 18 400 metre hurdles.
On your mark. Set. Stand up, please. Turn it up a little bit. Testing, testing. Can you hear me now? Thank you. On your marks. Set.
Butcher from Chilwell away very well. Foley from Bellarine also working very well. As we see, as they come around the bend, we'll start to see the stagger break. But it definitely seems to be Butcher there. She's chopping the whole field up. Making her way down the back straight, putting those levers down over the hurdles. She's clearing it with ease. This will be Butcher's race, as we can see so far of it. But Foley running very, very well with her too. It also looks to be Grace Clemens from Casey Cardinia making a great case for herself too. But rounding the bend, it'll be Butcher. Butcher's making it very, very clear. She's got very clean heels for this race. Definitely won't be any soreness. As the lactic starts to pick up most of the field, we can see those arms start to do a lot more of the working here. It's about now where I say this is too much for me and walk home. But these girls have got 3 more hurdles to go. Butcher running very, very well here. Keeping those eyes up, so is Foley. Foley running very well behind her too, but Butcher will take this one as far as I know. She's cleared the last hurdle, so it's a matter of staying upright through this last 20 metres of the race. It'll be Amali Butcher from Chilwell. She'll take the state title in 65 seconds, followed by Erin Foley from Bellarine and the Casey Cardinia athlete of Grace Clemens. An excellent race there, an excellent run there. Good job.
Now our women's under 17 400-metre hurdle final competitors. In lane number 3, representing Doncaster, Eliza Shivers. In lane number 4, also from Doncaster, Shakira Harding. And in lane number 5 on the outside, from Diamond Valley, Jameson Lander. These are your competitors in the women's under 17 400-metre hurdle final.
On your marks. Set.
So we are away the first time of asking in the women's under-17 400-metre hurdle final. Shakira Harding clearing these hurdles with ease through the opening. She makes her way to the second one. Behind her there will be Eliza Shivers, and so too Jamieson Lander on the outside. But at the moment, it is all Shakira Harding of Doncaster up this back straight. Just starting to extend away and get a little bit faster in the leg turnover. On the outside of her is Jamieson Lander, and Shivers still putting in a good effort on the inside. So coming around this final bend is going to be Shakira Harding, just continuing to extend away. A 63-second PB to her name. We'll try and chase that here this afternoon. So at the moment, it's Shakira Harding. Shivers on the inside, Lander on the outside as well. Make their way into this opening home straight. But at the moment, it's all Shakira Harding with 2 more hurdles to clear. Only one separates her now from the line. Shakira Harding of Doncaster clears the last one, and it will extend away as your under-17 state champion. Goes to the arm. 63 is the PB, and just outside of that, but state champion as well. Jamieson Lander comes down to crash the tape, and the final competitor through here will be Eliza Shivers of Doncaster. But yeah, state champion, the women's under-17 400-metre hurdles will be Shakira Harding.
Women's under-18 400-metre hurdle championship of Victoria. Receiving the bronze medal in a time of 71.50 seconds, representing Casey Gdynia, Grace Clemens. The silver medalist in a time of 69.51 seconds, representing Ballerine Athletics, Erin Foley. Now, gold medalist and Victorian champion in a time of 65.48 seconds, representing Athletics Jewel, Amali Butcher. Medals presented by Athletics Victoria CEO, Matthew Duck. So big congratulations, Grace, Erin and Amali, our medalists in the women's under-18 400 hurdles. 400-metre hurdle presentations about to get underway, once again presented by Matthew Duck, CEO of Athletics Victoria. Our bronze medalist representing the Doncaster Athletic Club, Eliza Shivers. From Diamond Valley in the silver medal position, it is Jamison Lander. And our gold medalist, the Victorian champion from Doncaster, it is Shakira Harding. So well done to Eliza, Jamison and Shakira, the medalists in the women's under 17 400-metre hurdles. As we look across the track and they're getting ready, lined up for the 200-metre hurdles. We'll go back to the commentary position with Noah Oliver and also Mitch Dyer.
Thank you, Tim. Now introducing your first heat of the men's under 16 200-metre hurdles. In lane 3, from Old Melburnians, it's Oliver Rissu. In lane 4, from Glen Huntly, the favourite in this heat, Cooper Acklam. In lane 5, from Kilo St Bernard's, it's Mark Mavrakis. And in lane 6, from Bellarine, Max Reed. Ladies and gentlemen, your starters for heat 1 of 2. From this race, the top 3 in each heat plus the next 2 best times will progress to the final.
On your marks.
Acklam and Mavrakis best to get going here, but Acklam running very well here, but Mavrakis breaking the stagger very quickly, coming around onto the straight here. It'll be clean heels all the way through here. As they get onto the straight, it looks to be the Kilo St Bernard's athlete, followed by the Bellarine athlete of Max Reed. Max Reed gaining on him slightly, but it looks to be Cooper Acklam as well, but it looks to be Mavrakis here who's going to be keep going very well. His eyes up, he's focused very straight on the finish line. It'll be Mavrakis, Reed, Acklam, then Rissu. 27.65 there, so very decent run. These boys will keep an eye on that. Obviously, to take that next 2 fastest time, that'll be Oliver Rissu looking at that there to get himself a ticket to the final tonight.
The
Introducing your starters for heat 2 of 2 in the men's under 16 200-metre hurdles. From Casey Cardinia, and in lane 2, Liam Piccolo. In lane 3, joining us from St Kevin's, Will Lynch. In lane 4, the fastest in this heat, from Bellarine, Miller Smith. In lane 5, from Nunawading, Jake Frost. And in lane 6, from Collingwood, James Edgar. Ladies and gentlemen, the top 3 in this heat, plus the next 2 best times will progress to the final.
On your marks. Set.
As expected, Smith making a great dash to the first hurdle, clearing it very well. He's got very good stride, very great hip position here as he goes straight over there. Sticking with him there is Jake Frost as well. It'll be Frost and Miller coming onto the straight here. I can't tell the difference between them from where I am, but hopefully we start to see a bit more breaking away here. Let's be Miller Smith here. He is the Victorian Country Championship record holder here, so can he maybe better that in the final later tonight? We don't know, but Miller Smith will take this one. It'll be Jake Frost and then the Casey Senior athlete of Liam Piccolo. So those 3 will progress to the final, and the next 2 fastest, those boys will wait patiently and eagerly to find out whether they will be here in the final.
Thanks, guys, and great calling there in our hurdles events. Now let's go back to our presentations. The men's under 16 pole vault competition. And with the best clearance of 2.90 metres, receiving the bronze medal from Glenn Huntley, Cooper Acklom. With a best of 3.30 metres from Doncaster, receiving the silver medal, Felix Hatwich. Our gold medalist and Victorian champion with a best of 3.90 metres, representing Athletics Nunawading, Cooper Bertram. So congratulations and great crowd feeling there for the medalists here in the men's under 16 pole vault competition.
So on the track now is the final of the men's under 15 200 metre hurdles. The Vic State record is 25.37, set by Andy McGrath of Glen Huntley back in 2013. In lane number 2, representing Box Hill, Chilean Kathasamy. In lane number 3 from Keilor St Bernard's, Lucas Tran. In lane number 4 out of Glen Huntley, Matthew Malias. In lane number 5 from Geelong Guild, Evan Bainbridge. In lane number 6 from Nunawading, Max Wright. And rounding out our men's under 15 200 metre hurdle final, in lane number 7 from Box Hill, Luke Duval.
On your mark. Set.
Away in racing, and it was Malias who got the best of the jump there in the baby blue of Glenn Huntley. On his inside is Tran, on the outside is Bainbridge. So as they start to make their way into this home straight, it is all Malias. He starts to stamp his authority on this men's under 15 200 metre hurdles, clearing them with these. On the outside of him is Evan Bainbridge in second, but it is all Matthew Malias. It was, it is, it always will be Matthew Malias. 26.42 unofficially. On the outside there, Bainbridge. Now comes Matt Wright. On the inside of him was Kathan Sami. But the winner of the men's under 15 200 metre hurdles is always going to be Matthew Malias.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing your attention to the far corner of the arena here. It is the under 16 200 metre hurdles. This is a final, of course. The medals are determined already. If you can finish this race, you'll get a medal. So let's see what the placing order is. In lane 3 from Glen Huntley, it's Julia Zaitseva. In lane 4, she's running in the 100 later today. It's Charlie Sullivan from Sandringham. In lane 5, the word on the street is she's pretty fast. It's Georgia Goss from Mornington. Ladies and gentlemen, your starters for the final of the women's under 16 200 metre hurdles.
On your marks.
Sullivan away very quickly there, but they're recalled. Leave it to the officials to determine.
Zone 5, unsteady. Just wait for the gun, please. On your marks. Set.
And they're off very quickly. Charlie Sullivan making the best to go there, passing Goss on the inside. Sullivan running very well here, clearing the hurdles with ease. Goss holding on there. If Sullivan has any kind of faltering, it could be Goss's race here, but it looks to be Sullivan that's going to run very, very well here. She's got 3 hurdles to go, and she is absolutely flying. Goss and Zaitseva are also having a battle here, but it'll be Sullivan here. She's making a great case for herself here. She's going to run well, and it'll be 29 or 30 point just there, followed by Goss, then Zaitseva. The Victorian record, of course, set by Letitia Willis out of Yarra Rangers in 2015 of 27.6, still stands. Quite a dominant family, I would say. The Willises are in the hurdles and a force to be reckoned with. So
Next presentation, the men's under-17 discus championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with the best distance of 38.43 metres, representing Ringwood, Eden Smith. In the silver medal position with a best of 39.67 metres, representing Wendouree, Jace Murray. And our gold medalist, the new Victorian champion with a best of 42.98 metres from Diamond Valley, Asher Andrews. So great performances there from Eden, Jace and Asher. They are the podium finishers in the men's under-17 discus throw. Back to Mitch and Noah in commentary.
The track now is our under-15 women's 200-metre hurdle event. In lane number 3, representing Doncaster, Jameson Harding. In lane number 4, representing Box Hill, Lacey Williams. In lane number 5, representing Glen Huntly, Laura Wong. And in lane number 6, also from Box Hill, Harley Lennon. These are all the starters here on your women's under-15 200-metre hurdles.
On your marks.
So we're away and racing. The best to go there was Lacey Williams. Gets over the hurdles now, but Laura Wong on her outside starts to extend away. Internal from there is Harding. So as they make their way into this home stretch, it's Harding and Wong battling away at the top of the straight. Harding and Wong are going to hit the hurdle at the same time. Behind them there is Williams. Harding on the inside, Wong on the outside. Just gets the better on the inside there. Does Harding. Wong on the outside, one set of hurdles. Harding over at first. Harding with the dip. Harding home. Wong on the outside, Williams in the middle, and finishing off now is Lennon. But Jameson Harding of Doncaster just gets the edge there over Laura Wong in the women's under 15 200 metre hurdles.
So let's go for the next presentation. It's done by Adam McCann from Athletics Nunawading. It's the women's under 15 para long jump, and our gold medalist and Victorian champion with a percentage of 50.27 and a distance of 2.77 metres. Let's congratulate from Athletics Nunawading, Zoe Schultz. Jump, the women's under 17 para event, and with a percentage of 67.87 and a distance of 3.74 metres. Let's congratulate our winner from Diamond Valley, Kira Wright. And we will now go to the presentations for the men's under 17 400 metre hurdles. Our bronze medalist with a time of 69.22, representing Athletics Nunawading and being presented by his coach, William Zhang. Our silver medalist with a time of 64.73 from the Box Hill Athletic Club, Darcy Nixon. Our Victorian champion for a time of 59.27 from Keilor St Bernard's, Ethan Steakhouse. Congratulations to William, Darcy and Ethan, the medalists in the men's under 17 400 metre hurdle Victorian Championship. Back to the boys in commentary for the next of our 200 hurdle events on the track.
Ladies and gents, family, supporters, friends, dogs, cats, if they're allowed in the stadium. Introducing your final of the men's under 14 200 metre hurdles. In lane 4, from Box Hill, we have Cooper Nunn. And in lane 5, joining us from Casey Cardinia, Yanika Pereira.
On your mark.
Nunn best to get going there, taking up the inside of Pereira. Nunn running very well here, got a big, very long, lopey stride. As they come around the bend, it seems to be closer. Pereira putting in a little bit more beans here on this sandwich, but it looks to be Pereira rounding the straight. Can Nunn get off on the inside of him, sitting on his shoulder a little bit there? Pereira running very well. His eyes are firmly fixed on that finish line. It's all he wants is this gold medal here to take his first state championship. Nunn running very well behind him. Pereira very cool as a cucumber running through here. A little bit Fred Curley-esque. 32.85 there. Congratulations, Yanuka Pereira. You are the state champion.
Is the men's under 17 long jump para event. Our silver medalist with a percentage of 48.24 and a distance of 3.44 metres from Mentone, Liam Costello. And our gold medalist today, the Victorian champion with a percentage of 54.18 and a distance of 4.14 metres from the Mornings Peninsula Athletic Club, Kai Davenport. Congratulations to Liam and Kai, medalists in the under 17 men's para long jump.
So on the track now is our women's under 14 200 metre hurdles final, the Victorian record of 29.37 set in 2011 by Anne-Marie Rice of Windaree. Coming out of lane number 3 from Geelong Guild, Jemima Hood. In lane number 4 from Box Hill, Dina Gergis. In lane number 5 from Geelong Guild, Tilly McBain. And in lane number 6, representing Essendon, Sienna Geck. These are your competitors here in the women's under 14 200 metre hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
So away quickly there was Dina Gergis of Box Hill on the inside, Jemima Hood outside of that, Tilly McBain and Sienna Geck as they make their way through now. On the outside is Tilly McBain greeting the hurdles first. Behind her closely is Gergis as they make their way into this home straight. So on the outside is Tilly McBain. Gergis not far away, neither is Jemima Hood. So Hood starts to put her head down. It's Tilly McBain with one more set of hurdles left. McBain clearing it, and watch the clock here. 29 just under there. Well under Tilly McBain, Jemima Hood, and so too Dina Gergis. But sensational running there in our women's under 14 200 metre hurdles, and it will belong to Tilly McBain.
So let's go to our next presentation. Is the women's under 16 200 metre hurdle. A bronze medalist with a time of 32.96, representing London, Julia Siva.
silver medalist in time of 32.64. From Morning Peninsula, it's Georgia Doss. The Victorian champion, new gold medalist, representing Sandy and Athletic. Time of 29.99. Charlie Sullivan. Congratulations, Julia. Charlie, medalist. Women's under 16 hurdles. Now go to our presentation for the women's 15-200 metre hurdles. Our bronze medalist with time of 31.15. Representing Box Hill, Lacey Williams. Representing the Glen Huntly Athletic Club and with a time of 30.11 seconds. Silver medalist, Laura Wong. Our winner, new Victorian champion, representing Doncaster with a time of 29.89. Janice Harding. Great running man from Lacey, Laura and Jamison. Our medalist is under 15 200 metre hurdles. The next presentation is for the under 14 metres 200 metre final. It's been presented by Victor Hay, Development Manager at Athletes Victoria. In the silver medal position, representing Box Hill, time 33.27. Cooper Nunn. Our gold medalist, Victorian champion, time 32.82, representing Casey Williams. Kura Pereira. Congratulations to Cooper and Kura. They are the medalists in the men's under 14 200 metre hurdles.
Testing, testing.
Next presentation is for the men's under 15 200 metre hurdles. Bronze medalist at the time of 21 metres. Athletes underway to Max Wright. John Gillen Club at the time of 20.70 seconds. Receiving the silver medal is Evan Bainbridge. Our gold medalist, Victorian champion at the time of 26.38. Drum Glen Huntley, Matthew Milius. Congratulations to Evan and Matthew. Medalists in the men's under 15 200 hurdles. let's go to our next presentation. It is for the women's under 14 to Victorian Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist on this podium a few times already this morning from Box Hill in time 32.04. Nina Burgess. Good multi-event to this one. A silver medalist from the Geelong Guild Athletic Club in time of 30.36 seconds. Jemima Hoyt. Gold medalist, the new Victorian champion, a time of 29.82. Always smiling, Tilly McBain.
Soon on the track will be the first of our 800 metres, one of which has now become a straight final. Our men's under 14 800 will now be a straight final in a few races time. But next up will be our women's under 14 800 metre heats.
couple of steps back, because the start of the zone.
So let's introduce the field for the first of our women's 800 metres, which is the under 14s. There will be two heats. The top three in each heat plus the two next fastest times will go through to the final. State record for this one, 2:06.92, set in 1998 by the great George Clark from Deakin. In lane one, representing Eagle Hawk, we have Emily Southern. In two, Collingwood Harriers, Isabel Rhodes. Lauren Kay from Box
Hill
Hill
lines up in lane 3. Sophie Hall from Box Hill is in 4. Chloe Lynette from Ringwood in lane 5. Lucy Reid, Box Hill in lane 6. And Surapija Sujendran from Dandenong Springvale is in 7. So they are the starters in heat 1 of 2, women's under 14 800 metres.
On your marks.
So we're away here in the first of 2 heats for the women's under 14 800 metres. In the middle of the track, keep a close eye on Sophie Hall of Box Hill, the fastest in this event. Now our green cones are in the right place, so these women will cross across into lane 1. And the top 3 will go through automatically. The next 2 will have to wait on times as Hall now makes her presence felt at the front of the field. Those undeniable pink spikes and pink headband, you cannot miss her through the first 200 metres. Looking like they're going to go through in about a 34-second first 200, so certainly the pace is on at the moment.
So Lauren Tay also up there at the moment. So Hall controlling pace beautifully out front. Obviously being a heat, all she's going to try and do is just get through safely to that final. So avoiding trouble out the front there in the pink spikes. Sophie Hall comes in as our top seed and definitely just controlling that pace. Tay looks to be in next position. Lynette just drifting back behind her. Rhodes from Collingwood also looking quite comfortable. So top 3 to go through automatically, and the next 2 will wait on times. So a very sedate opening lap there, Mitch, but they're looking good.
Yeah, 72-second opening lap there as now Sophie Hall starts to extend away and ask the question a little bit there of Lauren Tay, and behind her, Chloe Lynette. So as you mentioned, the top 3 will automatically go through. On the trailing of these is Lucy Reid, just off the back of that pack. And in front of her is Isabel Rhodes. So as we make our way up the back straight, 250 metres to go, it looks like Sophie Hall has taken over this first heat and looks in control. Behind her there, following closely, is Lauren Tay. Chloe Lynette not far away either, and on the back of them is Isabel Rhodes. So they'll fight it out for those final 2 automatic spots, but out in front with 150 metres to go, it is Sophie Hall.
It's going to be an interesting battle here. Lynette's looking quite strong sitting off the back of Tay, and Rhodes has now got a little bit of work to do. So it looks like we might have those top 3 spots sorted, but Rhodes definitely has to just keep piling on the pace here to try and get one of those non-auto qualifications. So Tay battling on nicely, but it is all Sophie Hall. The pink spikes just moving along beautifully in the home straight. So Hall, Tay, Lynette, Rhodes in that order. Then we've got Reid from Box Hill battling on as well. Once again, she's just got to keep that pressure up. And gee, that was a good second lap there, Mitch. Closing there in 2:21.
Always hard to negative split an 800, so did well there, Sophie Hall. Enough to get herself through and really spin the wheels over as now we start to see Shujradram come through. And then so too Emily Southern. But that does belong to Sophie Hall, who just stops the watch, puts it on Strava and says, there's the heat. I'll see you in the final.
Over in the pole vault. Over in the pole vault.
Let's introduce the field. Heat 2 of 2, the women's under 14, 800 metres. In lane 1 from Glen Huntly, Georgie Lindsay. Aria Violini from Ballarat YCW's in lane 2. Michaela Ward from Box Hill in 3. Her teammate Madeline Sakias is in 4. Charlotte Gibbs in from Glen Huntly is in 5. Ceci Clissold from Sandringham's in 6. And Madeline Kearney from Doncaster in lane 7. That's Heat 2 of 2, the women's under 14, 800 metres.
On your marks.
So a nice even start there. Fairly sedate start from Ceci Clissold. Watch her coming through later into the race though, as we see Michaela Ward, also Sakias looking good early. On the inside lanes there, Georgie Lindsay now starting to work her way through.
So the two from the White Horse are going to work together to try and stretch this field out early along the back straight. It is going to be Sakias and Gibbs, or sorry, Sakias and Ward, I should say, cleared out by about 10 metres here. So following closely behind them, he's going to lead out that pack.
I think that's Gibbs in next position. And then we go through, looks like Kearney from Doncaster. Clissold now starting to make her moves, and that's the one I have got my eyes on. But out front, as you said, it's the Box Hill girls. They're looking dominant around this age group, Mitch. You'd be very pleased with that being a former Doncaster athlete. Sorry, a Box Hill athlete.
Well, it's certainly always good to see the Wild. You can't tell me that, Tim. As now we make their way down this home straight, they will collect the bell. Looking really smooth at the moment is Michaela Ward. So just leading our fellow White Horse participant or compatriot Sakias. Out in front now too, leading this next pack is going to be Charlotte Gibbs. Behind there is Ceci Clissold, who you've mentioned numerous times now, been in form this year and just needs to get on the back of this third position. But at the moment, it is all Michaela Ward and Madeline Sakias out in front.
So Violini starting to make her move. The Ballarat YCW girls is just moving into that 5th position now. So the two out front looking quite safe. They've just got to run this through to get those auto qualification spots. And now it's a battle for that 3rd auto spot between Gibbs and also Clissold. So Clissold just standing one out, one back at the moment. Violini maybe got a little bit too much work to do, but they're still running on for time as well, Mitch. All important, there are those 2 extra spots to make it through to the final. But out front, Ward and Sakias, they're just looking too strong.
Exactly right. So you've still got to fight it out outside these top 3 positions. As you mentioned, it's Ward and Sakias who cleared out early and did that damage enough to keep themselves out of harm's way. Now starting to move through is going to be Charlotte Gibbs of Glen Huntly. So she sat in that 3rd position for a lot of this race and will look to maintain it down this home straight. Not far away as Clissold, but as they get towards the finish line now, it is the 2 from Box Hill who are going to salute as the winners of heat number 2. It's Madeline Sakias now who's going to take it out. Behind her there is Michaela Ward, and in 3rd position, holding on gallantly, is Charlotte Gibbs. Ceci Clissold behind her there. We'll have to wait on time, and coming through there strongly was Violini too. So 2 women will go through on time, so pushing through to the finish is important. But the winner of the 2nd heat there belongs to Madeline Sakias.
starters lining up for the final of the men's
Under 14 800 metre championship of Victoria. Victorian state record 159.91 set in 2004 by Joel Smythe from Williamstown. The country record 201.25 set in 1999 by Tyson Marn from Deakin. Our field is in Station 1 representing Ringwood, Jack Field. Station 2 from Wellington, Oscar Woodhouse. Lining up in Station 3, Tyler Hughes from Mornington Peninsula. Freddie Barrett Judd from Sandringham is in Station 4. In Station 5 from Albury Athletics, Eddie Fransky. Station 6 from Box Hill, Henry Kerr-Lewis. Station 7 from Glen Huntley, Archie Sideridis. In 8 from Essendon, McKinley Carroll. Xavier Walsh from Athletics Essendon in 9, and in Station 10 from Wellington, Sullivan Jennings. They're our starters in the final of the men's under 14 800 metres. Got it. We're done. Yep.
On your mark.
So we are away here in the men's under 14 800 metres, and we'll see who comes out on top as they round the bend for the first time. Getting a clean start there was Xavier Walsh on the outside in those Essendon colours. He's going to try and get his way to the front earlier. Archie Sideridis not too far behind either, so they cross the green tape there and they're going to make their way to the rail. And as I say that, Archie Sideridis, he's not interested in slowing down. He's going to make them work for it here in the under 14 800 metres, and we'll watch this 200 split just over 30 seconds, so no messing about as the rest of the pack tries to sort themselves out and stay out of as much trouble as possible, and doing their best at that is Henry Kerr-Lewis, who sits only 5 metres behind Sideridis here, but a clean start, certainly plenty of pace, and the rest of this pack will try and sort themselves out. So as they make their way down this home straight, it is still Sideridis. Behind him there is Kerr-Lewis, and not too far behind him, right on the shoulder, is Sullivan Jennings. But as they're going to reach the bell, it is all Archie Sideridis. He's starting to extend away and pump those arms. It's a 65-second opening lap as the rest of the field makes their way through.
So coming in for a seed time of 2:11, he's right on that target, Mitch, isn't he? And we've got a little gap then back to Kerr-Lewis. Looks like it is the Wellington runner there, also looking good is Sullivan Jennings. Barrett Judd sitting nicely there in the 4th position, but it is Kerr-Lewis again who tries to go into that 2nd spot and go into the silver medal position.
So we love to see a little bit of movement there, and so too watch the man Tyler Hughes of Mornington starting to creep up. But as we get to the 200 metre mark, 1:39 strikes the clock, and Archie Sideridis just puts his head down once more. He's trying to find another gear to stretch it out. Still competing there for some of these medals. It's Henry Kerr-Lewis who finds the rail. On the outside of him there is Freddie Barrett Judd. But 100 metres to go here in the men's under 14 800 metres. It's all Archie Sideridis. He's been doing it by himself for the first 750. Why not the final 50? Sideridis goes to the arms. He's pumping away. Have a look at the medal positions now. It's Eddie Fransky on the shoulder. Kerr-Lewis on the inside. Fransky's going to come down for silver. Oh boy, Kerr-Lewis, and on the inside or outside of him, I should say, was Tyler Hughes.
Leave that one for the photo finish. Very, very tight, but great running from Sideridis. About 2:12, I think it was, Mitch, on the clock unofficially. We'll wait for the official times coming through on Results Hub. But a very good finish there from Fransky to take the silver, and we will wait on photo for the bronze.
presentation will be for the women's under 15 shot put competition. And our bronze medalist with the best distance 10.88 metres, representing Williamstown, Lily Price. Silver medal position with the best 10.94 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, Annabelle Thomas. Victorian champion, the gold medalist with the best of 12.04 metres from Athletics Nunawading, Maddie Tarabay. Well, to Lily, Annabelle and Maddie, the medalists in the women's under 15 shot put. So presentation now for the men's under 14 800 metres, and in the third position in a time of 2:16.41, representing Morning Peninsula, Tyler Hughes. Our silver medalist in a time of 2:16.22, representing Albury Athletics, Ed Fransky.
And our gold medalist and Victorian champion in a time of 2:12.33, representing Glen Huntley, Archie Sidoritis. So well done to Henry, Eddie and Archie, the medalists in the men's under 14 800 metres. And let's turn our attention now to the women's under 15 800 metres, the first of two preliminary heats to go through to the final. So we'll have 3 from each heat, plus the 2 next best times to progress through. Victorian state and country record 2:02.49, set in 1999 by Georgie Clark. So lining up in lane 1, representing Mentone, Layla Batemanis. Lane 2 from Glen Huntley, Serena Bryant. Lane 3 from Box Hill, Monique Williams. Cassie Farley from Wellington is in lane 4. Next to her, her teammate, Grace Grafsma from Wellington in 5. Bridget Williams from Glen Huntley in 6. And in 7, Emily Canavan from Wellington. They're our starters in heat 1 of 2, women's under 15 800.
On your marks.
So we are away here in heat number 1 of 2 in the women's under 15 800 metres. Top 3 automatic, the next 2 fastest times will be joining them, and we'll wait and see who gets around this bend first. I think we might have a pack forming early. in this race as they make their way towards the rail now. Always a little bit of a scrap. Looks like our Wellington girls are going to get towards the front there and trying to sneak through on the inside. Might even be Bate Manus. But as I say that now, we will have a reader. I think that might be Grafsma, who makes her way around towards the rail through the first 200.
So we saw a big 1500 from Grace last night here at Lakeside Stadium, and Grace and Cassie Farley, her teammate, now starting to just edge away. So the whole field together as Layla Bate-Martis just joins them at the rear of the field, but it is Grafsma and Farley leading the way.
So the Wellington duo will work well here. Down the home straight for the second last time. Not much separating them, only a matter of 5 metres from front to back. And tucked in nicely on the rail there is Monique Williams of Box Hill. So just on her shoulder there in those baby blue colours of Glen Huntley is Serena Bryan, as our 2 Wellington athletes are going to go through first. It's about a 73-second first 400 metres, and the top 3 will be the automatic spots. So certainly plenty to fight for here over the closing 350 metres.
So Grafsma just controlling pace with Farley, the teammate, just to the outside. We are seeing Williams just sitting in the position there on the rails in a good position. Also up there early too, Serena Bryant in a nice position as they start to really move away from the field here. So Grafsma and Farley controlling pace and edging forward as we see a gap between 4 and 5 starting to form.
Certainly starting to extend away just a little bit, but all desperate to be inside that top 3. Starting to make her way around the corner now is Serena Bryan in those baby blue colours, just right on the shoulder there of Monique Williams. So it is still our Wellington athletes out. Number 1 and number 2, that's going to be Cassie Farley and Grace Grafsma, just making their way around this bend. Tucked off nicely there is still Monique Williams and Serena Bryant, not too far away. A bit of a separation there to 5th place as they make their way down this home straight. A quick glance around the shoulder there for Grafsma, just goes to see her training partner on the shoulder. Here comes Monique Williams right around the outside of the 2. So these will be your automatic 3 going through to the final at the moment. And great running there as we see Serena Bryant come down. So too now is going to be Emily Canavan. And crossing the line here, also from the baby blue, is Bridget Williams. With Layla Bate-Manus now about to cross the line. So the top 3 able to separate for those next 2 fastest times. All so important.
Noah Burns and Johnny Suarez going through the decision of either sharing a gold medal or going to a jump-off. The pair are tied on countback. So the boys deep in discussion here whether who or who isn't going to take a medal. They've shaken hands here, come to a decision.
So next event on the track is the second of our 2 preliminary heats.
The boys will shake hands and share the gold medal.
800 metres.
So much like the Tokyo Olympic high jump final, these 2 boys will share the gold medal.
In 2 from Wyndham, Keely Williams. Zoe Clark from Yarra Rangers in 3. Chelsea Tickle from South Bendigo, lane 4. Madigan Carroll, Athletics Essendon in 5. Claudia Tierney from St Kevin's in 6. And Kate Bukovsan from Ivanhoe in 7. They're our starters in the second of our 2 preliminary heats. Women's under 15, 800 metres.
On your marks.
So we're away here in heat 2 of 2 in the women's under 15 800 metres. Around 2:28-ish will be the time to watch as well for those non-automatic qualifiers as they make their way around the bend for the first time. And we'll try and get a spot on the rail as best they can. So in no rush at the moment up this back straight for the first time. And it will be Claudia Tierney of St. Kevin's, maybe just edging towards the front of this pack. So our under 15 women go through in about 36 seconds there through the first 200. So not a lot separating them at the moment. This pack will try and work their way out and almost stay out of trouble.
So a few medalists from last night in the 1500 doubling up here in this 800. Tickle, great win last night over 15. Also Carol, a big performer as well from Athletics Essendon. Zoe Clark looked good and she's in a good position there at the moment. Just to the outside of Carol, as we see, I think that is a Tierney from St. Kevin's, also a player, but they are just ambling along a little bit and Carol just getting a little bit impatient and starting to move forward as they reach the bell.
So Madigan Carroll now is going to go through first. On the inside of her is Chelsea Tickell, and right on the outside is Claudia Tierney. As now making her presence felt is Zoe Clark of the Yarra Rangers. So this top four now starting to separate away from the rest of the field, and leading it is still going to be Madigan Carroll, but not too far away are her compatriots. So up the back straight for the last time, it's Madigan Carroll who's just going to put her head down and start to stretch them out. Got the benefit of the rail at the moment here is Chelsea Tickell, and now one of our early race leaders in Claudia Tierney just starting to get up on the shoulder. So as these four have 200 metres to go, still leading it out is Madigan Carroll. Now getting on the outside of her is Chelsea Tickell. Not too far away is Claudia Tierney as well, and so too now making her way around them all is Zoe Clark. So 120 metres now until they come to the finish line, and here come the sprints. It's going to be Chelsea Tickell right on the shoulder there of Madigan Carroll. Did a lot of the work early, not done with yet. Just starts to creep back up on the shoulder, but now starting to move away nicely is Chelsea Tickell. She goes around the outside, and she'll be the first one to greet the tape. Top three are automatic here. Well done, Chelsea Tickell. Next through the line there was Carroll. On the inside, running on strongly was Clark, and waiting on times now will be Claudia Tierney. But sensational racing here in heat number 2.
So similar winning time in both of those heats. So for the likes of Tierney, it's going to be very interesting wait now for those times. Let's get behind Olin Boosman, relatively new to the sport, and good to see Olin representing Glenn Huntley here in this 800, and she'll stop the clock at around 2:52. Set. All right, straight off the pin. 800 metre action to follow with men's under 15. It'll be 2 preliminary heats. Big shout out to Glenn Turner, who's in an Uber at the moment. Glenn, we know you're watching in, and Glenn will be joining us in commentary next week at the Victorian Open Track and Field Championships, and we do look forward to one of Australia's best commentators sitting up here in the seat. So let's introduce the field of the next event, the men's under 15 800 metres. So the top 3 and the next 2 fastest times will proceed through. State record, Alex Rowe from St. Kevin's, 154.8 set in 2007. And the Victorian country record, 157.82, Tyson Marn from Deakin, set in the year 2000, the Olympic year from Sydney. Who would have thought 23 years ago? So let's go to the field. The men's under 15, 800 metres. There's 7 in heat number 1. Ned Skinner from Sandringham's in lane 1. Mitch Ward from Ballarat YCW in 2. Suvan Sajeendran from Dandenong Springvales in 3. Thomas Lynette from Ringwoods in 4. Lane 5, Shevan Hetirachi from Nunawading. Lane 6, Joel Denny from Doncaster. And from Morning Peninsula, William Hughes takes up lane 7. That's heat 1 of 2, men's under 15, 800 metres.
On your mark.
Away and racing here in heat number 1 of 2 in the men's under 15, 800 metres. We'll see who gets to the line first. Thomas Lynette looking very comfortable at the moment in those Ringwood colours. And Sajeendran out in front now, starting to stretch the levers away just a little bit. So an early pack of four is starting to form up this back straight. Watch the clock, certainly not messing around at the moment. Pace-wise, going to be just a touch over or under 30 seconds there.
So Suvan Sajeendran from Dandenong Springvale certainly setting a good pace. Thomas Lynette very happy to sit there, and Hetirachi in that next position. Denny just starting to drop back a little bit as we see Ward from Ballarat YCW start to move his way forward. But outside, or out front, Suvan Sajeendran looking very solid, Mitch, and setting a good pace. I reckon Lynette's just going to sit there.
I think he's just going to sit right on the shoulder and let him know that he's still there. So Sajeendran doing a lot of the work early here. It'll be interesting to see what this 400-metre split is. Certainly slowed down just a little bit here over that next 200. Sajeendran now leading out Lynette, as you mentioned, and now starting to come around is Hetirachi. So he doesn't want to wait at all. He just wants to get right up and get a piece of the action. So he might even go right around them all. And here we go, the slingshot effect coming into the back straight. These three have started to clear out. Lynette needs to try and hold on to the back because there are competitors chasing up this back straight now.
So Denny may be the one to watch for the Doncaster runner as they start to go down the back straight. So Hetirachi, then Sajeendran and Lynette in those auto qualification positions. Denny working nicely there with Ward. Ward's latched on beautifully, 200 metres out, and now Sajeendran takes the lead again.
So Sajeendran now does his best work. Just let Hetirachi get there and steer him through the back part of this race. Hetirachi's still right on the rail there. Lynette not far away. And as you mentioned, Denny now just gets overtaken around the outside from Mitch Ward. So Ward now going to try and latch onto this top three. It's Sajeendran now right on the rail. Hetirachi behind him. Here comes Lynette. But Ward just climbing his way back into relevancy. He's had to go out into the grandstand to get there. Sajeendran starts to tighten up. Ward, Lynette, Sajeendran, Hetirachi. Oh, it's going to be Ward. I think Ward maybe on the outside, the next Sajeendran Hetirachi. Wow-wee, Denny as well comes through there, but Mitch Ward just crept up like a thief in the night, had no idea that he was coming, and he might just take it out there in heat number 1 of this men's under 15, 800 metres.
And let's get behind William Hughes, who'll round out the field here in that first of our 2 preliminary heats. But gee, that's great heat running, Mitch, and very exciting stuff. August for a very good final. So a reminder, just keep checking on a results hub. All the results will be coming through, particularly in cases like that. Fairly close finish there, and we'll see who progresses through. They'll have the consolidated results after the heats, and we will then see the progressions through to the finals. Provided I've got a list, or is...
So the event will be the second event of 2 preliminaries for the men's under 15 800 metres. 3 2,000 times to go through. There are 6 starters.
Lane 2 from Albury, it's Blake Morgan. In lane 3 from Glen Huntly, Angus Brown. Finn Johnson from Old Melbourne is in lane 4. Josh Lewis and Kevin's in 5. Levi Hines from Ballarat YCW in 6. And from Yarra Rangers, Mitchell Poynton is in 7. They're our starters in the second of our 2 preliminary heats, the men's under 15 800.
On your marks.
So we are away and racing in the men's under 15 800 metre second heat. As we've mentioned, the top 3 will be automatic. The next 2 fastest times, Arachie and Denny, will have to wait from that first heat to see how this one pans out. Trying to get towards the front early is Johnson. On the inside of him, Morgan. So lane number 1 might even find the rail there. Johnson right on his shoulder. And so too, coming through now beautifully, will be Angus Brown right on the outside. So as they make their way through this first 200, it's going to be just a tickle over 30 seconds, similar to what we saw in the first heat. And the pack nicely bunched at the moment early on.
So we've got Lewin sitting in the rails there around that 3rd, 4th position. Just to the outside of him is Brown from Glen Huntly. But out front, it is Morgan from Albury leading the way. He's got Johnson just content to sit out, and now we're seeing the Glen Huntly runner Brown going very wide as he starts to make his way through to the lead. Lewin deciding he wants to follow in that trail, and he's also now pushing forward as they are going nicely as they start to approach that 400 metre mark, Mitch.
They certainly are here, so 64 seconds as they greet the bell. Leading it out there, as we mentioned, is going to be Johnson. Nicely tucked in behind them there is Josh Lewin, who's made his way into this race beautifully. And as I say that now, Finn Johnson just right around the outside there of Angus Brown. So Brown going to try and latch onto the tall, imposing figure of Johnson. Right behind him there in those St. Kevin Silks is Lewin, and behind 2 is going to be Morgan. So these 3 are going to try and clear out. What are we seeing in Ballarat YCW? They love a good little sprint finish we saw in the first. It's Hines now starting to make his presence felt, but looking really comfortable out front is Johnson.
So nice little surge there from Hines, moving himself into that auto spot. So Lewin's now got a little bit of work to do as Morgan starts to come over the top. But out front, Johnson looking supreme here, coming into the home straight. Top 3 to go through. So those 3 automatic spots, they're still in contention. As we see Morgan starting to lift again, Mitch.
Certainly is. So he's going to come charging down this home straight. Morgan out in front. It's Johnson. Behind him there too is going to be Brown. But this battle for 3rd will be interesting. He'll salute now. Brown crosses the line and holds on well there, Hines. So well done there to Hines. But coming in quickly was Morgan. Behind there waiting was Lewin. And coming down to the finishing line now is going to be Mitchell Poynton, who's going to greet the tape. Maybe just a touch over 225. Yes, just over there. So heat 2 of 2 of the men's under 15 800 metres is done, and we will wait and see on times who will be progressing through to those finals.
I think there'll be some hot thumbs on the refresh button on results sub, because that's going to be quite close. That was a slightly faster heat, so those coming in 4th and 5th are still in with a chance. Now let's go to our next presentation, and it will be for the men's under 14 long jump competition. Now our men's under 14 long jump, and in the bronze medal position with a best distance of 4.45 metres, representing Wellington, Sullivan Jennings. And silver medal, the best distance of 4.76 metres from Athletics Essendon, Alexander Carroll. And let's congratulate our new Victorian champion with the best distance of 4.97 metres, representing Box Hill, Cooper Nunn.
The presentation's rolling.
And we're going to go now to the men's under-18 pole vault championship of Victoria. Receiving the bronze medal with the best height of 4.10 metres from Athletics Chilwell, Alexander Jarman. And in a tie for the Victorian Championship, both with the best clearance of 4.40 metres and unable to separate on the count back, we have joint champions Noah Burns from Ballerine and Johnny Suarez from Box Hill. That is correct. They're inseparable. Yeah, so, yeah. So congratulations there, Noah, Johnny and Alexander. And our joint winners there, the men's under-18 pole vault. As I said, best clearance for both of them, 4.40 metres. So on the track now, we have the first of two preliminary heats of the women's under-16 800 metres. Top three once again to go through with the two next best times. We'll reach the final. State record 2:01.60, set not too long ago. Claudia Hollingsworth from Mentone. And the country record is Georgie Clark's once again from Deakin, 2:01.81, set in 1999. We have 7 starters in Heat 1, and they are Harriet Gray from Athletics Essendon in lane 1. Christina Nikovsky from Yarra Rangers in 2. Mia Collegia from Wellington lines up in lane 3. Isla Bradshaw from Deakin in 4. Lucy Cleveland from Western Athletics in 5. Lucy Kearney from Doncaster in 6. And in 7 from Glen Huntly, Ruby Donaldson. They're our starters in Heat 1 of 2, women's under-16 800 metres.
On your mark.
So watch those pink socks there in lane 5. Probably the race of her life last night. Lucy Cleveland's in great form. Let's see how she performs now over this 800. Collegia off nicely. Bradshaw just splitting them in the middle at the moment. And as they settle, I think it will be Collegia leading the way. Cleveland just urging her way forward. Also Bradshaw in good position, Mitch, as they start to settle.
They certainly are. So they're spotting each other a little bit of room, which is always generous through this first 200 metres. As you mentioned, Collegia now just right on the rail and just going to tuck in nicely there, 33 seconds through the first 200. Not a lot separating this field, only a matter of 5 to 10 metres at the moment as these women make their way around, entering into the home straight for the second last time. And certainly nicely bunched at the moment, this top 4. Maybe just trying to stretch away just a little bit there. Bradshaw doing a really good job in just leading them through. And a few heavy hitters just waiting on the shoulder, ready to go. We've seen it plenty of times early in these heats. It's Kearney from Doncaster going a little bit wider. On the inside of her too is Cleveland. And nicely on the inside of the rail there is Collegia. So as they're going to greet the bell, leading it out there is going to be Bradshaw. Right on the outside of her is Cleveland, inside Collegia, and right on the shoulder once more is Kearney as they start to separate away a little bit now.
So my guess is that Cleveland will do as little as possible to get through to this final. She's got the 1500 final in her legs from last night. I don't think Bradshaw took part in that one. So Collegia also was a 1500 metre competitor, I believe, last night, and Kearney as well. So 4 racing down the back straight at the moment. 3 spots get the auto qualifier, but the pace is pretty decent, Mitch, so I wouldn't be surprised if number 4 might make it through as well. So a little gap back then is to Nikovsky from Yarra Rangers. Donaldson going with her, but out front, no real change.
Well, sometimes in these moments, it's almost a battle of pride when you know you might be able to get through, but you want to be the first one to hit the line anyway. So still letting it out on the rail there is Bradshaw. Now they're all starting to come from everywhere. Oh, they're all flying around the shoulder now. So they do want to be the first one to crash the tape. It's Kearney going even wider than that on the outside is Collegia. You said she didn't want to do too much, but showing her hand at the moment is Cleveland, and she's just going to keep on rolling. So takes a look on her right-hand shoulder to see what's around. It's Collegia on the inside of the rail. There is Bradshaw, and these will be your top 3. So going through automatically those 3 girls. Kearney now will wait for time, and so too will Nikovsky. And finishing off here as well nicely is going to be Donaldson. And crossing the line now will be Gray. So great racing there towards the front of the field, and we'll just wait on times, but certainly a quick one to open it up here in the women's under 16, 800 metres.
So I'll move away from the conversation about big queues and little queues in the commentary box, and we'll go to the second of our two preliminary heats here of the women's 800 metres. Top three once again to go through, next two best times. We do have 7 starters once again, and they are in lane 1 from Glen Huntley, Poppy Donaldson. Emily Shearer from Ringwood's in 2. Sienna Rowe from Sandringham 3. Honor Tobin representing Western Athletics is in lane 4. Lucy Jones from Eureka in 5. Georgia Lestrange from Diamond Valley in 6. And Matilda Farley from Wellington is in 7. They're our starters in the second of our two preliminary heats of the women's under 16 800. Yes, we have. Always ahead of the game, Richard.
On your marks.
So we are off and racing here in heat number 2 of 2 in the women's under 16 800 metres. And the pace could be on early here. It could be Rowe, followed by Tobin and possibly Jones to try and get to that rail first. As I say that now, it's Shearer from Ringwood who's going to try and break up the party. So too is Donaldson. So nobody's going to get anything easy here in the first 150 metres. Donaldson on the rail, but possibly just coming across there. Could be Rowe. And I think it is right on the shoulder there. So it's going to be Sienna Rowe right on the shoulder there of Donaldson. 35 seconds strikes the clock. And as we say that now, it's Sienna Rowe just starting to extend away a little bit.
Yeah, Lucy Jones getting up there early as well. I'm just watching for Honor Tobin to make her way through towards that lead bunch. Usually Jones will sit back a bit early and come home strong, but she's decided today that she wants to be part of the action out front. So Sienna Rowe, no surprise that Sienna's taken this lead, Mitch, and Honor Tobin. So probably our top three already working their way forward.
Yeah, just going to give each other some space as well. And as you mentioned, just wants to get a part of the party there, which we love. So Jones just going to sit right off the tail there of Rowe. Tobin nicely tucked in behind there, looking so smooth. As Shearer just off the back of this pack and tucked in nicely. Farley as well in those Wellington colours. So as they start to string out like a well-oiled machine, the leader and the conductor of the train is going to be Sienna Rowe. So she's just going to try and string them out and lead them through. It's on October now, just creeping up on the shoulder of Lucy Jones, and they might start to separate from this second pack here up the back straight.
Yeah, so a little gap forming now back to Farley Lestrange. She's now got to answer that question of moving forward, and she does just that. So Matilda Lestrange from Diamond Valley going forward. The Ringwood runner also going with her, and that's Shearer. But out front, it's been Sienna Rowe the whole way. We've got a gap of about 10 to 15 metres from 3 to 4, so the auto quals look pretty solid. Those big queues seem to be ticking off as we see Jones now starting to challenge Sienna Rowe as they come around into the home straight.
Well, it's all about big Q energy here in the heat, and they're going to try and snatch them away nice and easily. It's starting to come around the shoulder. There is Lucy Jones looking so comfortable, done a lot of the work there, Sienna Rowe, and Anna Tobin behind. So she's just tucked herself back and let the other two run the show, and they're going to go through with these big Qs. Charging down the home straight, though, is Shearer running for time. But as it comes towards the finish line, it's going to be Lucy Jones who's going to take it out on the inside of her, Sienna Rowe, Anna Tobin, and watching for times there will be Amelia Shearer. Well done to come down to the line well was Lestrange. And so too is going to be Farley, followed by Donaldson. But the top three get through. We will wait on times to see who joins them there in the final of the women's under 16 800 metres.
Let's introduce the field, the men's
Under 16, 800 metres, the first of 3 preliminary finals. Top 2 to go through in the next 2 fastest times. State record 150.63 set in 2008 by Alex Rowe. The country record 152.6 by Guy Watson from Albury in 1977. Let's introduce the field of the first of our 3 heats. We have in lane 1 from Glen Huntly, Daniel Ball. Ethan Armstrong Bourne from Diamond Valley in 2. Ethan Miller, Glen Huntly is in 3. Lucas Chiss from Casey Cadinia in 4. Jesse Lumby Essendon is in 5. Aidan Marasco from Doncaster lines up in 6. In lane 7, Kieran Barker from Box Hill, and from Old Scotch, Hugo Stubbs in lane 8. That's the field in the first of 3 preliminary heats, the men's under 16, 800.
On your marks.
So nice clear start to this one. We'll watch for Lumby's been having a good season so far. To the inside him is Chiss from Casey Cardinia. Don't know too much about him, but also Ethan Miller. Daniel Ball on the inside starting to make his way through. So too Armstrong Bourne from Diamond Valley. As they settle, it looks like it will be Chiss from Casey Cardinia leading the way. The Essendon runner there in Lumby trying to make his moves and splitting them at the moment. I think that might be Miller from Glen Huntly. So nice long line. So top 2 to go through. So the biggest stakes here in these under 16s as we go to the 3 heats.
As they round their way onto the straight here, the pack seems to just bunched up into 2 separate areas there. Of course, Chiss leading the front there, followed by the Glen Huntly athlete. That is what I believe, Ethan Miller. Miller in second there as they come through in just about 59 there. It's a pretty decent lap there.
So Chiss still leading the way. He's out by about 10 metres as we can see. Real interest now, well, can Chiss hold this pace out front because he's got a few decent runners, and Lumby, one of those, now starting to come alongside Miller as they go down the back straight. Chiss looking the goods, but and certainly got a nice little break here, as it is Lumby who goes alongside Miller, and also that longer, that's Marasco from Doncaster, just going around the outside and saying, I want one of those top 2 spots.
Definitely vying for that big Q energy as mentioned before. So Chiss definitely still the leader here. And the long legs of Aidan Marasco as they make their way around the bend. The Essendon athlete of Jesse Lumby as well tagging on there. Of course, just behind them, Glen Huntly and Diamond Valley athletes. They will sit on each other through here as we come through to the...
So I don't know much about this guy at all. Have not called him before, but Lucas Chiss, he takes an easy one there, 2:01, comfortable as is. Marasco gets the auto. Lumby's going to have to wait on time. Miller just back a little bit back there from with Armstrong Bourne. As we see the Box Hill runner there in Barker coming across. So too from Old Scotch, it is Stubbs. And then from Glen Huntly, Daniel Ball. So good win there. Lucas Chiss from Casey Cardinia taking out the first of our 3 heats in the men's under 16, 800. Heat 2 of 3, men's under 16, 800 metres, 8 starters. In lane 1 from Mornington Peninsula, Hunter Stevens. Riley Stewart from Wellington's in 2. Archie Madison from Glen Huntly lines up in lane 3. Bart Leeton from Old Scots is in 4. Hugh Nucky, Chilwell in 5. Oakley Burge from Ballarat Harriers in 6. Isaac Sontag from Williamstown in 7. And in 8 from Athletics Chilwell, Ranveer Cambo.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158
mark.
So Bart Leeton had a tearaway win last night in the 1500, running a sub 4 minute performance, and we're seeing Bart already surging to the front. Doesn't matter what the race, what the distance, Mr. Leeton does like to control the pace out front. Nucky to the outside of him looking good, and on the inside there from Wellington, it's Riley Stewart also moving through the pack. Burge from Ballarat Harriers also, you can see that gold strip sitting into that third position. And from Glen Huntley, Matson also in good position early. But Bart Leeton leads them through 200. I didn't get a split, but it's just ticking over 31, 32 now, so he was quick. So sub 2 minute pace at the moment from Bart Leeton. He's run the sub 4 last night over 15, and Nucky just content to sit back a little bit with Burge trailing along behind.
It definitely seems to be Leeton's race at the moment, but the Chilwell athlete, a few Nucky also tagging along there. A little bit of movement in the pack behind them, but it'll settle out as they come through the bell lap in around 57. So on good pace there, I believe. I'm not an 800 runner myself, but definitely faster than most go around 4.
Definitely. So we're seeing Bart Leeton looking good at the moment, but that was a very fast start for a heat of the under 16s here. So 15-year-olds, most of the field getting in through under that 1 minute mark. And now we're seeing a few changes. I don't know much about Matson at the moment, but he is looking good too as he starts to bear down on Nucky. But Leeton, 200 out. Let's get a time check here, 129. So right on the 2 minute mark. I think he'll be thereabouts. Won't be any real requirement to push forward and break through too hard on that 2 minutes. But the interest now with only 2 auto qualifying spots, the big queues, and that's Nucky and Matson. They're going to battle that one out, Noah.
Yeah, Matson there sitting right on his shoulder. It seems to be every stride that Leeton's out front, of course, but every single stride that Nucky puts in, as you can see there, he's gone past him. So Archie Matson putting himself in the second position, but the race isn't over here, so he'll take that big queue. Obviously the Chilwell athlete, Hugh Nucky, hanging on, hopefully can get that little queue and get himself through to the final.
So good run there from Burge as well. Stewart just coming through now. Then from Mornington we've got Stevens, and Sontag will round out the field there. And that's the men's second heat of the under 16 800s. So one in about 2:02. Heat 3 men's under 16, 800 metres. Top 2 once again to go through automatically, and the next 2 best times. There are 8 starters from Glen Huntley. Oscar Gray is in 1. And Jana Jalaf from Knox in 2. Charlie Gunn, St Kevin's in lane 3. Avery McDermott, Bendigo Unis in 4. In 5 from Glen Huntley, it's Brady Ryan. Ethan Bloss from Keilor St Bernard's in 6. In 7, Thomas Lindemann from Old Scotch. And rounding out the field in 8 from Essendon, it's Vobama Gurnalan.
On your mark.
So we'll watch for McDermott, also the likes of Lindemann. Big run from McDermott last night. So Brady Ryan from Glen Huntly's off to a pretty good start. The outside of him, Bloss also moving nicely. And on the inside, JLF and also Gray. So just about throw a line over that first 6 at the moment. Little gap back then to the Essendon runner in Gunnerland. And Lindemann deciding he's going to go, well, he's going to charge forward now and become part of the action in that lead bunch as Avery McDermott from Bendigo Uni leads the way.
Yeah, Lindemann there obviously playing a bit of tactics there, sitting on the back. As you said, ran well last night, so obviously taking this first lap to blow the cobwebs out again and get himself further up the race. But up the front, we have the Glen Huntly athlete of Ryan Brady, who's just making his way around there, of course, Tim.
Yeah, so he's looking good, but McDermott just sitting on the rails at the moment. Good run too from Charlie Gunn. He's just watching what's going on. Ethan Bloss the same. JLF sitting in that perfect position in 5, but gee, the little surge there, Noah, as they hit the bell.
Yeah, coming through in 103, but putting in those fast strides coming around that bend. McDermott, the Bendigo athlete, just hugging that rail there and really causing a bit of a, as they say, with the invisible elastic band there. Definitely holding Brady just on his back there, but if he breaks away, you can see a good time here.
Great move by Bloss, though, to become part of the action. He wasn't there, and we're seeing Ethan Bloss now go to the outside as McDermott just seems to be tying up, but he's got the inside running here, Noah, which is always an advantage. So Bloss tried to make the move and then pulls back again, and Brady Ryan, he's looking good on the outside. So top 2 to go through. Bloss has got a little bit of work to do now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bloss is just sitting behind the back of them there. If he can get himself out, I guess, 3 wide to come around here, he can take himself a big cue, but...
Come on, Ethan!
It looks like McDermott's just got enough go here, so got the gas in the tank here, and McDermott just having a look around. I think Ryan will make it through on auto as well, and Bloss keeps fighting through. Looks like they stopped the clock relatively early. I think that might have been one of the slower ones, so they'll be nervously waiting for times. You'll see Gunn come through, JLF, Lindemann, also Gray, and Gunnerland, and that concludes the action in the men's under 16 heats for the 800. So check on a result sub, press that refresh button, and we'll get that the field for the final, the big cues and the little cues. Cat, have you got any ready to go? We can do a couple there. So we're now moving to our next event on the track. It's going to be a combined para under 15 women and under 17 men. So you can see lined up in lane 1 representing athletics and underwating, it is Zoe Schultz. She's in the under 15 800. In the under 17 for the men's para, we have 3 starters. Bradley McMeekin from Yarra Rangers in 2, Kai Davenport from Mornington in 3, and Leopold Reeve from Sandringham is in 4.
On your mark.
So we saw some big runs from these para-athletes last night in the 15s. And we're seeing Kai Davenport loves to get out fast and early. Reeve, we saw last night, very strategic race, and he took it on percentage last night in the 15s. But Kai Davenport, no surprise there. But gee, Zoe Schultz got out really well, and Brad McMeekin looking really nice as he starts to settle in onto the rail. So Davenport, Reeve, gapped into Schultz. McMeekin's now got someone to chase, which is good, but he's deciding not to chase. Brad's going to go straight past Zoe Schultz, and away he goes. But out front, a race in 2 here. Reeve was very patient over 1,500, but less patience here tonight as he goes alongside Kai Davenport.
I mean, you can't miss that bright orange vest of Mornington wherever it is, and Davenport is definitely representing those colours with pride. Just on the rail there, right next to Reeve, of course. These two seem to be inseparable as they come onto the straight.
So it's going to be a very entertaining race. We saw Reeve just having the goods in the 15, but I think Davenport might have a little bit of go over this 800. I think that's his preferred distance. And as I say that, you can just see Reeve trying to surge in front, but Kai's just not having any of that, and he's keeping that inside running. So nice race here from Schultz and also McMeekin. So Brad's just easing back a little bit. Zoe looking so strong as she hits the bell.
Coming through there in around 125, Zoe Schultz. So great run for her so far, but around the far corner at the moment, seems to be that battle between the Mornington and Sandringham athletes.
So this is a replay a little bit of last night. We see that Kai's just hogging that inside lane, making it so hard for Leopold. But this is great racing and very entertaining. Dropping back by about 70 metres then to Zoe Schultz, and Brad McMeekin's going along very well. But side by side, Noah, how entertaining is this?
This is quite unbelievable. These two are absolutely inseparable. You couldn't get a bit of paper between them.
Now, Leopold's just made the surge to take the inside running. Kai's just got to dig deep here. So we see this is very similar to last night over 1,500. Leopold, a great strategic runner. And we're seeing Leopold Reeve now just starting to ease away from Kai Davenport, who's still moving along nicely. 200 out there for Schultz, and McMeekin reaching that mark now at 600. But gee, Leopold Reeve, that's plenty of ticker there. 228. Davenport not too far behind, but Reeve certainly making his name well known in the parasport at the moment, and another great run over 800. As let's get behind now Zoe Schultz as she comes into the home straight. Saw her taking I think that was a long jump medal not too far or long ago, and now doubling up into this 800. And Zoe Schultz from Nunawading will come down and take out the under 15 para event. Strong running. And Bradley McMeekin from Yarra Rangers, once again, strong performance here.
Yeah, very gutsy run from him there. He'll take a medal home today, of course, so.
So we will await the percentages for our para athletes before we do presentations, but once again, some great running here at Lakeside Stadium for our under 15 and under 17 para athletes. So next on the track will be the final of the women's under 18 800 metres. So a straight final for the women's under 18. That's due to start at 3:24 p.m. Let's move to our next event, which is the final of the women's under 18 800 metres. Victorian state record 2:01.60 set in 2021 by Claudia Hollingsworth from Mentone. Victorian country record 2:01.73 set in 2000 by Georgie Clark. Let's introduce our field. On the inside lane there, in 2, representing St Kevin's, Cleo Richardson. In lane 3, from Wellington Athletics, Ali Fleming. In 4, from Glen Huntly, Tanasha Santosh. Lane 5 is vacant. Lane 6, Charlie Inkster from Eureka. And in lane 7, from Glen Huntly, Thanya Vijay Kumar. They are starters in the final of the women's under 18 800 metres.
On your marks.
So as the rain starts to fall, we see this very exciting 800 metre competition underway. And it looks like it is Ali Fleming from Wellington. She's the one who wants to take the lead. Well, watch out for Richardson. She's not usually a fast starter, but she's certainly a fast finisher. And the two girls from Glen Huntly and Santosh and Vijay Kumar moving in to take their position.
Certainly are, and they're going to try and peg back Ellie Fleming, who's tried to get out there and make it hard early. So through the first 200 metres, just to tickle over that 30-second mark. And as they start to make their way through it, Santosh now just going to try and get on the back of Vijaya Kumar in that baby blue. Cleo Richardson, as you mentioned, not the fastest starter, but one of the best finishers. She's won a couple here before, so just watch out for that in the 4th position there with the yellow Guernsey on. But the one to watch, Ellie Fleming, just stringing them out heading into this home straight.
So Fleming very brave early. We're just seeing the first of the Glen Huntly runners starting to come through now. And I think that is Vijay Kumar. Sorry, that is Santosh coming through first. So Santosh in next position. So about 65 going through the bell. So they're setting up a reasonable time. Richardson yet to really wind it up. She has got the 1500 in the legs from last night, and what a race that was. But it's Fleming just tearing away from them, Mitch.
Well, Fleming went out confident, and she's looking even more and more so up this back straight. So it is Ellie Fleming who's going to lead them out. It's Dinasha Santosh not too far away. Cleo Richardson trying to go through the motions, and so too is Vijaya Kumar. But as they make their way with 200 metres to go in this under-18 800 metres, it is all Ellie Fleming. It could be a gun-to-tape sort of operation. The next three are going to try and fight it out for those minor medals between Santosh, Vijaya Kumar and Richardson. But at the front of this field, it is all Ellie Fleming at the moment.
So Fleming's got clear space. She won't hear any footsteps at all. She comes into the home straight on her own. She's just got that 100 to go. We're seeing a good battle now between the two girls from Glen Huntly. We've got Santosh on the inside, and now we're seeing Richardson hitting her straps.
So Richardson going to try and go on the rail there, but the winner of this race of the under-18 women's is going to be Ellie Fleming. Richardson now on the inside, just gets up for second there. In third place was Santosh. Vijaya Kumar will settle for fourth. But Cleo Richardson started to move on the rail and goes up for second there. Fantastic from Fleming. As we now see Charlie Inkster come down the home straight as well. So fantastic racing there for our under-18 women across the 800-metre event. As Inkster now crosses the line, but it will belong to Ellie Fleming. A dominant performance.
I don't have results from this one. It is now time to our next presentation, which is the men's under-17 para shot put. And in the bronze medal position with a percentage of 26.53 and a best distance of 4.33 metres, representing Old Scotch, it's Tom Roach. In the silver medal position with a percentage of 34.35 and a best distance of 5.94 metres from Mornington Initial Athletic Club, Kai Davenport. And our Victorian champion with a percentage of 40.87% and a best distance of 6.52 metres from the Mentone Athletic Club, Liam Costello. Congratulations, Tom, Kai and Liam, our medalists in the men's under-17 para shot put. So let's now go to the under-15 women's 800-metre presentation for the paras, and with a percentage of 79.87 and a time of 3:05.34 from Nunawading, Zoe Schultz takes the championship. So now it's time for the first of 3 preliminary heats of the men's under 17 800 metres. Top 2 to go through, and the 2 next best times. State record, Mark Holcomb from Dandenong, 1990. He ran 148.68. And the country record, Christian Davis from Corio, not as old, that's 2015, 151.01. Our field of 7 in heat number 1 is from Mornington Peninsula in lane 1, James Lambourne. Matthew Massara from Western Athletics is in lane 2. Jake Ollerenshaw from Nunawading is in 3. In 4, Jackson Unfank from Ballerine. Robert Hopkins, St Kevin's in 5. Geordie Walsh from Essendon in 6. And in 7, Ethan Snyders. That's our field in the first of 3 preliminary heats, men's under 17 800.
On your mark.
Yep.
We are away and racing cleanly here in the men's under 17 800 metres. Heat 1 of 3. Top 2 are automatic. The next 2 fastest times will be joining them in the final as they make their way around this bend and just try and squeeze themselves onto the rail as best they can. Don't want to take anybody out in the process. It's going to be Robert Hopkins in those St Kevin's colours, maybe trying his best to be the first one there. Following on there is Jack and Ollerenshaw. But the fastest and the best to do it is going to be James Lambourne in those beautiful silks towards the back, I should say.
So it looks like it might be, I'd say that's the Ballerine colours of Unthank. One of the 2 top seeds is, or the 2 twins of the top seeds in this event, both around that 156 mark. So fortunately we don't have both in the same race at the moment, but it might occur in the final. But we have got Jackson Unthank leading the way. Hopkins in next position, Ollerenshaw in next, and then we drop back to the Essendon runner there in Walsh. So there's a steady pace right on this 59-second mark. So nice and controlled out front there from Jackson Unthank. He's got the headband on, Mitch.
So looking very smooth out there, Unthank. Right behind him there, as you mentioned, is going to be Robert Hopkins, and closely followed behind there is Ollerenshaw. So these 3 are going to try and peg themselves away from Geordie Walsh, who separated himself from the 5th place participant in this heat. So as they make their way up there, it's Unthank. He's going to try and lead out Hopkins as best he can. Ollerenshaw not going anywhere. In fact, nipping at the heel, starting to just go wide a little bit there with 200 metres to go. It's Unthank, followed closely behind Hopkins and Ollerenshaw as they start to separate a little bit now from Geordie Walsh, and these 3 are going to try and stamp their authority towards the final.
So Hopkins got a lot of strength. We've been seeing him running well this season. He's going to come alongside Unthank. Unthank has a poke around the shoulder. Realise he's still got a bit of work to do here because there's 3, and 3 into 2 doesn't go. And we're seeing Ollerenshaw. What a finish there, coming right over the top. So Ollerenshaw and Hopkins, as I said, it's all about strength in this final part of this 800. Ollerenshaw will take the auto, so will Hopkins. Unthank will have to wait on time. So to our Essendon runner there in Walsh. Snyder's next through, Massara, and then Lambourne in that order. So 2:02 thereabouts, I think they stopped the clock. So let's see how they go with the little Qs, the non-auto qualifiers in the first of our 3 preliminary heats of the men's under 17. And we will go back down to presentations, and we will next do our men's under 17 para 800. So conditions getting a little bit rougher out here, and we go down to our next presentation, and isn't this fantastic? Tom Roach, who just took out the shot put from Old Scotch, he's going to do the presentations now to the men's para under 17 800, and he's going to present the bronze medal with a percentage of 72.97 and a time of 2:30.61. It goes to Kai Davenport from Mornington. So other side, Tom, they've got them lined up wrong. Let's switch Brad and also Kai around. That's it. So Kai Davenport, thanks Tom, he will get the bronze medal. The silver medal on the other side, a percentage of 74.44, a time of 3:27.8. From the Arrow Rangers, Bradley McBeacon. And our gold medalist and the new Victorian champion, a percentage of 79.09, a time of 2:28.14 from Sandringham, Leopold Reeve. So great running there, Kai, Bradley and Leopold in the men's under 17 para, and a big thanks to Tom Roach from Old Scotch for doing the presentations. So let's not keep the boys lined up on this line too long here because the rain is starting to come down at Lakeside Stadium. It is heat 2 of 3. The top 2 to go through to next best times. We have a field of 6. Danny Williams from Shepparton is in 2. In 3, Jackson Wright from Western Athletics. From Sandringham, Austin Fernando in 4. Sebastian Farrelly, Mornington in 5. Joshua Daly from Collingwood Harriers in 6. And Ethan Evans from Mentone in 7.
On your mark. Stand up. Go, boys, on fair start. Better climb. Wait for the gun, not the climb. On your mark.
So we are away here in heat number 2 of 3 in the men's under 17 800 metres, and if they weren't motivated by time, they'll be motivated to get right out of this weather. As they make their way around the bend, we'll see who can get there first. It might be Evans of Mentone who's going to try and get to the rail as quickly as humanly possible. Fernando will do his best to stop it and does. So Fernando now just going to find the rail and hug it tightly. On the outside of him is Farrelly, and so too Evans. So these three will try and make their way through. 28 seconds hits the clock. So they're certainly not messing about here in the second heat, but they are all bunched up with nowhere to go but forward as they make their way around 250 metres into this second heat.
So 2 top seeds potentially I think would be Fernando and Farrelly. They're players early from Collingwood. We've also got Daly going to the outside, running wide alongside Evans. But it is Fernando controlling the pace. The Western Athletics runner there in right also looking good. So too, isn't it great to see the Shepparton colours here? Danny Williams in the black and teal.
Certainly are as they make their way through the bell. So as you mentioned, Fernando is going to be a big hitter and he's trying to slug them out of the park early as they make their way around. Watch creeping on the shoulder there is Josh Daly in those Collingwood white colours with 300 metres to go. This is where they start to wind it up and let it go. So it's Fernando still leaning it out. Farrelly not too far behind. Daly neither. And on the inside of them all is going to be Wright. So as they make their way towards the 200 metre mark, they're going to come around a bend for the final time. Fernando really starting to chug along. And have a look at the big mover there. It's going to be Wright. So Wright puts himself in the right position. Closely followed behind him there is going to be Daly. Still nipping at the heels. Fernando says if you want some, come and get it. He's going to lead it straight into the bend as they make their way down the home straight. Starting to make a push now is Farrelly on the outside. Fernando on the inside. Trying to desperately latch on there is going to be Wright, but he might have just left it a little bit too late. Fernando gun to tape just over the 2-minute mark. Second place there was Farrelly. Wright forward on admirably, and so too did Daly. As we now see Williams cross the line for the second of 3 heats in the men's under 17 800 metres.
So great front running there from Austin Fernando to take that one, but it's also looking good for Wright because that was a faster heat there in the second of our 3 preliminary heats in the men's under 17 800. So heat 3 of 3, the men's under 17 800, as we said, top 2 and next 2 fastest times to proceed through. We do have a field of 7 in the third of our qualifying heats. From Mornington Peninsula, Xavier G, he lines up in lane 1. Jed Gibney from Williamstown is in 2. Will Caddick from Doncaster, lane 3. Joshua Unthank from Ballerines in 4. Ned Tyrrell from St Kevin's in 5. James Gibbs, Glenn Huntley in 6. And his teammate Will Orchard is in 7. So 7 starters. The men's third of 3 preliminary heats under 17 800.
On your mark. stand up. Lane 2, still please. On your mark.
So we're away and steady now, and watch Joshua Unthank might try and get out to an early race lead. So too will Will Caddick in those Doncaster Silks, and outside of them all might be Ned Tyrrell. So I believe it might be Will Caddick who's going to try and greet the rail first, and he'll move his way across slowly. On the outside of him is Tyrrell and Unthank, just tucked in nicely on the back of them. So these three, it's not like the last race where it was bunched out. They're going to try and break it wide open early, and the benefit of the third heat is you know how fast you need to run.
Exactly right, and Gibney's the one who's going to make that move. He knows he's got to try and latch on if he wants that non-auto qualification. These top three, they're the top form runners in this race, and Gibney's got to really work hard to stay with them.
So Gibney now just latches onto the back of these three as they make their way down this home straight for the second last time. The rain just starts to slow up a little bit as well as we see our man from Doncaster and Will Caddick just on the outside of that lane 1, keeping his competitor right out wide as he can be. And Ned Tyrrell, that's a 58-second opening 400. So trying to latch on still is Gibney. On the inside is Unthank. Now starting to move away is Caddick and looking really, really strong. Just tucked in nicely is Tyrrell as these four make their way up the back straight.
This is great heat running as we're seeing the young man from Doncaster really setting it up. I thought Unthank wanted to go a little bit earlier and it looked like the wheels were falling off Tyrrell, but he's back in it again. And now the question being asked of Gibney as he really starts to have to wind it up. Good run here from the Glenn Huntley runner in Gibbs, but he's got a little bit of work to do to latch on.
So 200 metres to go now. Only the top two are automatic. The next two will fight for that fastest time. Caddick doing his best to try and bring as many men through with him as he can to the final. Unthank latching on and still not done with yet is Tyrrell. So Tyrrell just losing minor contact coming into the straight. The opening two have a quick look around the shoulder to see how much more work they need to do. And Will Caddick, he's just going to lead him down. Unthank not far away. Tyrrell still fighting on. So too is Gibney. So these two will be fighting it out. But the first two to go through will be our early race leaders, and watch that. Oh boy, looking for those next two times. It's going to be Gibney and Tyrrell, but fantastic racing here in heat number 3 of 3.
So once again, I think there'll be a lot of busy thumbs on Results Hub to see who goes through with the non-auto qualifiers in the men's under 17 800. Great action there. Let's go to our next presentation, and it is for the Women's Under 18 800 metre Championship of Victoria. Receiving the bronze medal with a time of 2:14.50, representing Glenn Huntley, Tanasha Santosh. In second position, receiving the silver medal in a time of 2:14.33, representing St Kevin's, Cleo Richardson. Let's congratulate our new Victorian champion with a runaway win in a time of 2:10.73 from Wellington Athletics, Ali Fleming. So great running from Tanasha, Cleo and Ali in the final of our women's under 18 800 metre championship of Victoria. So waiting patiently on the line now. Let's introduce the field for the women's under 17 800 metres. There will be 2 preliminary heats. The top 3 in each heat plus the new 2 next best times will proceed through. As I said, 201.60, the state record, Claudia Hollingsworth in 2021, and 201.73, the country record, Georgie Clark, 2000. Let's introduce the field of 6. In lane 2, representing Box Hill, Thea Prattley. Lane 3, from Diamond Valley, Poppy Scott Dalgleish. Next to her, her teammate from Diamond Valley. In 4, Ali Brooks. In 5, from Mentone, Celestine DeBarg Tamai. In 6, from Collingwood Harriers, Piper Hartnett. And in lane 7, from Deakin, Poppy Niverovich. So 6 starters. First of 2 preliminary heats, the women's under 17 800.
On your mark.
So the first of 2 heats here in the women's under 17 800 metres is underway. So they'll make their way around this bend, and an early one there is Piper Hartnett. She's going to do her best to try and string this field out as quickly as humanly possible. DeBarg Tamai not too far behind there, and the duo of Diamond Valley just following suit. So at the moment it's going to be Piper Hartnett, who's just going to string them out early, gain herself a good 5 to 10 metre lead over the rest of the field.
Now we're seeing our top seed, Ali Brooks, just starting to hit her straps. Not too worried about what Hartnett's doing out front, because I'd say Brooks knows that she's quite in command here. She's a 2:15 runner, had a great season this year, and Ali Brooks just sitting there in 3rd position, sitting behind DeBarg Tamai as they start to draw in that lead from Hartnett.
So Hartnett still leading them out, and as you mentioned, Brooks now just starting to show her cards a little bit right on the shoulder, just let them know that she's still there as they start to peg back Hartnett now. So as they're going to reach the bell, we might see a new change in leader. The one who might do it as well might be DeBarg Tamai. So she just gets right up on the shoulder of Hartnett. Brooks not too far away, neither is her compatriot and Scott Dalgleish, and a little bit of a gap back to the next pack. But the front 4 now are starting to move, and as you mentioned, the class athlete of the field there, Brooks, just starting to creep up on the leader's shoulder.
So Brooks just being patient, playing the patient game at the moment, takes the lead 300 out, and she'll control pace from the front. Going to be interesting to see what Scott Dalgleish can do from here as well. Sitting in that 4th position, remember top 3 to go through. Scott Dalgleish is now going to make the move. So
Scott Dalgleish just right on the back of them there. Brooks played a game of cat and mouse and starts to just claw her way ahead. So there's only a matter of a few metres behind her there. As we mentioned, Scott Dalgleish, well, she starts to slingshot around the shoulder there. On the inside of the rail is DeBarg Tamai, but out in front at the moment it is Brooks doing enough to look comfortable.
Will we see the 1-2 here from Diamond Valley as Ali Brooks comes into the home straight first time? Not looking as impressive as she could be, and it is Scott Dalgleish. Brooks just has a poke around the shoulder, goes one way, goes the other, goes again, and she'll see that the girls are coming left, right, centre. It is still a race in 4 here. Brooks leading the way. Her teammate Scott Dalgleish to the outside. Brooks easing off. She's got to watch the inside, and Brooks will lose it because of the... Well, she'll go through, but... sorry, DeBarg Tamai just stole that little position on the inside. So Scott Dalgleish takes it. DeBarg Tamai, Brooks will claim the 3rd auto spot there, and it will be Hartnett waiting on times. Mitch, interesting race. Let's move to the second of our two preliminary heats, the women's under 17 800 metres. And once again, we have 6 starters. Sarah Hastings from Mentone is in lane 2. Next to her, Maddie Boyd from Wellington in 3. Lucy Delbridge, the top seed, Collingwood Harriers, she's in 4. Tevia Williams, Athletics Southwest in 5. Kyla Swallow from Mornington Peninsula in 6. And Erin Childs from Ballarat YCW is in 7. That's our starters, heat 2 of 2, women's under 17 800. Top 3 to go through, next 2 fastest times.
On your mark.
We're away and racing here in the second of 2 heats in the women's under 17 800 metres. They know the time that they need to be around to be one of those automatic or outside the automatic qualifiers, those time finalists. Only 2 spots available as they make their way around this bend. We'll try and get to that rail, as I say, every time as quickly as possible. It's Delbridge who just puts her foot on the gas or on the brake a little bit and allows her competitors to catch up, and not just catch up, go right on past him.
Yeah, that's Tevia Williams. Saw a lot of this young lady at the Country Champs in Geelong, the Southwest athlete. Didn't know much about her, Mitch, and as you can see, I think the 800 is her pet event compared to the 15. So we're seeing Tevia Williams from Southwest really stretch this one out. I said that Delbridge was our top seed, but Tevia Williams is paying no respect to that as the young lady from Athletics Southwest just streams away with this one.
She certainly is. She's asking for respect. She's certainly not giving it. So Williams is going to be the one to just extend away and put herself in a very comfortable position to be able to hold on with 1 lap to go. So it's Williams, as you mentioned, Delbridge, the inform athlete, just sitting there in second, and tucked in nicely behind her there is Swallow. Inside of her is going to be Boyd. 1 back from there is Childs, and so too Hastings. So at the moment, though, it is all Williams. As you mentioned, you didn't know much of her in Country Champs. Well, her competitors know a lot about her now. She's 40 metres ahead of Lucy Delbridge. Right behind her, too, is going to be Kayla Swallow leading out a contingent behind her. So it is all at the front of the race. It hasn't changed. It's Tevia Williams, and she's looking incredibly comfortable in the process.
So it's going to be very interesting for the auto spots here, because Delbridge still looking quite strong. Swallow always looks fantastic out there, but we are seeing Boyd just making a little bit of inroads onto Swallow, comes alongside her, and I think she might go straight past 200 metres out. So Williams still leading clearly. Delbridge may be challenged here, and that challenge may come from Boyd, the young girl from Wellington. And boy, they've got some great middle distance runners.
Oh, they certainly do. So Boyd now just works her way into a beautiful 3rd position. It's still Williams, and it will be Williams. It would take a miracle from here. She's done incredibly well to separate herself and come down the line. Takes a quick look on the inside shoulder. It's a battle for this 3rd position at the moment, though. It's Delbridge. Boyd on the outside of there is Swallow, who's going to make one last attempt at it, but Williams will greet the line. Delbridge not far away, and Boyd did enough over the closing stages to get that 3rd spot. And it's Swallow who will wait on times. Only 2 will go through. Crossing the line now is Hastings. Behind her there, Childs. And there'll be a lot of people, as you mentioned, refreshing those results hubs to find out whether they will be joining the automatic qualifiers in the women's under 17 800 metres.
Let's move to the first of 2 preliminary heats, the men's under 18 800 metres. Top 3 to go through. Next 2 fastest times. 1:47.21. Paul Byrne from Deakin set the record in 1994. Let's introduce our 7 competitors in Heat 1, and they are from Glen Huntley, Liam Michelle in 1. Daniel Noden, Bendigo Harriers is in 2. Harvey Anderson from Knox in 3. Hamish Donahue took out the 15 last night. He's from Sandringham. He lines up in 4. Tom Forster from St Kevin's. He's in 5. Broden Bond from Ballerine in 6. And Oliver Bradshaw from Deakin is in 7. That's the lineup for the first of our 2 preliminary heats. Men's under 18, 800 metres.
On your mark.
Racing now in the first of 2 heats in the men's under 18, 800 metres, and in the middle of the track, it may be Donahue to get there first towards the rail, but on the outside of him is Tom Forster. So some fast starters here, and they're not going to mess about. Broden Bond now also just trying to get on the back shoulder there of the tall looming figure of Tom Forster. So he's going to be the first one to get there. And we'll see how fast they go through this first 200. Throw a blanket over them. You can't separate at 27 seconds, so they're not messing around. And they're going to try and drag as many through as possible.
Those long legs of Forster just moving nicely at the moment, settling a good pace. Donahue sitting midfield at the moment. Last night in the 15, he wasn't a player 20 metres out, and he came through and won the thing. So watch out for that finish kick from Donahue. He certainly got one. Bond also drive early, and we're seeing Anderson starting to make his way forward. So top 3 to go through. This is a quality field because you've also got Noden in the mix as well.
They're all trying to find a spot, but the one with the cleanest set of heels at the moment is Tom Forster. So Forster still leading it out. And have a watch now who's going to try and fly around this back straight. May be able to be the telling factor of this first heat. It's still Forster out in front. Trying to close in right behind him there is Harvey Anderson on the inside there. One of our early race leaders in Bond. And now starting to make his presence felt is also Noden. So have a watch down this back straight. Another one to keep an eye on is Donahue, who you mentioned, Tim, but with 200 metres to go, this race could change dramatically.
So still lots in it, and we're finding that Donahue has bridged that gap, and hopefully he keeps a bit of momentum. He's just eased back as he hit the back of Bond, and it's still Forster controlling the way out front. So Forster's in good spot here, and it is Donahue now the one who's going to start to mount the challenge. Anderson just in his sights, but it is all Forster out front. Now Donahue starts to come home. Top 3 to go through. Bond's got to fight on hard.
So Bond going to have to try and latch onto the back, takes a little look around the shoulder. It's going to be Tom Forster though. Look at these 3. Harvey Anderson on the inside, Bond, Anderson. Oh boy, couldn't split paper between them there, so we'll have to wait for the judges. Not game enough to make a call, but potentially Anderson. Tim says with striking confidence up here, I'd back him in. Michelle now crosses the line, but fantastic racing here in heat number 1 of 2 in the men's under 18 800, and certainly nothing given there.
Heat 2 of 2, men's under 18, 800 metres, top 3 to go through, next 2 fastest times. Let's introduce the 8 starters in Heat 2, and they are in lane 1 from Athletics Essendon, Mark Aslanage. In 2 from Knox, it is Jack Waters. Lachlan Marasco from Doncaster's in lane 3. Jeno Assey from Knox is in 4. Daniel Cheaper Lynch St Stephen's in 5. Charles Lay from Chilwell is in 6. Nathaniel Ueka from Doncaster in 7. And Maxim Rekanovic from Mentone in lane 8. They're the starters, and they're second of 2 heats, the men's under 18, 800 metres.
On your mark.
So heat 2 of 2 in the men's under 18 800 metres is underway. They know what time they need to run roughly, so don't be surprised if we see some early race leaders make a dash towards the rail. As I say that now, it's Ueka who's going to try and get there first, but we'll wait till it sorts out through the green cones. It's going to be hard for somebody to beat him. So Ueka, he's going to put himself about 3 or 4 metres ahead. It's Asai not too far away on the rail as well, and right on the outside of him is Daniel Chiba Lynch. So through the first 200 metres, 27, these boys aren't messing about. 9 metre fire extinguisher to put the heels out as we see Ueka just extending away, and they're all going to chase after him now, Tim.
Yeah, Ueka, a bit of a rookie at this, so we're going to see how the others play this game. So top 3 to go through. Ueka's certainly putting himself out there early. Can he hold that as we see the more experienced Assi and also Chiba Lynch starting to move through? Marasco, see that he's having a good season. So too Charles Lay. So like a lot of what I've seen from him, and Jack Waters in that next position. We then drop back to the Mentone runner in Rikanovic and also Aslanaj from Essendon.
So they're all going to try and work together to reel in Nathaniel Ueka. He's still got a 20-metre lead. It's going to be Assi trying to chase first. It's Chiba Lynch behind him there. And as you mentioned, Lachlan Marasco just starting to put the wheels in motion. He's got some of the longest levers in the field. He's going to try and use them. So Ueka's still out in front. His compatriot in. Oh, he's looking so good here, Marasco. He's just going to try and reel him in. Chiba Lynch behind him there. Assi not too far away. And right behind them as well is going to be Lay as they make their way around the bend.
This is still anyone's race because they're now going to gobble up Ueka. It was brave, but it didn't pay off. And we see Chiba Lynch and Lay. I do like Lay's form. Look at that coming around the outside. Geno Assi probably not where he wants to be. He's going to have to lift. He won't get the auto qual. He'll have to push on for time. Lay looks around. Marasco in control here. Chiba Lynch as well. So great running here. Heat running for the boys. Assi's just got to keep on moving forward. But Marasco, Lay, Chiba Lynch, Assi will watch on time. Ueka brave. Then we have Waters coming through. Aslanaj will be next. And then Rikanovic from Mentone will round out our field here. And that's the men's under 18 800 metre qualifying heats. Next presentation, it is the long jump competition for the Women's Under 15 Championship. Our bronze medalist with the best distance of 4.87 metres from Box Hill is Harley Lennon. Our silver medalist with the best distance of 4.98 metres from Wellington, Cadence Fleming. And our gold medalist with the best of 5.14 metres from Athletics, Nunawading, Maddie Tarabay. So great performance there from Harley, Cadence and Maddie, taking out the medals in the Women's Under 15 Long Jump Championship of Victoria.
next presentation is going to be for the Women's Under-16 Shot Put Championship of Victoria. In the bronze medal position with the best distance of 10.5 meters. Representing number 1, it's Milan Theo. Silver medalist with the best 11.82 meters with face Eston Imogen Aiken. And our gold medalist, new Victorian champion, representing Shepparton Athletics with the best 11.94 meters, Alice Ludlow. Congratulations, Milan and Alice, medalist of the Women's Under-16 Victorian Shot Championship.
Test 1, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing you your starters for the final of the men's under-16 200-metre hurdles. The conditions have changed quite a bit since they did their heats earlier in the day, but I'm sure these athletes will find a great time coming through as they are very, very excellent. In lane 1 from St Kevin's, it's Will Lynch. In lane 2 from Casey Cardinia, Liam Piccolo. In lane 3 from Ballerine, Max Reed. In lane 4, you saw him in the heats, it's Jake Frost. In lane 5, this year's Victorian country record holder from Ballerine, Miller Smith. In lane 6, from Kilo St Bernard's, it's Mark Mavrakis. And in lane 7, sporting the blue of Glen Huntley, Cooper Acklam. In lane 8, from Collingwood, James Edgar. Ladies and gentlemen, your starters for the final of the men's under-18 200-metre hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
So it's Smith best to get going, followed by Mavrakis, but Smith picking up on the inside there over the first hurdle very clearly. Mavrakis sticking with him there, but Smith making very, very good case for himself here. It's the Glenn Huntley athlete of Cooper Acklam as well, but Smith, the country record holder, making a great race down to the straight. Mavrakis sticking on in there, but Smith's got this one, dashing through those puddles over those hurdles. Mavrakis mounts a comeback. Can he get it? Cooper Acklam coming with him there, but it looks like Miller Smith will take this one. Smith. 25.69 there, so unofficially I've got here the Victorian country record of 25.68. So just outside of that, but very great run.
Let's go for our next presentation. It's the Under 14 Men's Discus Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist representing the Wendouree Athletic Club with a best distance of 12.07 metres. Let's congratulate Dermot Orchard. In second position with a best distance of 17.82 metres from Athletics Essendon, Mason Hambling. And our new Victorian champion with a best distance of 26.48 metres from Eureka, Lee, Benbow. So great throwing there. Good competition from Dermot, Mason and Lee to take out the medals in the men's under 14 discus throw. Our men's 200-metre hurdlers over the presentation.
You will see some of the fastest under 18 women in the state. Yes, it is the under 18 100-metre final. Coming out of lane 1, representing Bellarine, Michaeli Werner. Out of lane number 2, from Keilor St Bernard's, Lily Ground. In lane number 3, from Eaglehawk, Georgia Morrison. In lane number 4, from Mentone, Olamides Araba. In lane number 5, from Box Hill, Jennifer Lim. In lane number 6, from Diamond Valley, Katie Oliver. And in lane number 7, representing Albury, Ashley Cardi. These are your 7 starters for the women's under 18 100-metre final.
On your marks. Stand up, please. On your marks.
So we're away and racing. Araba, one of the best to jump. Oliver on the outside now, starting to extend away. It's Araba. Oliver starting to go through the motions and extend away. Oh, Katie Oliver, how do you do? The champion here in the women's under 18 100 metres. Araba and Lim were close together there for the Miners. But it will be Katie Oliver of Diamond Valley. Unofficially 12:44, 12:46 on the clock there for the women's under 18 100 metres.
Thanks, Mitch. We'll now go to the next presentation, the men's under 16 200 metre hurdles championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with a time of 26:38, representing Glen Huntley, Cooper Aklom. The second place getter getting the silver medal with a time of 26.17 from Keyless and Berners, Mark Mavrakis. Our new Victorian champion, the gold medalist with a time of 25.65 from Ballerine, Miller Smith. Congratulations, Cooper, Mark and Miller, the medalists in the men's under 16 200 metre hurdles championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing your attention to the top of the straight for one of the hottest races on this afternoon. It's the final of the men's under 18 100 metres. From the inside out, representing Athletics Southwest, it's Jessie Suter. In lane 2, from Western A's, it's Pascal Bassioni. In lane 3, from Ringwood, he was a dominant force in the heats this morning, Bruce Dumez. In lane 4, in the orange of Wyndham, it's Alessandro Hanu. In lane 5, from Casey Cardinia, it's Jeremy Kariuki. In lane 6, from Western A's, he has gone sub-11 this season, it's Jaden NT. In lane 7, from Glen Huntley, we have William Wong. And in lane 8, rounding out this final, from Essendon, Mackenzie Leith. Now, 0.05 has splitting between Dumez and NT in the prelims, so this will be one to watch.
On your marks.
As expected, NT making a rapid way there, but Dumez on the inside, picking it up very well. Though don't count out the Wyndham athlete well, but NT running very, very well here. This could be dangerous. He could go sub. It looks to be Kariuki. 11.20. The windy conditions and a minus 2.1 headwind making it a bit tricky there, but that was close. I would hate to be one of those wonderful officials in the photo finish booth right now.
Sharon, the presentation, we have under 18 girls 100.
Let's turn our attention back to the infield, and it is the presentation for the Women's Under-18 100-metre Championship of Victoria. In third position, receiving the bronze medal in a time of 12.84 seconds, representing Box Hill, Jennifer Lim. In second position, receiving the silver medal in a time of 12.82 seconds, from Mentone, Olamide Araba. And our Victorian champion, the gold medalist, in a time of 12.44 seconds, from Diamond Valley, Katie Oliver. So congratulations to Jennifer, Olamide and Katie, the medalists in the women's under-18 100-metre final.
So on the track now and ready to rumble is our women's under-17 100-metre final. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Knox, Morgan Hui. In lane number 2 from Essendon, Lily Bella Hilly. In lane number 3 from Glen Huntly, Alice Hollingsworth. In lane number 4, representing Geelong Guild, Isabella Tarr. In lane number 6, representing Box Hill, Sienna McDonald. In lane number 7, representing Knox, Hayley Buckley. And in lane number 8, representing Glen Huntly, Isabel Zhang. These are your 7 starters for the women's under-17 100-metre final.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away in racing. McDonald, one of the best to start. Tarr on the inside of her as they make their way through this 100. On the outside is Zhang. It's going to be Tarr to trying to make it way through. Oh, it's all Isabella Tarr, but the next 3. Geez, throw a blanket across it for the Miners, but Isabella Tarr will be your champion. We will wait to see how the judges split that one.
Next presentation for the men's under-18 100-metre Championship of Victoria. Receiving the bronze medal in a time of 11.35, representing Wyndham Track and Field, Alexandru Hanu. In the silver medal position in a time of 11.20 from Casey Cadinia, Jeremy Kariuki. And our new Victorian champion in a time of 11.18 seconds from Western Athletics, Jaden Enty. So great running from Alexandru, Jeremy and Jaden to take the podium spots in the men's under-18 100-metre Championship of Victoria. Time now for the presentation of the men's under-18 discus throw championship. And receiving the bronze medal with the best distance of 44.82 from Bendigo Harriers, Jake Gavriladis. Our silver medalist with a best of 51.67 metres from Athletics Essendon, Mackenzie Leaf. And our gold medalist and the Victorian champion with a best of 52.14 metres representing Albury Athletics, Logan Sandland. And back up to Mitch in the commentary for our next 100-metre final.
Thank you, Tim. I'll take the mic here. Roses are red, violets are blue. Boy, oh boy, do I have a race for you. Now, this race here is very, very tightly contested. 0.3 seconds separates the entire field here. So it's definitely going to be one to watch. All right, from the inside to the outside. In lane 1, from Frankston, we have Jack Brewster. In lane 2, from Ballarat Harriers, Aubrey Watson. In lane 3, from Casey Cardinia, Zion Great Alanian. In lane 4, from Geelong Guild, Caleb Kilpatrick. In lane 5, from the Geelong rivalry here, in the opposite green, from Corio, Lucas Pearce. In lane 6, from Ringwood, Corey Mason. And in lane 7, from Old Melburnians, Elias Oldfield. Ladies and gentlemen, the Victorian record for this race is 10.66, set in 1991 by Phil Chiodo.
On your mark. Set.
Kilpatrick gets away very well, but on the outside it seems to be Corey Mason running very, very well. Kilpatrick on the inside holding strongly. Zion Great moving too well. On the outside, it's the Old Melburnians has been very, very close to the Ringwood athlete. Ringwood, Geelong Guild and Old Melburnians is my call, but I am not 100% sure. I'll leave that to the professionals. Minus 1.3 headwind there, 11.29 in the rain. An excellent, excellent run. Confirmation there. So it is Corey Mason of Ringwood taking that one out. Then Caleb Kilpatrick from Geelong and the Old Melburnians athlete of Elias Oldfield taking the bronze. Incredibly close racing here.
So after going back to the photo finish, we have got our order lined up for the presentation for the women's under 17 100 metre final. In third place, the time of 13:03, representing Glen Huntly, Alice Hollingsworth. In the silver medal position with exactly the same time, split by the judges, 13:03, our silver medalist from Box Hill, Sienna McDonald. But no doubting the winner here today in a time of 12.81 seconds. Representing Geelong Guild, our new champion, Isabella Tarr. So great performances there from Alice, Sienna and Isabella, taking the medals in the women's under 17 100 metres. Thanks for your patience, girls. Now let's go from the under 17 women to the under 17 men. Another great race here. Let's do our presentations for our championship event. More close results here. Taking the bronze medal in a time of 11.35, representing Old Melburnians, Elias Oldfield. Second position in a time of 11.32, receiving the silver medal from Geelong Guild, Caleb Kilpatrick. And our champion today, taking home the gold medal in a time of 11.26 seconds from Ringwood Athletic Club, Corey Mason. So congratulations, Elias, Caleb, and Corey, and all competitors in the men's under 17 100 metre final.
So on the track now will be a combined final for the women's under 17 and women's under 15 para 100 metre events. In lane 3 for the women's under 17, representing Diamond Valley, Kiara Wright. And in lane number 5 for the women's under 15, representing Nunawading, Zoe Schultz. These are your two competitors in the women's under 17 and under 15 100 metre para events.
On your mark.
So we are away and racing. It's Kiara Wright with the best start. Zoe Schultz now starting to go through the motions on the inside. It's Wright. Schultz now starting to go to the arms. So it's Wright on the internal. Schultz now still pushing through. It's Wright. Schultz all just going to hold on. Kiara Wright ahead of Zoe Schultz. Fantastic racing there in the women's under 17 and under 15 100 metre para events. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on the track now is our men's under-17 100-metre para event. Occupying lane number 3 from the beaches of Mornington, it's Kai Davenport. Coming out of lane number 4 from Mentone, Liam Costello. In lane number 5 from the rolling hills of the Yarra Ranges, it's Bradley McMeekin. And in lane number 6, he doesn't just present medals, he's going to try and win one here from Old Scotch. It's Tom Roach. These are your 4 competitors in the men's under-17 100-metre para final.
On your mark. Set.
So we are live and racing now. One of the best to start was Davenport. Costello on his shoulder, so too McMeekin. But as it stands, it's Kai Davenport just stretching away. Liam Costello pumping the arms. It's Kai Davenport. He'll crash it first. Costello, McMeekin, and Roach now coming down with 30 metres to go. So Roach will salute the line just under 20 seconds nearly. And we will wait on the percentages from the officials. But it was Kai Davenport across the line first here in the field of 4 in the men's under-17 100-metre para event.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing your attention to the top of the straight once again. This is another very, 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 very hot heat. Actually, final. My bad there. This is the final of the women's under 16 100 metres. The Victorian record stands at 11.71 by Mia Gross from Deakin. A bit of an interesting information about this race. 0.06 separates Sullivan and Crow in their heat times, and that same margin separates Ma from Crow. This is one to watch. All right, from the inside to the outside, from Geelong Guild, Amelia Pantano in lane 1. In lane 2, from Frankston, Cecilia Agostino. In lane 3, from Diamond Valley, Maddie Ma. In lane 4, from Sandringham, Charlie Sullivan. In lane 5, from Ballarat Harriers, Grace Crow. In lane 6, from Glen Huntly, Julia Zaitseva. In lane 7, sporting the orange of Mornington, Lucy Quinn. And in lane 8, from Sandringham, Valentina Lucic.
On your marks. Set.
And they're away quicker than a pea plate at a green light. It looks to be the middle runner there from Sandringham. Charlie Sullivan making it very, very great case for herself. But on the outside, we've got Grace Crow moving very well there. 12.43.
So let's go to our next presentation. This is going to be a very special one. We're going to combine our one in a time of 15.95. Our 100-metre champion, Zoe Schultz, Athletics Nunawading. And joining her on the top step with a percentage of 79.35 and a time of 15.60 from Diamond Valley, Kira Wright. So congratulations in the under 15s to Zoe and also Kira in the under 17s. And they wanted the presentation to be done together. Let's go to our next presentation. It is the men's under 17 para discus in the bronze medal position with a percentage of 33.54 and a distance of 15.36 from Morning Peninsula, Kai Davenport. Our second place getter, 34%, 34.00, 14.61 from Old Scotch. It is Tom Roach. And our gold medalist with a percentage of 42.95, a distance of 22.73 from Mentone, Liam Costello.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the top of the track, it is some of the fastest under 16-year-olds in Victoria for the men's under 16 100-metre final. Coming out of lane 1, representing Eagle Hawk, it's Louis McIntosh. In lane number 2, from Keilor St Bernards, it's Mitchell Yanello. In lane number 3, from Richmond, Finn Quinn. In lane number 4, from Nunawading, it's Cooper Bertram. In lane number 5, from Chilwell, Tobias Servan. In lane number 6, representing Essendon, William Hurt. In lane number 7, from Sandringham, Archie O'Rourke. And in lane number 8, representing Mentone, Yanni Melaminas. These are all of your competitors in the men's under 16 100 metre final.
On your mark.
So Bertram, one of the quickest to start, picking up the Hurt though now is going to be Hurt. So he gets right on the outside. Bertram in the middle. On the inside of him too is Quinn. It's going to be Quinn. Oh, but it's all Willie Hurt and he salutes. Oh, to be William Hurt who takes it out there. Sensational racing from the young man in the under 16 100 metres.
Thanks, guys. Another exciting call there in the 100 metres, but we're going to come down trackside now for our next presentation. This is for the men's para under 17 100 metres. And once again, we will have our very, very, very special presenter here, Tom Roach from Old Scotch, will do the deed down here. Our bronze medalist in a time of 18:18, representing Yarra Rangers, it's Brad McMeekin, and a nice jump up onto the podium there. Tom doing our presentations. Our silver medalist in a time of 15:58 from the Mentone Athletic Club, Liam Costello. And our gold medalist, the Victorian champion, with a time of 14.70 from Mornington Peninsula Athletics, Kai Davenport. All right, congratulations, guys. Let's get them all on the top step after Joe takes the photo. So well done to our competitors in the men's under 17 para 100 and our special guest presenter, Tom Roach. All right, have we got the medals for the next one? Yes, we have. The next presentation is the Women's Under 16 100 metre Championship of Victoria. Receiving the bronze medal in a time of 12.80 seconds, representing Glen Huntley, Julia Zaitseva. In second place, receiving the silver medal in a time of 12.55 seconds, from Sandringham, Charlie Sullivan. And our Victorian champion and gold medalist in a time of 12.41 seconds, from Ballarat Harriers, Grace Crow. Congratulations to Julia, Charlie, and also Grace, the medalists in the women's under 16 100 metre Victorian State Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing your attention to the bottom of the straight once again. This is the final of the women's under 15 100 metres. A greatly contested final here, that's for sure. From the inside to the outside, in lane 1 we have Hannah McNeil from Ballarat Harriers. In lane 2 from Deakin, Leah Berry. In lane 3 from Casey Cardinia, a dominant force in the heats, Ariella Sprague. In lane 4 from Glen Huntly, also running very, very well, Laura Wong. In lane 5 from Diamond Valley, Rebecca Valica. In lane 6 from Box Hill, Ishara Ross. Joining us from Collingwood, in lane 7, Ruby Izogwu. And in lane 8 from Glen Huntly, Adele Roche. Ladies and gentlemen, your starters for the final of the women's 100 metres under 15.
On your mark. Set.
Away very quickly there, it's Wong, and also Rashara Ross on the outside, on the inside as well, moving very quickly. Ariella Sprague moving very, very well. The Box Hill battle between the Box Hill and Diamond Valley athletes, but it'll be Sprague this one, Ross, then, ooh, definitely I am thinking Rebecca Valica there. 12.60 on the clock. Very good into a minus 0.4. So a little bit of winds today, but not too much. It seems to be teetering between a slight tail and a bit of a headwind. There you go on the board. 12.57 for Ariella Sprague.
Let's draw our attention back to the infield once again for the presentation for the men's under 16 or 100 metre championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalists in a time of 11.75. Representing Athletics Nunawading, Cooper Bertram. Our silver medalist in a time of 11.54 seconds from the Richmond Harriers, Finn Quinn. And the gold medalist in a time of 11.46. Let's congratulate our new Victorian champion from Athletics Essendon, William Hurt.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the top of the track, we do have our under 15 men's 100 metre final. Coming out of lane number 2, representing Box Hill, Harrison Dolman. In lane number 3, from Chilwell, Osaka Rose. In lane number 5, representing Eaglehawk, Cooper Richardson. In lane number 6, from Box Hill, Cooper Brown Castellano. In lane number 7, from Keilor St Bernard's, Lucas Tran. And in lane number 8, from Casey Cardinia, Israel Alanian. These are all of your competitors in the men's under 15 100 metre final.
On your marks.
So where away was Brown Castellano, one of the best to jump. He's going to pump the arms and try and extend. Tran on the outside of him, but it's all Cooper Brown Castellano as he's going to come down the line and be your champion. Rose there in second and throw a blanket over the third place. Oh boy, what a men's under 15 100 metre final that was. But Cooper Brown Castellano will be your champion in the men's under 15 100 metres.
So breaking in on the 100 metre action, we'll do our next presentation is for the women's under 18 pole vault championship. And in second position, receiving the silver medal with the best clearance of 2.30 metres, representing Glen Huntley, Isabella Hollins. And our new Victorian champion with best clearance of 3.50 metres from Geelong Guild, Victoria Pape Silver. Let's congratulate Isabella and Victoria on their performances in the women's under 18 pole vault competition. So next presentation will be for the women's under 15 100 metre championship of Victoria. Receiving the bronze medal in a time of 12.87 seconds. Representing Diamond Valley, it's Rebecca Palika. In second, in a time of 12.81, receiving our silver medal from Box Hill, Ashara Ross. Our new Victorian champion in a time of 12.57 seconds, receiving the gold medal, Ariella Sprague, Casey Cadinia. Congratulations to Rebecca, Ashara and Ariella, our medalists in the women's under 15 100 metre Victorian Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, directing your eyes back to the bottom of the straight once again for the final of the women's under 14 100 metres. From the inside to the outside, in lane 1 we have from Ballarat Harriers, Kiana Jenkins. In lane 2 from Nunawading, Alexa Schultz. In lane 3 from Geelong Guild, it's Tilly McBain. In lane 4, joining us all the way from Gippsland, it's Zaria Dalton. In lane 5 from Box Hill, Dina Jurges. In lane 6 from Mentone, Lexi Brown. From Geelong Guild, Jemima Hood. And in lane 8 from Collingwood, Penelope Triandos. Ladies and gentlemen, your starters for the start of the women's under 14 final.
On your mark.
Jurges away very quickly, building her lead from the very start, but it looks to be from Gippsland, Zaria Dalton also working very well. Jurges starting to show her dominance here, pushing very, very strongly, pumping those arms. It'll be the Gippsland athlete, a bit further back there, of course, but Dina Jurges making it that her race, I believe so.
Next presentation, certainly one of our exciting events of the day. It's the women's under 17 pole vault competition. And let's congratulate our place getters in the bronze medal position with a best clearance of 3.10 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, Kushan Orangi. In second position, receiving the silver medal with a best height of 3.30 metres from Doncaster, Talia Grace. And our new champion with a best clearance of 3.50 metres, also from Athletics Essendon, Sukna Orangi.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the top of the straight now is our men's under 14 100 metre final. Out of lane 3, representing Keilor St Bernard's, Nate Pokazinski. Out of lane number 4 from South Bendigo, Charlie Sullivan. In lane number 5 from Box Hill, it's Cooper Nunn. And in lane number 6, representing Essendon, it's Alexander Carroll. These are all of your competitors in the men's under 14 100 metre final.
On your mark.
So we were nearly away and racing there, as they'll come back and try again for the second time in the men's under 14 100 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So Carroll the best to jump on the outside now, but Sullivan now starts to go to the arms. So it's Sullivan through the middle there for South Bendigo. Oh, it's all Charlie Sutherland as he's going to take it out in the under 14 100 metres on the inside there. Pokazinski outside Carroll, and coming through now was Cooper Nunn. But Charlie Sullivan, stand and salute the men's under 14 100 metre champion.
Next presentation, the men's under 15 long jump championship of Victoria. In third position, receiving the bronze medal with a best distance of 5.82 metres, representing Mentone, Deng Aguk. In second position with a best of 5.94 metres from Glen Huntly, Matthew Milius. The Victorian champion with a best of 6.04 metres, representing Box Hill, Harrison Dolman. Congratulations, Deng, Matthew and Harrison, the medalists in the men's under 15 long jump.
and gentlemen, behind the podium now are our medalists for the women's under 14 100 metres. In third place with a time of 13.38, representing Mentone, Lexi Brown. In second place with a time of 13.30, representing Geelong Guild, Tilly McBain. And your state champion with a time of 13.05 from Box Hill, Dina Gurgis. Congratulations to our three medalists there of the women's under 14 100 metres. Behind the dais now on the front straight are our medalists for the men's under 14 100 metres. In third position with a time of 13.64, representing Essendon, Alexander Carroll. In second position with a time of 13.47 from Keilor St Bernard's, Nate Pokazinski. And your state champion in the men's under 14 100 metres, representing South Bendigo with a time of 12.8, Charlie Sullivan.
On the dais now is the men's under 15 100-metre championship medalists. A bronze medalist in a time of 12.31 seconds, representing Keele St Bernard's, Lucas Tran. A silver medalist in a time of 12.11 seconds, representing Athletics, Chilwell, Oscar Rose. A new champion today in a time of 11.77 seconds, receiving the gold medal, representing Box Hill, Cooper Brancazzano. Congratulations to all our medalists and competitors in the men's under 15 100 metres.
that much after. That's why I did it. You got a union ticket for that?
Far side of the track, the steeplechase action about to get underway. The first event will be a combined under 18
and under 17 event. In the under 18s, we have 5 starters. From Athletics Chilwell in Station 1, Daniel Scott. From Station 2, Jack Waters from Knox. From Wendouree, Zach Granger is in 3. James Meyer from Casey Virginia in 4. Josh Ashgar from Doncaster is in 5. In the under 17s, we have Matthew Holditch from Sandringham in 6. Andre Maladay from Box Hill in 7. Connor Sullivan, Oscotch in 8. Lachlan Fulton from Mentone lines up in Station 9. In Station 10, Charles Barrett from Essendon. And from Mornington Peninsula, Andrew Turver, Station 11. That's the field in the combined men's under 18 and under 17 2,000 metre steeplechase.
And we are off and racing here in our combined men's under 18 and under 17 2,000 metre steeplechase. As they'll try and sort themselves out. Obviously, having to jump these is hard enough, let alone doing it in not a lot of room to operate as they string themselves out, try and move their way around. And maybe Maladret of the under 17 race just getting on the shoulder there of his compatriot and Charles Barrett. So these two will try and string the rest of the field out early, and Maladret the better in the water jump there. Barrett behind, and it is a brutal event. You can seriously get lost in that water quite easily, but manage to navigate their way through as they make their way down this home straight. And Tim, they are all very well spread out.
Certainly are. So Barrett taking the lead. Interesting to see what Granger's going to do here. They're in 2 different age groups. They're our sort of top 2 seeds. But as you say, it is Andre Maladay, the one who's sitting in that second position. He's in the same age group as Barrett, and he's just trailing him. So we have got Zach Granger leading the under 18s. We'll have the likes of Meyer and Ascar also up there early in that age group. But out front, Charles Barrett, he's the top seed. He's a sub-6 minute man over the 2,000 metre journey. And we're seeing Granger now just starting to make his way forward.
So probably sitting just over that 6 minute mark at the moment, but it is early in this 2,000 metre event. So just going to stretch it out and see how the rest of the field go. There's a nice pack formed in the middle of this race. It'll be interesting to see whether they want to go and chase these early race leaders or sit back and watch the show. But at the moment, it is Charles Barrett, who you mentioned is the class athlete of the field. Just really starting to assert his dominance early in this 5-lap event. And that was a textbook water jump. As the rest of them now make their way through. Just tucked in nicely there, leading out our men's under 18 is Zach Granger.
Yeah, I think Granger's just biding his time at the moment. Just had a little poke around the shoulder to see where the opposition is. Josh Ascar is leading that chase pack, and he is one of those in that age group that he's got to watch out for. Matthew Holditch also in the chase pack there at the moment, as we see Granger easy as just coming alongside Maladay, but it's Charles Barrett out by 20 metres.
So Maladay has a quick look on the right shoulder and just sees Granger, as you said, ease past him like he's floating at the moment. Charles Barrett completely unharmed out in front as the rest of this pack, which we mentioned, and a big stumble over the steeple there. We hope he's okay.
I think that might have been Jack Waters. Unfortunately, has gone down. We might require first aid there. Fortunately, they are not too far away, but yeah, Waters just having a bad crash on that standard barrier. But out front, we're seeing Barrett leading the way still. Lead out to about 35 metres. Maladay now about to be joined by Josh Asker. Holdick in next position. Then we have from Old Scotch, Connor Sullivan. But the athletes are just going to have to be a little bit careful as they come around on the next lap. Jack Waters is down on the track. As you see, Barrett now through the water jump once again. Good clearance there from Granger. Maladay in next position. He's good over the water jump. Askar's not, a little bit sloppy through there. Then Holditch is going with him. But great to see Jack's up. So unfortunate incident there, but Jack Waters just limping off to the side of the track now as Charles Barrett comes through to get 2 laps to go.
So Charles Barrett with 800 metres remaining in this men's 2,000 metre steeplechase. And as you said, fantastic. We could get off the track there and in one piece, most importantly. Zach Granger, he's just been slowly going through the motions and just chipping away ever so slightly at that lead from Charles Barrett there. Obviously in different races, but still the prestige of being the first one over the line is ever so important. Maladre doing well to hold out the rest of the field behind him there. But working really well together is Josh Asker. So too behind them there is Matthew Holditch. But out in front, it is still Charles Barrett, just looking so smooth. Looks like he hasn't grimaced even a little bit, Tim, as he makes his way with 600 metres to go. And you wonder, does he have a little bit more left, or will he feel comfortable with the remaining 550 metres?
So the order in the under-17s at the moment, Barrett leading, Maladay in second position, and then Holditch in third. For the under-18s, we're looking at Granger leading the way, Asker in second, and then we'll try and spot who might be third in that competition. So it's probably Scott, Daniel Scott from Chilwell. So coming through to get the bell. So his best is a sub-6, possibly not going to go there today, but doesn't need to because he is leading this competition now by about 45 metres.
So Charles Barrett over the jump there now as he makes his way around the turn, starting to chip away at it a little bit as Zach Granger, and so too trying to chop and change position as Matthew Holditch now, who goes around Maladre. So he clears it nicely, got the big levers, going to put him to use. Up the back straight now though. It is the early race leader. In fact, it's the only race leader in Charles Barrett with 250 metres to go. As he makes his way through, Granger done a really good job to try and peg it back as much as he can, but these two have been by themselves for a majority of this outing. And now starting to move really nicely is Matty Holditch, but behind him there is Maladre, hasn't gone too far.
So Maladay's starting to get his stride going again. He was up there early in the leading pack. Has drifted back a little bit, but still moving nicely. But around the last water jump now, Barrett through, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. That's what we want to see. Granger's next one up and over. Not quite as clean through, but still good, efficient movement there from Zach Granger. But let's get behind Charles Barrett. What a performer. The Victorian record holder over the 1,500 metres. Briefly an Australian record holder for 20 minutes over the 1,500 metres as well. But Charles Barrett, he's going to come through now. So great performance there. So 6:12 thereabouts. Barrett will take it. Little race on here, and it will be Maladay. He'll come through. Ooh, gee, that's going to be tight because Holditch was final surge there. It's going to be very close for the minor medals there, as we see Asker and also Turver. Turver's in the age group below, so Asker will come through to get the silver behind Granger. Next one through will be Sullivan from Old Scotch. Mentones, Lachlan Fulton, next one to finish in 6:41, and it looks like the third place here will be Daniel Scott from Chilwell in the under-18 competition with James Meyer from Casey Cardinia, the final competitor here to come across the line in the 2,000 metres steeplechase combined for the under-18s and the under-17s. Good win to Charles Barrett and Zach Granger taking out the titles. Our next presentation is for the men's under-18 triple jump championship of Victoria. Receiving the bronze medal with the best distance of 13.08 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, Sebastian Weikart. In second position, receiving the silver medal with the best distance of 13.32 metres from Corio, Joshua Sanders. And our Victorian champion with a best distance of 13.63 metres, representing Athletics Chilwell, Seth McLeish. So congratulations to all of our medalists in the men's under-18 triple jump.
Fraser currently leads the under-18 triple jump with a jump of 11.67. Sitting behind her with a jump of 11.53 is Tessia Hagai. Currently before the second rounds. Heading into the final 3 rounds right about now.
Next event on the track will be once again a combined steeplechase. It'll be the under 18 and under 17 women's event. The under 18s Victorian state record 6:38.68 set in 2007 by Samantha Carberry from Doncaster. The Victorian country record 6:48.93 set in 2000 by Victoria Mitchell from Benalla. The under 17s, that 6:38.68 is the same record, and for the Vic countries 6:55.09 Kate Sly from Deagon set in 2006. Let's introduce your field. In the under 18s we have 4 starters, and they are in Station 1 from Williamstown, Natasha Rourke. Station 2 from Athletics Essendon, Charlotte Jackson. Freya Brown from Mentone lines up in Station 3. And Eden Hill from Albury Athletics is in Station 4. In our under 17 competition we have 3 starters. Ali Brooks from Diamond Valley in Station 5. Greta Ashley, Ballarat YCW in 6. And Orla Shackloff from Sandringham is in Station 7. They are the 7 starters in the combined under 18 and under 17 2,000 metre steeplechase.
On your mark.
And so we are off and racing here in our combined women's under 18 and under 17 2,000 metre steeplechase. And over this opening 200 to 300 metres, they'll try and sort themselves out and find a nice spot to be able to get through this 5-lap event. And at the moment, not spotting each other any room and giving each other an inch to make it any easier than it needs to be. So they start to clear out just a little bit now. It's the first water jump, a great tester.
Yep.
And everybody just about makes it out in one piece.
Lots of spray as they came through there, and I think that might be Shackloff coming through early there. Rourke in next position. So Shackloff's in the under 17s, Rourke in the under 18s. Then Greta Ashley's on the inside. Freya Brown in the yellow uniform. Ali Brooks just to the outside there. And she has got the Essendon runner there in Jackson to the inside of her, and Eden Hill completing the field. But Orla Shackloff leading the way, and she's taking it out here in the under 17s. She's got a seed time of around 7:26. So Brooks the top seed, but remember Brooks was in that 800 not so long ago. So Ali Brooks might be just sitting back early. We know she's got a strong finish. So she's sitting back off behind Ashley at the moment as Shackloff leads the way, and in the under 17s and the under 18s, Natasha Rourke.
So Shackloff up the back straight, looking really comfortable, seeming to have found her rhythm just after the first 400 metres, and it's Rourke not too far away behind her. We'll call it 10 metres. Just a little bit further back than there, Greta Ashley. Not too far away either, as the pack now starts to chop and change just a little bit, which is to be expected.
So a lot more clear space now as they approach water jump number 2. So Shackloff through quite nicely. Rourke going double-footed in, so too Brown.
So always a bold approach, the double foot through the water jump. Certainly doesn't give you too much momentum, but enough to be able to dig your way out of it, as it's Shackloff looking really comfortable over these barriers. So too now is Rourke, as the rest of this pack, as we mentioned, starts to chop and change just a little bit there. Starting to make her way through now in this under 18 event is Freya Brown, as she now ascends the field to put herself in a medal position early. Behind her is Charlotte Jackson. One further back there in the under 17s is Greta Ashley. And also Ali Brooks behind them there. So it's Shackloff who looks the most comfortable and continuing to extend away just a little bit through the opening 800 metres. 250 just a touch over there on the clock, as Rourke now starts to come back towards the pack, and making the biggest move of them all is Freya Brown, who now just starts to creep up on the shoulder there of her under 18s athletes.
So Shackloff, I'd say, has got a winning lead here. This is looking very strong, and the form and the hurdling technique really fine here from Orla Shackloff. So she's leading the way in the under 17s. Rourke has now been joined by Freya Brown in the 18s, and this is critical because Freya Brown has now got the gold medal position in that age group. So Shackloff leading the 17s. Greta Ashley now in second position, and Ali Brooks in third in the 17s. And if we look now, Freya Brown just starting to get a little bit of a lead up, and that was a good water jump from Brown. She got a few more metres on O'Rourke as she came out of the water, and Greta Ashley also threw nicely.
So it's Shackloth, Kapow straight over there on that barrier, looking really comfortable. Just a little footstep on there just to give herself a bit of momentum. And as you mentioned, these water jumps are so important, and Freya Brown has been one of the best at them in this field. As now she starts to extend away just a little bit from Rourke, so watch that in the battle for the under-18s. Behind them there for under-17s is Greta Ashley. And so too back to that under-18 event is Charlotte Jackson. So some of these medals are still being decided here, but way out in front and looking so comfortable at the same time is Shackloth, who takes a quick little look around the corner just to see where the rest of her competitors are, but looking very, very comfortable and near on 40-metre lead just ahead of Freya Brown there. And certainly plenty of running left as they make their way with, I believe, 600 metres to go.
Nice move there by Charlotte Jackson, but just a few stutter steps before she went over that barrier, and that just separated the distance between her and Natasha O'Rourke, who she's trying to chase down. Ali Brooks just doing her own thing at the moment, and I think maybe thinking about that 800-metre final tomorrow, Mitch. But she's just going through the motions here this afternoon in this steeplechase. But out front, Shackloth just looking the goods and looking so strong and fairly good over this water jump. Let's see her go. Second last time over. Double foot land, but still quite a bit of momentum coming out of the water. Freya Brown, next one through.
The momentum is the most important thing from that water jump. It can be very daunting if you're stuck in it like quicksand. So doing well to be able to push forward and look good whilst doing it. So Shackloth here, good 40 metres in front. No step on that barrier, so picking up the pace just a little bit as she comes down now. The bell is at the ready, it's in the hand. No sweeter sound as a distance runner as now Freya Brown continues to just be so clean over these barriers, and another change further back in the field, but out the front of it is all the Shackloth with only a lap of jumping left. Coming through now in this under-18 event is Freya Brown. Behind her there in the under-17 event is Greta Ashley. And now working through once again in this under-18 event is Charlotte Jackson, Natasha Rourke behind there. So as they make their way around 300 metres to go, it's a familiar face at the front, and it's familiar because it has not changed here this evening. It's all the Shackloth and looking really, really comfortable as Freya Brown continues to stretch away.
So I did think Jackson had the momentum, and she does. She's just getting that 10 to 15 metre break over Rourke now, so she looked good, but just got to be more clean over the barriers. Rourke still clearing a little bit better and making a little bit of a gain on Jackson, but between the barriers, Jackson looking much, much stronger. Starting to get her eye on Greta Ashley, and up front though, Brown looking very, very solid. That distance between Shackloth and Brown not changing.
So Shackloth, the final water barrier for her this evening. A little stutter step approach, but enough to be able to push her way out of it. So Shackloth going to the arms and going to try and push hard around this barrier. A really good water jump there as well from Freya Brown, who's probably been the best at it this evening. But when we look back through the record books of the under-17 2,000 metre champion for 2023 in this steeplechase event, it will be all a Shackloth. She saw it, she jumped it, she ran it, she wanted it, she got it. All as Shackloth now will come down and salute as your under-17 champion with a 7:09 on the clock. Freya Brown as well, your under-18 champion. Just the best over the barriers and now the best of the under-18s here in Victoria. Sensational racing. And as we come down back in this under-17 event, it's Greta Ashley who will come through for a silver medal. Talking about silvers, it's Charlotte Jackson as well in this under-18 event who will claim that. And Natasha Rourke, who did so much of the work early, will come home with a bronze. So sensational racing there. And it's Ali Brooks of Diamond Valley also with a bronze. As we finish off now, it's Eden Hill of Albury who's going to crash the tape just over 7:45 there in the women's under-18 2,000 metre steeplechase.
So the next presentation is for the men's under 18 2,000 metres steeplechase final of Victoria. Receiving the bronze medal with a time of 6:54.17, representing Athletics Chilwell, Daniel Scott. In the silver medal position with the best of, a time of 6:29.18, representing Doncaster, Josh Askar. And our gold medalist, Victorian champion with a time of 6:18.49, representing Wendouree, Zach Granger.
Turn our attention back to the presentation area, and this is for the men's under 17 2,000 metres steeplechase. Receiving the bronze medal with a time of 6:18.72, representing Sandringham, Matthew Holditch. Collecting the silver medal with a time of 6:18.71, only 1/100th between them. Representing Box Hill, Andre Maladay. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion for time of 6:12.43, representing Athletics Essendon, Charles Barrett.
So on the back straight now, we do have our men's under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase event. In station number 1, representing Ringwood, Dash Clark. In station number 2, from Essendon, Oscar Leachett. Or Leachter. In station number 3, from Keelos and Bernards, Jack Roberts. In station number 4, from Essendon, Jonathan Neathling. In station number 5, from Casey Cardinia, Liam Piccolo. In station number 6, from Western Athletics, Emerson Arnold. In station number 7, from Ballarat YCW, Riley Shalito. And in station number 8, from Glen Huntley, it's George Fowler. These are your competitors in the men's under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase.
So away in this under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase. And most aggressive out looks to be Jonathan Neathling of Essendon. They've absolutely blasted out over the first lap here. Dash Clark, they're probably wondering why they dashed out of here for the first couple of 400 metres here. but it looks to be a gap of 2 already settling the rest of the field. Some unclean water jumps over that first barrier there, but it looks to be Neethling, and it looks to be the Ballarat YCW athlete there in Shalito, sitting behind there nicely, Mitch.
So Neethling and Shalito, they're not going to mess about at all. They're going to get out here and try and string it out quickly. So if you want to come get it, the opening pair are just going to try and stretch it out nicely. So it's Neethling, Shalito. Here comes Dash, who we mentioned, who Borgie thought might have just wanted an adjustment of pace early. And right behind him there is George Fowler. So this is an individual event. There's no mixed, there's no matching. It's all under 16 men out there. And this opening lap is at 70 seconds. So they are under 6-minute pace at the moment. And it's Jonathan Neethling, who is the one who's going to try and put his foot on this accelerator even more and stretch out the likes of Riley Shalito along this back straight. It's still going to be Dash Clark chasing. Behind him there is George Fowler. The next one in line to try and get on the track is Oscar Lichter and Borgie. These two out in front are not messing about and are showing no signs of slowing down.
Sure as Mitch, 71 seconds for the first lap. That's pretty much bang on Harry Sharp's Victorian record there at 5:55. So if they can keep this pace, who knows what we can see this evening here at Lakeside Stadium. So Neethling and Shalito sticking nicely on each other there. Looks to be the Ringwood athlete there in Dash Clark, moving nicely there as well in that third place. And it looks to be going back to the Glen Huntley athlete there in Fowler. And then the other Essendon runner there in Lichter. So they collect with 3 laps to go here. Clock hits 2:10. Still sitting on that pace nicely. Maybe just dropped off a little bit. But it looks to be the 2 leaders starting to gap away from the rest of the field, Mitch.
So Neethling just looking so strong out in front, just clearing these by a mile. So it's certainly not going to be height that's the issue for Neethling as he starts to just extend away a little bit, just gets so close to that barrier as well. It's Riley Shalito still behind him there. Dash Clark is going to be the one to try and lead out the rest of this pack. And it was our man from Glen Huntley, George Fowler, who took a little bit of a tumble into that water jump last time, so he'll try and strike that one a little bit cleaner this time around. But out in front, it is Neethling. Behind him there is still Shalito, just putting on a textbook performance at the moment, Jonathan Neethling. So Shalito doing his best to try and hold on, but he's been very smooth through these water jumps all night long. And he's Lionel Richie that one again. So it's Neethling out in front, Shalito not too far away. Dash Clark also still putting the pressure on. George Fowler doing his best to try and latch onto it, and behind him there is still Lichter. But down this home straight, as smooth as butter, as easy as you like it. It is Jonathan Neethling just stretching out Shalito, and there'll be 800 metres to go as they strike the start-finish line here.
So Neethling looks like he's made his move here with 800. We're seeing what Shalito can do to respond. Still in third place, bit in no man's land at the moment, there is Dash Clark from Ringwood. So it looks to be Neethling looking smooth as butter there as he goes through and collects with 700 left. Shalito doing everything he can to stick by him, but it looks to be that Neethling. Could this be the move that sees him take out the Victorian Championship in its under 16 event? Behind him, it looks like to be Shalito and that's Clark there. And then 4th and 5th, still side by side there. It is the Ballarat runner there in Lichter and Glen Huntley athlete there in Fowler. It's always nice to say you've come 4th or 5th in that Victorian Championship. So we're interested to see what these boys can come home with as they come through the back straight for the penultimate time.
So Jonathan Neethling just about cleared the water, said not interested, I'd like to keep my shoes as dry as humanly possible as he makes his way around this home straight for the second last time. So it's Neethling, just continues to stretch away. Riley Shalito still fighting on hard there in second place, and Dash Clark in third. These medals seem sewn up, but you've seen stranger things happen. At the moment now, it's Jonathan Neethling from Essendon. Have a look at the clock, 4:49, 4:50. So he's still on the verge of potentially going under this 6-minute mark. Is Jonathan Neethling, but he may need this crowd to lift just a little bit. 5:55, the state record. Here he comes now as well. It's Riley Shalito. He hears the sweet, sweet sound of the bell with 5:04. Dash Clark in third position, still fighting on strongly. But have a look at the back straight. He's found a gear that he didn't think existed. It's going to be Jonathan Neethling, 250 metres to go. Just continues to stretch away. He got to 1,500. He said, fine, I'll have to do it myself. and myself is how he's acted from there. So 200 to go, 5:29 on the clock. He'll need something special to round it out as he goes towards the water jump. It's still Riley Shalito there up the back straight. Dash Clark, and right behind him making a move is Lichter. So Oscar Lichter, watch that for the bronze medal with Clark. But with 120 metres to go, he's done it from the start and he'll do it to the finish potentially here. Jonathan Neathling, 100 there to go, 5:55, so he's just out of this state record. But what a performance from Jonathan Neathling. He decided he wasn't going to wait for anybody to do it for him. He said, I'll do it myself. And he will be your state champion for the men's under-16 steeplechase. 6:09, look at that. A hop, step and a jump in his way to the gold medal. And I think he thought he might have wanted one more barrier. It wasn't enough during the race for Jonathan Neathling as Riley Shalito now comes down for the silver medal. A hard-fought silver. There's a changing of the bronze here. Oscar Lichter, he's come over the top of Dash Clark, just gets over. Oh, it's not over yet. Oh, it's Lichter. It's Clark. It's Lichter. It's Clark. Oh, boy, Clark said, I wanted it all along, and he'll take the bronze. Stops the watch, and watch his Strava after this. What a performance. Wowee. George Fowler now comes down to greet it. And that was something special. Oscar Lichter thought he had it done, but Dash Clark found his final gear as our final competitors now make their way down to the line. But what a performance, what a race here in our men's under-16 2,000 metre steeplechase. Well done to Emerson Arnold there, finishing off our men's under-16 2,000 metre steeplechase.
So after waiting patiently, we're now going to go to the under-17 Women's Hammer Throw Championship presentation. And with a best distance of 37.60 metres, representing Box Hill, our bronze medalist is Ebony Barnett. And in the silver medal position with a best distance of 41.40 from Athletics Essendon, Amelia Ashton. But once again, a familiar name on the top of the dais with a best distance of 44.78 from Eureka, Alyssa Benbow, our new Victorian champion. So well done to Ebony, Amelia, Alyssa, and all the competitors in the women's under-17 hammer throw. Is it Tessia or Tessia? How do you... So our next medal presentation, the Women's Under-18 Triple Jump Championship, and receiving the bronze medal with the best distance of 10.99 metres, representing Wendouree, Bridie Shanahan. And with a best of 11.53 from Athletics Essendon, the silver medal goes to Tessia Haggai. And our champion today from the Ballarat Harriers with a best of 11.81 metres, it is Molly Fraser. medalist from 5 is 16.11 reps. Presentation. Victorian champion gold medal club 716.76 rep. Raya Brown.
On the track now, back straight with another 2,000 metres steeplechase event this time, raced by the under-15 team of Victoria. In station number 1, representing Knox, Jack Healy. In station number 2, from Ballarat, White, CW, Lachlan Anderson. In station number 3, from Essendon, Noah Toralo. In station number 4, from Williamstown, Cooper Dimitrenko. In station number 5, from Essendon, Harry Osman. In station number 6, also from Essendon, Jude Barrett. In station number 7, from Williamstown, Jasper Gay. And in station number 8, from Essendon, Lucas Harris. These are all the competitors in the men's under 15 2,000 metre event. So we are underway now here in the men's under 15 2,000 metres, and much like the under 16s, it is going to be a quick start to try and sort out the rest of this field. It's Jet Keeley on the inside there, hip number 1. We'll try and get into position number 1. And as they get around a little bit closer, there are 3 Essendon athletes here, so we'll do our best to figure out who that is who's now gone around Keeley. Is now starting to make his way through as well is Cooper Dimitrenko in those Williamstown blue and gold colours. And a little bit of a stumble there from Jet Keeley. Thankfully, very early into this race as they make their way around to this home straight for the first time. And this contingent of Essendon men, very strong in the distance in the junior ranks as they make their way through here. So that is going to be Noah Toralo in first position. Behind him there is Jet Keeley. Not far away is Jasper Gay. And behind him is Lucas Harris.
These competitors almost going in single file, but about 20 metres apart from each other. And it looks to be Torello still holding that lead nicely. Keeley looks to be jetting off into that first barrier, that second barrier down the back straight for this through for the second lap. And then nicely there looks to be, I think that's Dimitrenko there in third. So a bit of it. So it looks to be in fourth place there, that Essendon athlete. So it looks to be Harris there in fourth place there, trying to stick on to Jasper Gay of Williamstown in third place, Mitch.
So Noah Torello, he handled the water jump beautifully the first time around. The second is no different. And trying to bridge back that gap just a little bit there is Jet Keeley in those Knox colours. Jasper Gay really comfortable there into that water jump. Followed closely by Lucas Harris. But out in front at the moment in this men's under 15 2,000 metre steeple, it is Torello, who's very comfortable with putting his foot on that barrier and giving himself every chance to get momentum. Jasper Gay, one of the only ones to avoid the touching of the barrier. But at the moment, it is Lucas Torello with 3 laps to go, looking so smooth. Jet Keeley not too far away. As I mentioned, Jasper Gay clearing these steeples. As one of the smaller athletes in the field as well, I must add, doing a phenomenal job to clear them quite cleanly. As Lucas Harris now in 4th position, not too far away. Behind him there is Harry Osman, also from Essendon. And one further back there is Jude Barrett. So tucked in nicely as well is Cooper Dimitrenko. But on this back straight, it is still Torello leading them out, as Jasper Gay just starts to creep up on the shoulder of Jet Keeley.
So Torello looks like he's just extended that gap back to Keeley. And then Gay just sitting nicely behind there. So the minor medals I don't think are done with yet. And we also got Harris there in 4th place. Still got plenty of time in this race to gap the rest, but gap the minor placings there as well. So go through the 3rd water jump. And it looks to be Noah Torello looking very comfortable over that one. Keeley goes through next, and then it looks to be Gay going through. And Gay almost trying to make a move on Keeley on the outside there. But there's still plenty of time in this race as they go through with 2 laps to go.
So Torello been doing it on his own, which is always hard in any distance event, as now Gay just starts to creep up on the inside of Jet Keeley. A little bit further back from there is Lucas Harris. So it is still going to be Torello. Been looking really smooth. Maybe the slightest grimace there is Keeley and Gay just start to work together as they crash it through for the 3rd last time. Now just making his way through as well as Lucas Harris. So Torello's still out in front. Jasper Gay on the inside rail. Keeley now just going to stick thick on his shoulder, and it's still Lucas Harris there in 4th place. So it'll be hard to peg back any of these medals, but the order of them is still very much so up for grabs. As for the 2nd last time, Torello heads up the back straight. Our 2 competitors behind him there fight it out. It's Jet Keeley just off the tail of Jasper Gay. And with 600 metres to go, this race is going to be interesting.
Absolutely, Mitch. Looks like Gay's definitely made a move down that back straight. What does he have to come home with? Can Torello potentially hold on for this last lap? But there's definitely the 3 medals, as Mitch said, are sorted at the moment. But what order will they be?
So Torello now to the water jump for the 2nd last time. See how cleanly he does that, quite nicely. Here comes Jasper Gay, a technician of this, and as smooth as you like it. So Jasper Gay just starts to go to the arms a little bit there. Torello looking really good. Keeley too in those Knox colours. And now going to the water jump is still Lucas Harris in 4th position, also representing Essendon. So Torello, he's been out in front by himself for the duration of this event. Jasper Gay looking really comfortable. So too there is Keeley. But they're going to hear the sound of the bell. It's going to go around at about 5:11. And he's going to have to try and hold on here, Torello, as Jasper Gay and Keeley are looking good.
So Torello that lead still. Gay, he's definitely closing that gap. Keeley just out the back a bit. It looks like he may have that 3rd spot at the moment. So Torello and Gay, as they go down the back straight, Torello's done it by himself. Gay's really working the field nicely there. So he takes that barrier with 300 to go. Gay is definitely still coming. So don't discount Jasper Gay to take this under 15 2,000 metre steeplechase event. There's a state title on the line. How much do they want it? Down the back straight still, it is Noah Torello. Gay is definitely closing that gap. They take the final barrier down the back straight. Keeley looks like it's still trying to work very hard, but I reckon he's definitely got that 3rd spot for sure. So they hit the water jump. Gay is definitely still coming. Torello, can't give up with his last water jump now. Let's see how they clear. It's clean. Gay's definitely still there as well. He clears it nicely as well. So they're going to turn for home in this under 15 2,000 metre steeplechase. Torello, takes a look around, sees where Gay is. Gay's going to come through on the inside. He clears it nicely. Gay, he's going to make a move on the outside. Jasper Gay, Noah Torello, is going to be a ding-dong bell. Gay moves on the outside. And he's going to take the under 15 steeplechase, 6:34 unofficial. He celebrates as he should. A fantastic run. He worked through the field super nicely throughout the duration of this race. Noah Torello, a gallant run out front, did all the work early, but he should definitely be proud of his effort, and Jet Keeley will take third in the Victorian Championship here.
Well, Jasper Gay, he's got fans running onto the field. They're that excited for young Jasper Gay, and he looked around and said, I'm him, the under 15-year-old there, Jasper Gay. And what a hard-fought effort there from Noah Torello. Just put everything into that men's under 15 steeplechase. Jet Keeley came with a nice kick as well. But Jasper Gay, he's not done down there. He's put on a show for the crowd at the moment as the rest of our competitors crash through the tape. Harry Osman as well from Essendon. And the rest of them come through now. It's Jude Barrett and Cooper Dimitrenko. They're going to come down and collect it at about 7:30 on the clock. So fantastic racing all around as Lockie Anderson gets over his final barrier as well, representing Ballarat YCW. And he will come down and salute in this men's under 15, 2,000 metres. But the big jet plane in Jasper Gay gets it done in the men's under 15, 2,000 metre steeplechase.
For, yet again, an exciting finish to the men's under 15 2,000 metres steeplechase championship of Victoria. Receiving the bronze medal in a time of 6:38.53 from the Knox Athletic Club, Jet Keeley. In second position, silver medalist in a time of 6:34.77 from Athletics Essendon, Noah Torello. And in the gold medal position, our Victorian champion in a time of 6:34.40, representing Williamstown, Jasper Gay. And let's see if Jasper will do his signature move as he comes off the podium. So congratulations, Jet, Noah and Jasper in the men's under 15 2,000 metre steeple as the rain comes down.
Rain starting to fall again. We will turn quickly to the back straight with the start of the women's under 16 and under 15 2,000 metre steeplechase event. Coming out of station number 1 in the under 16 event, representing Western Athletics, Elizabeth Hall. In station number 2, representing Mornington, Charlie Dornham. In the under 15 event, out of station number 3 from Box Hill, Charlie Newman. In station number 4, representing Ballarat YCW, Olivia Hickingbotham. And in station number 5, from Essendon in the under 15 event, Molly Bremer. These are all of your competitors in the women's under 15 and under 16 2,000 metre state championship.
So they're cleanly away in the combined event here, and the rain starts to tumble here at Lakeside. They've already got water on their backs, and they're about to jump into a pool full of water here as well too. I have to admit, that was a clean jump there from Molly Bremner of Essendon, competing in the under 15 age group. So they now hit the water jump here. That's a clean jump there. So the Essendon name has significant importance here in this event. The Victorian state record here held by Jennifer Mendez of Athletics Essendon in 2015 of 6:59.95. How close can Bremner go tonight?
Well, she's certainly not going to die wondering here, Molly Bremner, as she continues to clear these barriers, looking incredibly comfortable. And certainly one of the smallest in the field in stature, but clearly the biggest of hearts, Molly Bremner. She makes her way around these barriers. Further back in the field here in the under-15 event is Olivia Higginbotham, right on the outside of the Box Hill competitor in Newman. So Newman, Higginbotham, not too far away there either is Dornham and Hall in the under-16 event, but all eyes must be fixated as they head towards this back straight, and it is still Molly Bremner out in front. About 82 seconds hit the clock there through the first 400 metres, and Molly Bremner has gapped this field by 50 metres over the first 400 and showing no signs of slowing down. Behind there is Charlie Newman. As I say that now, start to see a little bit of movement there from Elizabeth Hall, and so too Charlie Dornham in the under-16 event.
So all eyes can certainly be on Bremner, but the eyes can certainly be on the rest of the field as well too, because the four are all in a line together at the moment. Like I said, there are medals up for grabs in this event, but who knows which colour they'll be receiving. So Bremner turns the home through for the second time, and we'll just wait and see who's coming through for second at the moment, as Bremner comes through and takes the final barrier in her second lap. Looks to be, might be the Ballarat YCW athletes, or maybe the Western A's athletes rather, there in Elizabeth Hall. So Elizabeth Hall, so she's in the under-16 age group, and it's got about a 10-metre gap back to Charlie Dornham, who sits there in 5th place in the overall race at the moment.
So Molly Bremner has a quick little look around her shoulder just to see where the rest of this field is, and the one leading out the charge is Elizabeth Hall from Western Athletics. So Hall, just with a slight gap back to her Ballarat YCW compatriot and Higginbotham in two different events. Higginbotham in the under-15, Hall in the under-16s, but it is all Molly Bremner in this under-15 event leading it out, looking so smooth as well. Elizabeth Hall now over the barrier, Higginbotham not too far away. Neither are our other competitors, with Charlie Newman, and so too Charlie Dornham, all just working together in that pack. So leading him out there is Elizabeth Hall, and 50 metres up the track and heading towards the water jump, which really would be doing not a lot given the rain that's falling down at the moment, is Molly Bremner, and looking so confident out on this track at the moment. So Bremner just keeps that momentum out of the water jump. Still Elizabeth Hall, and now starting to make a move through there is Charlie Dornham, who was sitting at the back of this pack, just gets to her knees there, but manages to get up quite quickly, but it's all Molly Bremner still down this home straight.
So quite a few tumbles on that water jump then from the four competitors behind Bremner. But certainly an interesting race unfolding, particularly for the minor medals in this under-15 age group. So Bremner collects with 2 laps to go, 4:14 on the clock at the moment. But I tell you what, this under-16 age group, they are neck and neck at the moment as they collect through with 2 laps to go. So Hall just in front of Dornham, but Dornham just trying to move on the outside there now of her fellow under-16 competitor from Western Athletics there in Elizabeth Hall. So then in 4th and 5th in the overall race, but 2nd and 3rd in the under-15 age group. Again, they are very close together. So Higginbotham from Ballarat YCW, about a metre behind Newman there.
So starting to separate a little bit now, and that's a really strong move there from Charlie Dornham of the Mornington Peninsula Athletics Club, as she starts to extend away from the rest of this pack, but still out in front and not wavering in that at all is Molly Bremner, who just makes her way around to this water jump, one of the harder technical things to be able to navigate on an athletics track in terms of distance running, without a doubt. And Bremner just seeming to do it with ease at the moment. So Bremner leading out Dornham. Now towards the front of that secondary pack is Higginbotham, who is second in this women's under-15 event with that. Not too far away either is Newman. And on the back of that is Elizabeth Hall. So coming down this home straight for the second last time is Molly Bremner. And we've seen a lot in these 2,000 metre steeplechasers, getting out and doing it on your own, and Molly Bremner will follow suit. So Bremner, with 430 metres to go, now going over this barrier in the home straight is also Charlie Dornham. And a little bit further back from there for Ballarat YCW is Olivia Higginbotham. And behind her there is Charlie Newman. So they're second and third in your under-15 event. The leader of your under-16s is about to crash the tape now, but out in front, leading it all, and also this under-15 event, is Molly Bremner.
So the aggressive start there from Molly Bremner certainly has paid off. She's got a big, big lead as she tackles the back straight for the final time in this under-15 steeplechase event. And Charlie Dornham looks to have broken away from her fellow competitor in the under-16 age group. So first and second looks to be your state champions at this stage. Not the cleanest of barriers there from Dornham from Mornington. But behind Dornham there, in third and fourth in the overall race, is Higginbotham and Newman from Box Hill. So they're in the under-16 age group. So the medals certainly aren't decided in this age group. But we turn to the front, it is, Molly Bremner.
So Bremner now with 150 to go will get towards the water barrier, one of the hardest things left to do. So gets out of there now, looking really good is Charlie Dornham as well. She seems to have this under-16 event all sewn up. So as she makes her way into this home straight, it is Molly Bremner of Essendon. We talked about the importance of the club. Jennifer Mendez has the Victorian record from 2015, and Molly Bremner is going to put her name alongside her compatriot. Oh boy, it's certainly a name to Bremner. Here she is, Molly. She's going to come down and crash the tape as the state champion in the under-15 event. 7:31 on the clock. Sensational racing as our under-16 champion. It is going to be Charlie Dornham. She did it the hard way. She came through late, and she will crash the tape as your under-16 state champion. Coming down to the line now for a silver in the under-15 event is Olivia Higginbotham, who gets the best of Charlie Newman in a late battle, as Newman now comes down for a bronze medal in the under-15 event. And over the final barrier and making her way down to the finish line is Elizabeth Hall, who put in a lot of effort to try and chase down the early race lead of Molly Bremner. And Hall now will come through for a silver medal in that under-16 event. But all eyes belong to Molly Bremner, the champion of the under-15 2,000 metre steeplechase.
Let's go to the next of our presentations. We're going to move into a series of pole vault presentations, and first up will be the women's under-16. And our Victorian champion receiving the gold medal with the best clearance of 2.20 metres from the Mornings Peninsula Athletic Club, Indiana Steel. Next presentation will be for the women's under-15 pole vault competition, receiving the silver medal with best clearance of 2.00 metres, representing Ballarat Harriers, Summer Jenkins. Now, gold medalist, Victorian champion with best clearance of 3.25 metres from Doncaster, Jamison Harding. Completing our pole vault presentations The women's under 14 in the silver medal position with the best height of 1.80 metres from the Ballarat Harriers, Kiana Jenkins. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion with the best height of 2.70 metres from Doncaster, Ali Basil. So congratulations, Kiana and Ali. They are medalists in the women's under 14 pole vault championship. So the next presentation, the women's under 15 2,000 metres steeple championship of Victoria. The bronze medalist in a time of 7:59.28, representing Box Hill, Charlie Newman. Second position in time of 7:55.24 from Ballarat YCW, Olivia Higginbotham. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion in a time of 7:31.13 from Athletics Essendon, Molly Bremner. Our next presentation will be for the women's under 16 2,000 metres steeplechase. In the silver medal position in time of 8:12.98, representing Western Athletics, Liz Hall. And our gold medalists in a time of 7:45.60, representing Mornings Peninsula Athletics, Charlie Dornham. So before the 400-metre action takes place again on the track, we'll go through a few more of our presentations. Next up is the women's under-17 triple jump competition. Receiving the bronze medal in third position with a best distance of 11.68 metres, representing Athletics Southwest, Ruby Darcy. With a best of 11.93, receiving the silver medal from Albury Athletics, Michaela Talbot. Gold medalist and new Victorian champion with a best distance of 12.10 metres, representing Mornington Peninsula Athletic Club, Gina Davey. So some great performances there from Ruby, Michaela, Gina, and all the competitors in the women's under-17 triple jump competition. Let's continue on with the men's under-18 hammer throw competition. With a best distance of 41.13 metres and representing Corio, our bronze medalist is Joshua Sanders. In the silver medal position with a best of 42.01, representing Eureka, silver medalist is Matthew Vanotti. Our gold medalist, new Victorian champion with a best of 64.02 metres from Albury Athletics, Logan Sandland. So well done to Joshua, Matthew and Logan for their performances in the men's under-18 hammer throw. And now our men's under-17 hammer throw, and with a best distance of 48.50 metres, our gold medalist and Victorian champion from Athletics Nunawading, Lachlan McGowan. Congratulations, Lachlan. 48.50, his best in the men's under-17 hammer throw.
Volume's up, that's better. Line 8, thank you. Yes.
The women's under 14 400-metre final. State record held by Rose May Surinsky of Springvale, 56.3 in 1979. Coming out of lane number 1, representing Gippsland, Zaria Dalton. In lane number 2, from Mentone, Lexi Brown. In lane number 3, representing Geelong Guild, Jemima Hood. In lane number 4, from Ringwood, Chloe Lynett. In lane number 5, from KC Cardinia, Annabella Denton. In lane number 6, also from Geelong Guild, Tilly McBain. In lane number 7, from Windaree, Shakira Lual. And rounding it out in lane number 8, representing Box Hill, Michaela Ward. These are all 8 competitors here in the women's under 14 400 metres. So of the first time of asking, we are away cleanly. One of the fastest to go there was Jemima Hood on the inside with the Geelong Guild colours. And picking up the stacker very quickly was also McBain of Geelong Guild. So the 2 girls from up the coast are going to try their best to make it hard on the back straight. The rest of them will have to try and pick up the stagger now. Starting to get into her rhythm is Denton. And on the outside of her, or the inside I should say, is Lynette. So through the first 200 metres, we're going to try and get a split of around 27, 28 seconds. And they're going to start start to motor now. So 150 metres to go as they make their way around the bend. On the outside there, it's still Tilly McBain, and starting to pick up on the inside of her could very well be Chloe Lynette. So as they make their way through, there's 100 metres to go. It's McBain on the outside. On the inside of her is Lynette. Starting to push through once more is Hood. It's McBain. Lynette starting to go backwards a little bit. Here's Hood, but it is going to belong to Tilly McBain on the outside. She'll be a state champion. Hood comes through for second, Lynette for third. And it's Denton for fourth place there, but fantastic running from gun to tape. And the under-14 title will always belong to Tilly McBain of Geelong Guild in the under-14 women's 400 metres.
On the track is the final of the men's 14 400 metres. Victorian record held by Caleb Kilpatrick, time of 50.22 seconds. We'll see him later on today. We've got 5 starters contesting this race. In lane 2 from Keilor St Bernard's, Nate Porkazinski. In lane 3 from Wellington, Lachlan Rosado. Lane 4 from Essendon, Darcy Parker. Lane 5 from Old Scotch, Joshua Lindemann. And lane 6 from Wellington, Oscar Woodhouse. 5 starters in the under-14 400 metre final.
On your marks.
So a clean start. The 5 young men are underway from the inside. Porkazinski, Rosado, Parker, Lindemann and Woodhouse. And best of the starters looks to be the Essendon athlete there in Darcy Parker. Rosado sitting nicely on his shoulder there from Wellington. Then you have Lindemann moving up to Woodhouse from Old Scotch. So down the back straight, they are absolutely motoring down at the moment. Rosado and Parker, definitely the two to watch for at the moment. So they hit the 200 together. It's going to be a very close race, I think. So they head towards Struggle Street in the 400. They're always tough events. So it's going to be Rosado and Parker going head to head. They hit 300 almost together. Who's going to take this under 14 400 out? Who's got the strength to come home? Rosado on the inside, Parker on the outside. Still holding strong. And it looks to be Rollock and Rosado, who looks like he's going to take this under 14 state title. 55-36 the unofficial time. Parker, a gallant run for second. And it looks to be Nate Porkazinski. Silver medal on the 100. He takes the bronze in the 4. And a big well done to Joshua Lindemann and Oscar Woodhouse in the under 14 400 metre final. And Lachlan Rosado 55-33 the official time there.
Discovery, guys.
Turn our attentions back to presentations, and it is for the women's under 14 400 metre final. In third position, receiving the bronze medal with a time of 61.57, representing Ringwood, Chloe Lynette. That's all good. In the silver medal position with a time of 61.38 from Geelong Guild, Jemima Hood. A gold medalist, a teammate from Geelong Guild in a time of 60.69. Our new state champion, Tilly McBain. Congratulations there to all the competitors in the women's under 14 400 metre final.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the track now we have our women's under 15 400 metre final. In lane number 1, representing Mornington, Eden Rowe. In lane number 2, from Box Hill, Lacey Williams. In lane number 3, from Keilor St Bernard's, Layla Steeghuis. In lane number 4, from Glen Huntly, Adele Roche. In lane number 5, from Wellington, Cadence Fleming. In lane number 6, from Nunawading, Maddie Tarabay. In lane number 7, from Essendon, Alexis Sheed. And in lane number 8, representing Ballarat Harriers, Hannah McNeil. These are all 8 competitors here in the women's under 15 400 metre final.
On your mark.
So away cleanly now here in the women's under 15 400 metres, and one of the best to start was Adele Roche, and on her outside getting into the motion now is Cadence Fleming as they make their way around this bend for the first time. Fleming will pick up the stagger on her outside shoulder. Roche not too far away and making her presence felt is Steichhuis. So coming up to 200 metres, the halfway marker of this event, and now starting to move through is Maddie Tarabay of Athletics Nunawading. She just creeps up on the shoulder there of Cadence Fleming, and these two will start to push away from the rest of the field, but keep your eyes there on the Glen Huntley Baby Blue in Roche. So they make their way around now. 120 metres to go. It's going to be a ding-dong battle between Cadence Fleming and Maddie Tarabay. They start to go into the final 100. Tarabay begins to extend away. Fleming not done with yet. Oh, Maddie Tarabay is going to show her class and begin to move away in this women's under 15 400 metres, and she'll take the crown as your state champion. 58.25 on the clock, if you don't mind. Fleming there in second, and coming through for third was Adele Roche. But wow, we're all on the line there in your women's under 15 400 metres, and Maddie Tarabay will be your champion.
Go back to the men's under 14 400 metre final. We have our presentation ready to go. Our bronze medalist with a time of 60.89 seconds, representing Keelos and Bernard's Nate Pokozinski. In second position, receiving the silver medal with a time of 55.79 from Athletics Essendon, Darcy Parker. Our champion for 2023, representing the Wellington Athletic Club in a time of 55.33, Lachlan Rosato.
Neil.
Next presentation, back into the field. It's the men's under 17 triple jump competition. Our third place getter with a best distance of 11.75 metres from Williamstown, Aidan Metten. The silver medal position with a best of 13.53 metres from Athletics Essendon, Ravine Alwis. And our gold medalist and new Victorian champion with a best of 13.91 from Athletics Essendon, Arden Stevens.
Next event on the track is the final of the men's under 15 400 metres. And we've got 4 starters in this event. Let's introduce you the field. In lane 3 from Old Melburnians, Oscar Frooms. In lane 5 from Glen Huntley, Matthew Milius. In lane 7 from Casey Cardinia, James Denton. And in lane 8 from Glen Huntley, Angus Brown. 4 starters in the final of the men's under 15 400. So notable absentees in this event, but what a great opportunity for these young men to book their spot for national championships. So from the inside, Froomes, Milius, Denton and Brown, and Matthew Milius looks to be the most aggressive down the back straight, picks up the stagger of Denton and Brown on his outside. Froomes moving nicely from Old Melburnians. Froomes, a notable competitor in the APS circuit, moving nicely there through 200, but Milius, he's won a gold in the 200 hurdles and has also done very well in the field in the long jump as well. So Milius will turn for home. Froomes moving nicely. Denton not out of this as well. So Milius straightens up. Froomes in the inside, moving nicely. But I think Matthew Milius will take yet another gold here at the Victorian Championships. Let's look at the time, 51.89. That is fast. Back to Oscar Froomes. Denton comes through for third. Then Angus Brown from Glen Huntly in fourth place. A big well done to all competitors in the men's under 15 400.
So back to presentations, and it is the women's under 15 400 metre championship of Victoria with a time of 59.84, and representing Glen Huntly, our bronze medalist, Adele Roche. In second position and receiving the silver medal with a time of 59.12 from Wellington Athletics, Cadence Fleming. Now gold medalist and Victorian champion in a time of 58.21 from Athletics, Nunawading, Maddie Tarabay. Congratulations to all competitors in the women's under 15 400 metre final.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the track now we have our women's under 16 400 metre final. In lane number 2, representing Wellington, Mia Kalesia. In lane number 3, from Glen Huntly, Jasmine Firth. In lane number 4, from Essendon, Jamie Lee Cobain. In lane number 5, from Western Athletics, Honor Tobin. In lane number 6, from Doncaster, Olivia Collette. And rounding it out in lane number 7, also from Doncaster, Lucy Kearney. These are all 6 competitors here in the women's under 16 400 metre final.
On your mark.
After this race, we'll do the under 15 men's presentation.
Set.
So we won't need a second attempt. The first one was clean as our women's under 16 400 metres gets underway, and it is going to be the fastest one out there is Honor Tobin. So Tobin picks up the stagger quickly, and the next one to do so is Jasmine Firth of Glen Huntly. So Firth now starting to get on the shoulder and really start to press down the back straight. It's still Honor Tobin, wider than that as they make their way through to the 200 metres. Caught in between them is going to be Jamie Lee Cobain as she starts to make her way through now. But under 200 metres to go, it is Jasmine Jasmine Firth of Glen Huntly, followed by Honor Tobin on her shoulder, making their way and rounding it into the final turn. So as they have 120 metres to go, it's Jasmine Firth and Honor Tobin. They enter the straight nearly neck and neck. It's Firth now who starts to stretch away. Tobin not done with yet. She creeps up onto the shoulder. She's not satisfied to sit there. She wants to move right on by. And Honor Tobin will be your under 16 400 metre champion. 58 on the clock. Firth will go through for second, and in third place will be Cobain. On the outside of her there was Colette. Coming through also Kearney and then Kalesia. But Honor Tobin will be your women's under 16 400 metre state champion.
So another exciting 400 metres, but let's return now to the men's under 15. Great event, this one. Receiving the bronze medal. Receiving the bronze medal, he's now in the right place. Representing Casey Gadini of time of 53.76, James Denton. In the silver medal position in time of 53.22 from Old Melburnians, Oscar Frooms. Which leaves our gold medalist and Victorian champion with a time of 51.85 from Glen Huntly, Matthew Milius.
Next event on the track is the final of the men's under 16 400 metres, and we've got a full field of 8 here. Let's introduce you to the field. In lane 1, representing Eagle Hawk, Lewis McIntosh. In lane 2, from Nunawading, Jake Frost. In lane 3, from Kilo St Bernard's, Mark Mavrakis. In lane 4, from Chilwell, Tobias Servin. In lane 5, from Albury, Callum Bott. In lane 6, from Doncaster, Christian Zapparis. Lane 7 from Essendon, Lachlan Hicks. And lane 8 from Kilo St Bernard's, Mitchell Ianello. Full field of 8 here in the men's under 16 400.
On your mark.
So we're cleanly away a full field of 8 here. McIntosh, Frost, Mavrakis, Servin, Bott, Zapparis, Hicks and Ianello. And they're pretty even through the first couple of stages here. Servin, definitely serving up a good start here down the back straight. Bott, the defending champ, moving nicely there as well too. And Mark Mavrakis from Kilo St Bernard's. They're definitely looking like the big three as they go through 200 here. So Mavrakis goes to the inside there of Servin. But Bott is definitely not out of this as well too. So, as we turn for home, it is Bott, Mavrakis from Kilo St Bernard's. So Bott, the defending champ. What has Mavrakis got to come home with? Servin moving nicely as well too. And then the Doncaster runner there in Zapparis in 4th. But it looks to be Callum Bott. He's going to go back to back. So Bott wins it. Servin through next. And Mark Mavrakis in 3rd. Coach Kainsey, give him a high five for that bronze medal. Should definitely upload that one to your Instagram page there, Mark, as well. You should be happy with that one. But Callum Bott takes out that under 16 400 metre final.
Next presentation, the women's under 16 400 metre final. And in third position, receiving the bronze medal in a time of 61.46 from Athletics Essendon, Jamie Lee Cobain. In second position, great battle out front today, representing Glen Huntly in a time of 59.30, Jasmine Thurf. Now, Victorian champion, the gold medalist in a time of 58.32, representing Western Athletics, Honor Tobin. So great running from Jamie Lee, Jasmine and Honor, and all the competitors in the women's under 16 400 metre final.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the track now, we have our women's under 15 and under 17 400 metre para event. Coming out of lane number 3 in the women's under 15 event, representing Nunawading, Zoe Schultz. And in lane number 5 in the under 17 event, representing Diamond Valley, Kira Wright. These are both of your competitors in the women's under 17 and under 15 400 metre para event.
On your mark.
So we are underway now at our women's under 17 and under 15 para 400 metre event. As our two competitors will make their way around the bend, it's Zoe Schultz and Kira Wright. Been going at it all day today in a variety of different events, these two. They look like they're going to cap it off over a 400. Out a little bit wider there is Kira Wright. Looking very smooth down this back straight as I say that now. Zoe Schultz starting to pump the arms and accelerate as they head into this bend. So nearly 200 metres into this event. 33 seconds strikes the clock, and starting to make a move now is Kira Wright in the under 17 event. So Zoe Schultz now rounding the bend as well, but it is all right out in front with 150 metres to go. Can't miss her in those fluorescent pink Nike shoes. With 120 now, starts to put her foot on the accelerator a little bit more. Zoe Schultz now enters the straight as well. So give a big round of applause if you're watching on here for our 2 under 17 and under 15 competitors in the women's 400 metre para event, because here comes Zoe Schultz with a barnstorming finish over this final 50 metres. So your under 15 state champion for the 400 metres in the women's para event will be Zoe Schultz of Nunawading. She'll crash the tape just under 80 seconds as Kira Wright now just inches over the line, just over 80 seconds in the women's under 17 para event to become your state champion.
Victory ceremony and medal presentations for the men's under 16 400 metre championship of Victoria. In third position, receiving the bronze medal and representing Keelos of Burnens in a time of 51.84, Mark Mavrakis. In second position, and the silver medalist in a time of 51.55 from Athletics Chilwell, Tobias Servan. Victorian champion in a time of 50.64, representing Albury Athletics, Callum Bott.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the track now, we have our men's under 17 400 metre para event. Coming out of lane number 3, representing Sandringham, Leopold Reeve. In lane number 4, from the Yarra Rangers, it's Bradley McMeekin. And in lane number 5, from Mornington, lane number 5 representing Mornington, I should say, Kai Davenport. These are your 3 competitors here in the men's under-17 400-metre event.
On your mark.
So we will come back now for a second attempt here in our men's under-17 400-metre para event.
Lane 4 on City.
So unsteady is the call. And all our competitors will get another chance here.
On your marks.
What's tomorrow?
So we are away now the second time trying, and it's Leopold Reeve on the outside who will start to extend away. Bradley McMeekin also in the middle there, and just on his inside is Leopold Reeve. So as they make their way up this back straight, it's Kai Davenport. He's been phenomenal here all afternoon, as have Leopold Reeve and Bradley McMeekin, and they make their way up this back straight with a fair bit of pace and a lot of heart. So 200 metres to go. It's Kai Davenport, about 30 seconds on the clock, so not wasting any time here. Leopold Reeve now strikes the mark, and another 200 metres to go here for Bradley McMeekin, but at the front of the field, it is Kai Davenport of the Mornington Orange. He'll round the bend. The man to watch now is Leopold Reeve. He's not too far away and pumping the arms ferociously. So it's Kai Davenport as he enters the straight. He looks like he'll crash the tape first here for Mornington. Not far away at all is Leopold Reeve, and Bradley McMeekin enters the straight. But it's Kai Davenport of Mornington. He'll crash it first here, just over 60 seconds, 65. Leopold Reeve now as well. And rounding the bend into the home straight now is Bradley McMeekin of the Yarra Rangers. So McMeekin now with only 50 to go. Everybody a round of applause here for Bradley McMeekin. He's going to strike the clock close on that 90-second mark. McMeekin starts to put the head down, 27, 28, 29, just over, potentially just under there for Bradley McMeekin. And we will wait for the judges to do all of their percentages after this, but sensational racing there from Davenport, McMeekin and Reeve in the men's under-17 400-metre para event.
Once again, we're going to acknowledge our para 400-metre runners together. They're gold medalists in the para under-15 400-metre final with a percentage of 76.84 and a time of 78.43. Let's acknowledge the performance of Zoe Schultz, representing Athletics Nunawading. And from Diamond Valley in a time of 81.89, a percentage of 73.59, winning the under-17s, Kira Wright. So congratulations to Zoe and Kira once again atop the podium here at Lakeside Stadium in the para under-15s and under-17s for the 400 metres.
Next event on the track here is the final of the women's under-17 400 metres. And we've got a full field of 8 here. Let's introduce the field to you. In lane 1 from Mentone, Sarah Hastings. In lane 2 from Knox, Hayley Buckley. Lane 3 representing Collingwood, Lucy Delbridge. In lane 4 from Geelong Guild, Isabella Tarr. In lane 5 from Eagle Hawk, Scarlett Southern. In lane 6 from Box Hill, Sienna Curdian. Lane 7 from Eagle Hawk, Sophie Scoble. And lane 8, representing Wellington, Maddie Boyd, full fill of 8 in the women's under 17 400.
On your mark.
So they're away cleanly underneath the Saturday night lights here at Lakeside. And best of the starters looks to be Sienna Curdian. I said last night, she's no stranger to winning medals over the sprints at state and national level. And she's taken the outside of Scoble and Boyd. Isabella Tarr from Geelong Guild, gold medalist in the 100, moving nicely there. And also Scarlett Southern and also Lucy Delbridge there from Collingwood as well too. So Curdian, most aggressive through 200. Starts to wind up. But also coming through in lane number 4 is Isabella Tarr. So Delbridge, Tarr, Curdian. Curdian's got a big lead as she turns for home. Isabella Tarr, she's got the speed over the 100. What can she do over 4? But Curdian looks like she's got a big, big lead here. And it looks to me that Sienna Curdian is going to take yet another Victorian Championship title. Delbridge and Tarr fighting off for that minor placings as well as Scoble. But Sienna Curdian, 56.06. She is happy with that one. Delbridge comes through for second. Isabella Tarr for third. A great backup from earlier this afternoon. Sienna Curdian, 56.06. An impressive run there. .06.03, the official time there for Sienna Curdian from Box Hill.
So back to presentations, and this is for the men's under 17 para 400 metre final. With a percentage of 59.80 and a time of 89.92 in bronze medal position, Bradley McMeekin from Yarra Rangers. On a percentage of 71.77 and a time of 65.29 in silver medal position from Mornings Peninsula, Kai Davenport. And our gold medalist with a percentage of 75.45, a time of 66.86 from Sandringham, Leopold Reeve. Congratulations, Bradley, Kai and Leopold. Now 1, 2, 3 in the men's under 17 para 400. Go up there and get a review of Jake. Just go up the stairs. We want to hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the track, on here now we have our men's under 17 400 metre final. Out of lane number 1, representing Essendon, Tarek Bello. In lane number 2 from Nunawading, Jake Olorenshaw. In lane number 3 from Doncaster, Will Caddick. In lane number 4 from Williamstown, Dashiell Muir. In lane number 5 from Sandringham, Austin Fernando. In lane number 6 from Geelong Guild, Caleb Kilpatrick. In lane number 7 from Coburg, Patrick Dixon Game. And in lane number 8 from Williamstown, it's Matt Severa. These are all 8 competitors here in the men's under 17 400 metres.
On your mark.
So we're away in racing here in the men's under 17 400 metres. It'll be hard to split them, but the man trying to do it best is Kilpatrick. So he's going to get right up on the shoulder of his outside now and extend away just a little bit. On the inside of him is Fernando. Can't quite seem to get on the shoulder. One more internal from there is Muir. So 200 metres into this men's under 17 400, and it's very hard to split. It's Kilpatrick out in front. 24 seconds strikes the clock. Here comes Fernando, and one more on the inside is Caddick. So as they make their way to the 100 metres. Outside there, it's still Kilpatrick. He's got 5 metres on the rest of the field. Here comes Will Caddick. Fernando starting to go to the arms. It's still Caleb Kilpatrick. Fernando pushing. Kilpatrick's done enough, and he'll be your state champion with 48.92 on the clock there. Fernando and Caddick round out the 2nd and 3rd place positions. But it started from the gun, and he crashed the tape first. It is all Caleb Kilpatrick of Geelong Guild, who is your men's under 17 400 metre state champion.
Victory ceremony and medal presentations now for the women's under 17 400 metre Victorian Championship. Receiving the bronze medal in the time of 58.48 seconds, representing Geelong Guild, Isabella Tarr. With a time of 58.02 and representing Collingwood Harriers, our silver medalist, Lucy Delbridge. The Victorian champion, gold medalist in a time of 56.03, representing Box Hill, Sienna Curtian. Congratulations to Isabella, Lucy and Sienna, the medalists in the women's under 17 400 metre Victorian Championship. As we start to draw to a conclusion of day 2 action here at Lakeside Stadium. Let's hang around, there's still one more race, but also a few more presentations to go. And the next one on the podium is the men's under 17 400 metre championship of Victoria. Now, bronze medalist with a time of 50.88, representing Doncaster, Will Katic. In the silver medal position with a time of 49.48 seconds, representing Sandringham, Austin Fernando. Now champion once again with a time of 48.90 seconds from the Great Geelong Guild Club. It is Caleb Kilpatrick. Congratulations to all the competitors in the men's under 17 400 metre final. So as they get ready behind their blocks, we'll throw back to the main commentary position and the one and only Phil Borg to call the final track event of day 2.
Thank you, Tim. It's time for the last event on the track for day 2 here at the Victorian Junior Track and Field Championships. And we've got 7 starters in this field. In lane 1, representing Ringwood, Zach Cossey. In lane 2, representing Sandringham, Benjamin Sears. In lane 3, from Mornington, Marcus LaFontaine Pollard. In lane number 4, from Diamond Valley, Riley Neecowan. In lane 6, representing Geelong Guild, Max Franklin. In lane 7, visitor from Tasmania, please welcome Samuel Plapp. And in lane 8, representing Chilwell, Seth McLeish. That's your 7 starters in the final of the men's under 18 400 metres.
On your mark.
So we're away in the final event of day 2 from the inside. Cossey, Sears, LaFontaine, Pollard, Neecowan, Franklin, Plapp and McLeish. And most aggressive out of the blocks look to be Marcus LaFontaine Pollard. The Tasmanian visitor in Plapp moving nicely. And then you've got the 400 metre hurdles champion, Max Franklin from the rampant Lions of Geelong Guild. Marcus LaFontaine Pollard, he'll go through 200 in the quickest time, I think. Franklin moving nicely. And then the visitor from Tasmania on the outside, still going strong. On the inside there, Zach Cossey from Ringwood. But here we go. They're going to turn for home, 4 abreast. Zach Cossey on the insides making the big move. LaFontaine Pollard moving through in the middle. But Zach Cossey in lane 1. When was the last time you saw a state championship in lane 1 win? Zach Cossey from Ringwood is going to take the men's under 18 400 title. LaFontaine Pollard second. And a big finish there from Max Franklin. That 400 metre hurdle strength he definitely utilised that to come home. But Zach Cossey from the inside of lane 1, 49.07, will take the win in the men's under 18 400. What a race that was. So we go down for more presentations with Tim Crosby.
So from the track action back to the field and our final field presentation for the day, and it's a good one. In the women's under 18 Hammerthrow Championship of Victoria, Our bronze medalist with a new sparkling PB of 41.12 metres from Diamond Valley, Tara Smith. In the silver medal position with a reasonably good performance of 47.32. Representing Diamond Valley, Kira Sanchez. And our gold medalist also with a PB, 52.80. Representing Box Hill, Eva Wilson. So congratulations Tara, Kira and Eva. Sensational throwing in the women's under 18 hammer throw. Dear, oh dear. In fact, we do want more of this over the course of the weekend. That's the way we do a presentation photo.
That rounds out our second day here at Lakeside Stadium for the Victoria Junior Track and Field Championships. I want to thank our commentators, officials, spectators, and of course the athletes on a brilliant second day. We'll join you tomorrow from the start of the action right here on AtsVic TV.